Division and bitterness, anger and illness. A presidential campaign like no other is about to come to an end. At stake, the destiny of the United States, and with it, the future of the world. Tonight, America decides. Donald Trump has spent the final day of the election campaign rallying his supporters and promising to defy the odds for a second time. His opponent, Joe Biden, said more Americans had voted in this election than at any time in American history and called for his supporters to make history. Across the country, those voters have defied concerns about coronavirus and intimidation at the polls, turning out in large numbers to have their say. We're live right across the country, in the states and with the people whose votes will decide this election. And we will bring you every result live as the candidates and the American public discover their fate. And the world finds out who will win the race for the White House. A very good evening from Washington, the capital of a nation divided by so much, but united tonight as it waits for the result of this most consequential of elections. Close to 100 million people had cast their ballots before polling day even dawned. Millions more have queued today to vote, not just for two men, but for two competing visions about the future, both sides framing it as a battle for the soul of America. Well, with me to make sense of what's sure to be a dramatic night, Sky's US correspondent Cordelia Lynch, former White House advisor and senior aide to President Trump, Omarosa Manigault-Newman. We're also joined by the leading pollster, Ashley Koning, and Lord Kim Darroch, who this time last year was, of course, the UK's ambassador to the United States. Well, together over the next few hours, we'll find out the verdict of the American people on an extraordinary period in this nation's history, culminating in a remarkable and turbulent year.
I profoundly accept this nomination for President of the United States.
He is hereby acquitted of the charges.
We can and will overcome this season of darkness.
This is America. This is America.
Get your knee off our necks.
Don't catch you slipping now. Look what I'm whipping now.
How is it? Hell.
This is America.
Biblical.
Don't catch you slipping now.
Totally under control. One person coming in from China.
I don't have enough beds.
Yeah, this is America.
You will die.
Don't catch you slipping now.
One day it's like a miracle, it will disappear.
To say you're going to be able to hug him again.
I gotta carry him.
We're fighting two wars. War number one is the COVID virus. War number two is stupidity.
They're pushing the agenda that is condemning all of us. Oh my God.
It'll start getting cooler. You just watch.
This is America.
I have been nominated to fill Justice Ginsburg's seat, but no one will ever take her place.
Your next Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris.
American people have witnessed the greatest failure of any presidential administration.
We need you to fight for 4 more years of President Donald Trump in the White House.
Now, boys, stand back and stand by. Will you shut up, man? I came here, wasn't feeling so well. I feel much better now.
Don't let it dominate you.
This is America.
We're learning to live with it. People are learning to die with it.
Everyone should matter, but we don't.
I am the least racist person in this room.
You are voting for the leader of the free world. 4 more years, people.
The people who are supposed to be our leaders lie every day.
Only America can tear America apart.
I voted for a guy named Trump.
Well, first word tonight then from our US correspondent Cordelia Lynch. And Cordelia, what a campaign, what a night ahead. You can't overemphasize the importance of this evening.
Hugely consequential, an election unlike any other we have seen in the past. This country, of course, has seen a pandemic, one that plunged it into a recession. We're now dealing with an unprecedented amount of mail-in ballots as well. That will put pressure on the system. It's a year that's also seen a great deal of racial unrest across America. Donald Trump, no longer, of course, the insurgent. He is the incumbent. His record will be put to the test. So we will have to see how that plays out. We've also got two men who have a path to victory, of course. 4 years ago, Donald Trump delivered a political earthquake for America and the world, but it is different this time round. His path is narrower. This is an era-defining moment. He wants to try and extend his reach for Joe Biden. There are more options possible. His party hope that they can benefit from a changed America, a more diverse electorate. But be in no doubt, tonight it is a referendum on Donald Trump. But we do not know if we are going to get a result. It's a night that could be full of jeopardy, of course, because American democracy is on the ballot.
And much more about when we might get a result a little bit later on. Well, the president, we know, is back in the White House there, and Omarosa holding a party, we understand, for about 250 people. So no super spreading there then. You know the man, you worked with him. What will his state of mind be?
You know, I watched him earlier, and one of the most remarkable things that I noticed about Donald Trump was his demeanor. He seemed very subdued. He seemed concerned and worried. You could see the worry lines etched across his face. Donald Trump knows that his political future lays in the ballot tonight, based on what happens at the polls, which are closing in less than an hour.
OK, well, let's talk to Lord Darroch, Kim Darroch. Well, it's not just about the United States, is it, this election? How much does it mean for the US and indeed the rest of the world?
Good evening, Dermot. And as I watched those clips from the last 4 years at the beginning of the programme, I was just reminded of what an extraordinary period it's been and just how momentous this election is. And as others have said, this matters not just to the American people, though goodness knows it's important to them. It matters to all of us because America is the world's superpower, and what happens in Washington, the decisions taken there, count for all of us. So this is just a genuinely momentous moment and an extraordinary evening lying ahead of us.
OK, well, let's get the thoughts of Ashley Koenig from the pollster's perspective. What results in particular should we be looking out for this evening? Oh dear, Ashley, I'm not hearing you. I wonder if you want to just check the old mute button. We'll try and get back to you in a little bit, but you won't miss a thing. We'll bring you not just every result, but every single vote counted tonight. But the key number, the absolute central number, is 270. Etch that in your brain. That's the number of Electoral College votes needed to win the presidency, the bare minimum, and we'll keep track of that throughout the night. Now, those votes are determined by who wins each state, and we'll show you those live results as they're counted in real time. But we've also got a huge bank of information from an exit poll conducted across the United States today. That explains which groups voted for each candidate and indeed why. Well, now the countdown is on, and it's important to remember, of course, that to win the election, you don't need the most votes. In 2016, President Trump won 3 million fewer votes than Hillary Clinton, but he did win them where they mattered. Helping us navigate through the details tonight will be Sky's Ed Conway. Ed.
Thank you, Dermot, and welcome to our virtual White House, the South Lawn of our virtual White House. This is where we will be tracking the race between these two men. They want to get to the finishing line, and as Dermot says, that finishing line is 270 Electoral College votes. We'll be tracking that there, and we'll be bringing you all sorts of data showing you the way the race is unfolding before your very eyes. It's going to be an extraordinary election, and we have some really interesting ways of showing you what's going on here, including, of course, Dermot just talked a moment ago there about that race to 270, and as I said, we'll show you that in our big virtual White House. But on here, look, you can see it there. It is all about winning in the Electoral College. Now, why does that matter? Let's remind ourselves what happened last time around, 2016, when it was Hillary Clinton versus Donald Trump. And have a look at this. Hillary Clinton got 66 million votes across the US, 66 million, whereas look over here, Donald Trump, 63 million. He lost the popular vote by quite a margin, but he won where it mattered in the Electoral College, 306 Electoral College votes. That's because he won in the right states. So you want to pick up states like Florida, 29 Electoral College votes, Pennsylvania, 20. These were the crucial states last time around. Will they be the crucial ones this time around? It's all about those individual races, 50 races across the US about winning the right states. Let's just imagine what might happen this time around. I'm clearing that map, and this is our kind of hypothetical map showing you potential paths for these two men. And what we'll do first of all is just fill in the potentially, these look like they are safe Democrat states. So places like California, 55 electoral college votes, incredibly important for the Democrats. And over there you can see New York and much of the eastern seaboard painted blue. Blue for Democrat, red for Republican, remember. And let's also paint in the safe Republican states as well. And you can see a lot of the Midwest there, the Deep South too. And already you can probably spot it here. Look at the scores there. So Donald Trump on 114 electoral college votes, Joe Biden on 187. You can see he's already got the advantage, but let's imagine what happens for him to win it. So let's start filling in some of these states that are leaning Democrat, blue as well. So I've got Nevada, I've got Colorado, you can see that score going up. And let's imagine, too, that Joe Biden can win these crucial Rust Belt states, the states that Donald Trump won off the Democrats, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, I'll do Minnesota as well. Let's paint them all blue as well. And you can see he's getting there, isn't he? He hasn't got Pennsylvania yet, though, but if he gets Pennsylvania, look at what happens. We'll fill in Pennsylvania in Democrat blue, and there he is. He's over the line, 273 electoral college votes, and that's just one path for him. If he starts doing well in places like Florida or even Texas, then that is a very different story. That's a whopping night for Joe Biden. Let's just, though, clear all of those off and go back to the safe states and imagine what it might involve for Donald Trump to get over the line. Well, he needs to potentially be winning in places like Texas. I mentioned Texas. It's ruby red Republican Texas, but there is a challenge there, certainly from the Democrats. Demographics changing in Texas. Very interesting story there. Also, obviously, he wants to win Florida. He really needs it. And then he's got Georgia and North Carolina. Now, if he is winning those states, have a look at what happens to his total, 251. He's not there yet, and it underlines something. He really needs to be winning around here. He needs to win in Pennsylvania, potentially. Let's paint that red, and you can see his score very close to that line. And at that stage, what he ideally wants to win is a place like, for instance, Arizona. I've painted Arizona red, and you can see he is over the line. But what it underlines is for Donald Trump, he really needs to be winning in places like Florida, Texas, or else he's in big trouble, whereas Joe Biden has a number of potential paths. But we will be taking you through all of that over the course of the next few hours.
OK, Ed, thank you very much indeed, setting the scene there to the various paths to power. Well, the two candidates at the centre of the drama have spent the day trying to energise their supporters, squeeze out every last vote. Both of them mindful that the entire election could hinge on just a few votes in a handful of states, some of them Ed mentioned there. Well, let's get the view from both camps. Greg Milam is with the Democrats in Wilmington, Delaware. James Matthews is following the Trump campaign right here in Washington. Well, Greg, to you first. And of course, so Wilmington is Joe Biden's hometown.
Yeah, it is, and we're told by his campaign that he will address the nation from the stage here at some point in the next few hours. They're hoping at a point when the shape of the evening has been decided, and it is looking like he will win the presidency, but they're not taking anything for granted. That language of addressing the nation sounds a bit presidential. I don't think there's any accident in that. They want to, as they say, project this message of calm and unity. They know this could be a messy election. It could be a protracted one. They want him to look like the grown-up in this race, even if it isn't entirely nailed on who will win this election. But Joe Biden has been out on the campaign trail again today. We're told he wanted to get everyone involved in his campaign out and about to continue to push for a bigger turnout. He actually went back to his hometown of Scranton in Pennsylvania. He went back to the home where he grew up, spent a lot of his childhood. He signed the wall there, from this house to the White House with the grace of God, he wrote, at the invitation of the homeowner, I should say, not just of his own volition. He then went to the Constitution Center in Philadelphia, back into a neighborhood of Philadelphia. He's now back here in Wilmington and has been talking about not only the president, but his hopes for tonight. This is what he's had to say in the last hour or so.
I mean, he's embarrassing Republicans. Republicans are walking away from him. I mean, but look, like I said, I'm superstitious about predicting what an outcome is going to be for what happens. That's sort of who I am, how I've always run. And but I'm hopeful.
He talked about that superstition there. He said he likes to go back to places that are good luck charms from the beginning of his political career. This is a huge moment, of course, for him. And what they focused on today, as throughout the last few months of this campaign, are those people who they believe will be critical, the suburban voters, black and Latino voters, those who maybe voted for Donald Trump last time but have wavered a little bit this time, and crucially those who sat out the last election because they didn't like Donald Trump or Hillary Clinton, stayed at home, and they believe that sliver of the voting population will be critical. They believe in a number of key states, and we keep talking about those states, that is the constituency that could win Joe Biden the presidency, and they will be watching very closely those early results from places like Georgia to give them a sense of how this night is going.
OK, Greg, for the time being, thank you very much indeed. Greg Milam there in Wilmington, Delaware. Well, to the White House, James Matthews is there following the Trump campaign. And, James, what's going on in the White House then?
Donald Trump is waiting it out, Dermot. He returned to Washington, D.C. after 6 rallies on the last day of campaigning yesterday, arrived around about 2 o'clock in the morning. He's in there, we're told, dividing his time between the Oval Office and the residences, while Team Trump operate the war room in the Eisenhower executive suites just across the road here in the White House complex. But I can't talk about the White House and the United States Capitol without pointing out, Dermot, the surroundings, the unprecedented situation and circumstances of this election. This place is something of a fortress. Americans in the past have put out flags in their garden to celebrate democracy. Non-scalable fences were going up out in the bounds, around the bounds of the White House complex yesterday. There are boards for something like a quarter of a mile radius and windows in the centre of Washington, D.C., around this place. It is hunkered and bunkered down. There is fear and anxiety for how tonight and the next few days may play out. And a lot of that has to be put down to the fact that Donald Trump has floated this idea that he will prematurely declare the result of the election. Of all the moments of high drama we're expecting over the next few hours, the moment is perhaps when he steps up to the mic and makes a speech, gives his interpretation of results as they stand overnight. There is a party of something like 250 Trump supporters due in the East Room of the White House, and we'll see where we are at that point, and we'll see where Donald Trump thinks he is at that point. Bear in mind that he has questioned the validity of postal ballots. He has signalled legal challenge. He's spoken on the campaign trail about the potential for physical violence on the streets. He did nothing to dampen that down today when he was asked about premature declarations. He said that bad things happen, to quote him, when days are spent counting votes. He made these remarks during a visit to campaign staff in Virginia. Let's have a listen to some of what he had to say.
I hear we're doing very well in Florida. We're doing very well in Arizona. We're doing incredibly well in Texas. I'm hearing we're doing well all over. I hear the lines are amazing. The lines have been amazing. And I think we're going to have a great night. We're going to have a great night. And we're going to have, much more importantly, we're going to have a great 4 years.
A jaded president there. His voice, he said, was a bit choppy after all those rallies that he's been conducting. Rallies, he said, never a man to undersell his campaign. Rallies that had never been seen in the history of the world. So much depends on what he has to say about the results, his interpretation tonight. And, you know, if the early results come in and they are reverses for Donald Trump, then that's the last thing he wants to hear. Anything else may play into that premature declaration scenario. But if he loses Florida, for example, then the fizz may go flat at the Trump party. The party may end early in more ways than one.
OK, James, thank you very much indeed, James Matthews there, the White House. Well, let's talk more to my panellists. And first, Ashley Koenig, the pollster, because we didn't get to talk to you of your opening remarks earlier on there, Ashley, and encapsulate some of what Ed Conway's been telling us, that there are 50 states, of course, and Washington, D.C. in the United States, but about 40 of them, or perhaps even more, don't really matter in an election campaign. Which are the ones that you're focusing on?
Right. So really, this comes down to a few key battleground states. We know that Biden has had an unprecedented lead in national polling since this campaign virtually began. We know it's almost a double-digit lead We know that he leads in many of these battleground states, but it's a little bit tighter. As Ed had shown, it really comes down to Pennsylvania, but the unfortunate part is we won't really know the vote count in Pennsylvania until most likely Friday at the earliest. Other tipping point states or hot battleground states like Florida, we should know a little bit sooner, as well as Arizona and Wisconsin. Biden really needs that Rust Belt, and particularly Pennsylvania. It's within many of his paths to 270 electoral college votes. And we know that those statewide polls are what mimic the electoral college vote the best.
And Ashley, while we're with you, any thoughts on turnout? That 100 million people voting before today, surely going to be a record turnout in the end.
And we've already seen this with mail-in voting and early voting across all of the states, unprecedented numbers in turning out early, most likely unprecedented numbers turning out today at the polls. But this makes it even trickier to, number one, do polling up to Election Day, and number two, to take a look at the numbers, whether through exit polls or counting the ballots, just because of how the pandemic has changed the voting structure so much in every single state.
And Kim Darroch, come in on this. I mean, this other conundrum that you can win the popular vote, you can win more votes overall, but still lose when it comes to getting your hands on the White House. And that happens to Democrats quite a lot, doesn't it? 6 out of the last 7, I think, they've won the popular vote. But, I mean, I suppose no system's going to be perfect.
Yeah, I mean, you could say that our first-past-the-post system also produces some unexpected and strange results sometimes. I mean, this all goes back to the early years of America and the constitutional fathers and states' rights and states' powers. But it does, you're quite right, produce some very strange results. And on the whole, in recent elections, it's tended to be Democrats who have lost out. Lost out in 2000 when Bush beat Gore, lost out in 2016 when Trump beat Hillary Clinton.
But it also leads, doesn't it, Lord Darroch, to some of the perhaps key issues not being properly addressed, because then the candidates focus in on issues that have particular resonance in a swing state.
Yeah, and it's fascinating the way that in this huge country, they actually don't just merely concentrate on about a dozen states, both candidates, but on about 20 to 25 counties within those states. So the election all focuses in on a very small part of America. And that leads, as you say, to some distortion in the kind of issues that get debated. And I guess to a lot of the Americans feeling that the election is sort of passing them by. I mean, how often do the candidates go to California, for example, which is a very solid Democrat state, which happens to have 40 million people in it?
Yeah, it all came down where you are told to 77,000 votes last time round in 2016. Cordelia, we've been mentioning the exit poll and which particular groups voted for whom. It's all important tonight.
It's very important, and there's some very interesting, potentially telling data coming out. Now, a health warning with this, we're going to get this exit poll data in waves throughout the evening, so it will change. But just to give you some takeaway headlines so far, from this data, it appears that we've got a more diverse electorate this time round, a more educated electorate as well. Just to give you a sense of the kinds of trends that we're seeing, the number of college educated graduates that we're seeing is up 5 points from 40% in 2016 to 45% in 2020. Now that is significant because that's the constituency that Joe Biden and the Democrats are going after. And it could be pivotal in places like Georgia, for instance, and some of the suburbs around Atlanta, for instance. So very important, and the Democrats will be heartened by this. It's early data, though.
That's something crucial to watch out for.
Something crucial. And one other thing as well, we're seeing non-college educated voters down. Why does that matter? They were absolutely core to Donald Trump's victory 4 years ago. What he needs to do tonight is to extend not only his base, but he needs outreach elsewhere. If he can't do that, a path to the White House looks very problematic for him. And just to add, and Ed will have more detail on this coming up very soon, but COVID and the economy, these are two prevailing issues that we know are crucially important to voters. Everywhere I've been in the country, it's often in the top 3 list of priorities. Now, 52% of voters said containing the virus now was more important, even if that meant it hurt the economy. And we've seen, haven't we, Joe Biden put coronavirus and tackling it front and centre of his campaign. Conversely, you've got Donald Trump holding these big rallies in key swing states with big COVID outbreaks right now, playing down the threat. So potentially consequential, that data.
OK, some pointers, perhaps straws in the wind. Well, it's a little over 90 minutes now until the first polls close. Most ballots, therefore, have now been cast, whether by post or in person. And, of course, behind all those votes will be concerns about the issues that have powered such a divisive race. Foremost amongst those, of course, as we've just mentioned, is coronavirus.
Well, by everything that I've read, the United States has failed compared to many countries around the world. So it's very disappointing. And as a senior who lives in a senior community, I'm very aware of this and very concerned.
My biggest fear really is probably with the COVID situation at the moment, just how much that's going to keep going on and affecting our everyday life, and when will we return back to normal. Especially I'm a hairstylist, so my job's greatly affected by if we're actually able to interact with people, and if I get shut down again, that really does affect me and a lot of my coworkers and everyone else in this industry as well.
In my job, I have to deal with people that have been struggling with this whole coronavirus and that haven't been able to make simple payments like get groceries.
If we'd all mask up and just keep our distance, I think we can get through this. America's gotten through a lot worse.
Just a flavour there. So what are the thoughts of voters in the states that will decide who wins tonight? Well, we're in West Palm Beach in Florida, which may be Donald Trump's most important target. Siobhan Robbins is there for us. Sally Lockwood is in Pittsburgh in Pennsylvania, a crucial state for Joe Biden's campaign for the presidency. And Helen Ann Smith is in Phoenix, Arizona, which has only voted Democrat twice since the Second World War, but perhaps could do so again tonight. So let's go to Siobhan in Florida first of all. And whatever happens this evening, Siobhan, Florida is always crucial.
That's right. Florida is often a tight race, and this year it's no different. And what's been interesting today is speaking to voters on both sides. They seem much tenser than they have in the last few weeks, much more nervous. Donald Trump, though, he's feeling confident. He thinks that he can win Florida. His wife has been here today casting her ballot up the road from where I am now. And then on the other side of the state, Jill Biden's been trying to drum up some last-minute support for Joe. She's been in Tampa talking to people there. But it's interesting because there's such a mix of people in this state, such a mix of demographics, which really means it isn't that easy to call. So we've got Joe Biden, for example, polling well with some older people who are worried about coronavirus. The Democrats also tend to poll well with black voters, but then they're concerned about his draw to some members of the Hispanic community, particularly Cubans. So it isn't a done deal by any means for either side. And the good news about Florida is they count really quickly. So we should start getting an indication of which way this state is leaning, hopefully in the next few hours.
OK, thank you very much indeed. Let's go to Sally Lockwood in Pittsburgh in Pennsylvania. And Sally, both campaigns been expending so much time and energy in Pennsylvania.
Yes, this is a hugely consequential state, Dermot. Indeed, it could be that all eyes are on Pennsylvania in the coming days, as this is where the election could end up being decided. As you say, Joe Biden and Donald Trump have absolutely blitzed this state during their campaigns. Joe Biden, originally from Pennsylvania, from Scranton, has been framing himself as a local who understands the state with his blue-collar roots. Donald Trump, of course, took Pennsylvania for the first time in 2 decades for the Republicans by promising jobs to those blue-collar workers who felt disenfranchised by the political establishment. Now, it's a microcosm of the country, Pennsylvania. Here in Pittsburgh and Philadelphia, you find a lot of Democratic support, but you don't need to go too far from here to be in really thick Trump country, where you find it hard to find any Democratic support whatsoever. We were there at a rally very recently. They still absolutely love Donald Trump and everything that he stands for. But both candidates know just how important Pennsylvania is. Donald Trump took the state by fewer than 45,000 1,000 votes in 2016. Now, in terms of early voting, around a third of people here voted early, so the majority were due to turn out on the day. And we saw a lot of enthusiasm very early on this morning, people queuing up in the dark before daylight, before polls opened. Well, that has died off throughout the day. The polling stations are still very quiet now, despite the fact that they don't close for another 2.5 hours. And the state has confirmed that it's received 81% of those postal ballots back already. Now, that is also very important because the Supreme Court ruled recently that those postal votes could be counted, any that arrive up to 3 days after Election Day, provided that they were postmarked by the 3rd of November. Now, that is something that Donald Trump looks like he may contest in the courts following this election if it is closed. And that we've had a court involvement already today. A federal judge in Washington ordered inspectors to go and do sweeps of postal counting facilities to check that there were no forgotten ballots. The courts could prove hugely consequential in this election, especially here in Pennsylvania, where we're not expecting a result before Friday.
OK, Sally, thank you very much indeed. Let's go to Helen Ann Smith in Phoenix, Arizona. And Helen Ann, as we've been saying, normally a solidly Republican state, more or less, but the Democrats have some expectations.
Yeah, absolutely, Dermot. If you'd called Arizona a swing state just a decade ago, it probably would have raised some eyebrows. But tonight, it's set to be one of the key battlegrounds that could pave the way to a Biden White House. Now, this state has been historically, traditionally a loyal, deep, ruby red Republican state. Voters here have only backed a Democrat presidential nominee once since 1952. It could change tonight, and if it does, it'll be largely because the demographics of this change have been rapidly changing. The electorate here, the population has doubled in the last 30 years. There are many more young voters, many more urban-dwelling voters, many more Latino voters, and also transient voters as well. Now, these groups tend to lead Democrat if they come out to the polls in significant numbers, and if they're joined by a group of suburban voters who would normally vote Republican, but perhaps who feel that they're not so keen on Donald Trump, then that could be enough to make history here in Arizona tonight. Really important to say it's not a done deal. Trump still enjoys a huge amount of support in the rural parts of this state. Let me leave you with one thought. On paper, it's possible for a Republican nominee to make it to the White House without Arizona, but it's never happened before. It could be a very pivotal place tonight.
OK, Helen Ann, thank you very much indeed. Still voting in large numbers there in Arizona. Now, much more to come, including some of those fascinating details emerging from the early findings of the national exit poll. Stay with us. Welcome back to Washington, where after a long and bitter campaign, the countdown to the first of the polls to close is entering its final stages now. And as soon as the votes are being counted, we're going to bring you every single result. But we already have a lot of valuable information about why people have voted and which groups have voted. Here's Ed Conway with the details. What have you got, Ed?
Yeah, thanks, Tom. As you know, the exit poll here in the US is a little bit different to the one we have in the UK. I'm going to show you why. It's not just about finding out the result, as we are very fixated with in the UK exit poll, but it's also about examining the shape of the electorate, why people are voting the way they are, and what's going on beneath the surface. And I want to just show you that. By the way, I should say, Dermot, before we start, there have been a few votes cast already in this election. They weren't, polls are still open, but there are 2 counties in New Hampshire where they count early, actually midnight last night. So Donald Trump already has 16 votes and Joe Biden has 10. But I think we're going to get a few more than those over the course of the next few hours when those polls close. Now, as I said, the exit poll isn't necessarily just about who is winning. It's also about who is voting. And I can show you some of that stuff. It's quite early, and these numbers, it's based on a sample size of only about 9,000. But here's what we're learning about the electorate so far. So here you can see over 65s, the proportion of over 65s who are voting is actually slightly up on last time around. Now, this constituent part of the demography was very positive for Donald Trump last time around. So whether that will be the case this time around, we will have to see. And these bars, all they're showing you, it's not party affiliation. It's showing you 2016, that's the light bar, and where we are for this election. So 2020, the dark bars are what matter here. And we're looking at the change in the makeup of the electorate. Non-white voters up again compared with last time. A lot of non-white voters, black, Hispanic, didn't turn out for Hillary Clinton last time around. Will they come and vote for Joe Biden? Will they vote for Donald Trump? We'll have to see. In the early polling, he was doing actually a bit better than expected, particularly with Hispanics. College graduates also up from last time. So college graduates up compared with last time around. Now, that should be promising. Joe Biden will look at that and be very encouraged by that, as will he by this. White non-college graduates. Now, this was, to some extent, the core of that Midwest vote for Donald Trump, down quite sharply as a proportion of the total. And it's very early, as I say, and later on we'll have more detail for you about the way that people look like they're actually voting. But so far, we do have that stuff. And come and have a look at this as well, because this is rather interesting. This shows you here the issues that people were most focused on when they were voting. So which of these issues mattered most when you were deciding how you voted for the president? And bear in mind, this is happening right now, and this data might change over the course of the next few hours as we get more stuff in. It's very early. But so far, look at the issues that have come up. Racial inequality, 21%. Actually more than coronavirus, which was 18%. But a lot of people said if you're dealing with something right now, coronavirus is the big issue. But just dealing with all of those issues people are thinking about, the economy was the biggest. It's the economy stupid. It's that slogan that seems to kind of crop up so many times in US elections, followed by crime and safety, followed by healthcare. That might be a surprise, the economy number being higher than coronavirus. But as I say, there was another question in here saying which issue is the most important right now, and people said it was coronavirus and dealing with it. So that is the state of the early numbers from the exit poll. But as I say, we're going to have more on that as the numbers start to come in, as will we have more numbers on that race to 270. And have a look here. You can see it here, our virtual White House. This will be where that race takes place, when these two men face off, trying to get up to 270 electoral college votes all the way along that reflecting pool towards the White House. Which one will it be? Well, hopefully we might find out in the next few hours, Dermot.
Crikey, Ed, it's only 20 to 11 or something like that in the UK. And look how excited he is now. Imagine what happens when we get some results. Omarosa, I want to talk to you about that exit poll. If you were looking at those findings, and it's a small sample, and all those caveats that you've got to have around an exit poll, which candidate would be perhaps more heartened, more encouraged by it?
You know, if I was Donald Trump, I'd be very concerned. In fact, last cycle, we depended greatly on uneducated voters. So to see the numbers skewing towards highly educated voters coming out and outnumbering those, I'd be very concerned. And if you are Joe Biden, you're encouraged that your message is resonating and that your base is moving to the polls.
And what about the non-white vote as well? An increase there?
Well, we know what was noted in that piece is very true. We think about Michigan. Trump won by a very small margin, and there were hundreds of thousands of African Americans who did not vote. in November 4 years ago. And so they're turning out the African-American vote, but there's also this plethora, a diversity, rushing to the polls, looking for change. That's encouraging for Joe Biden, a little disappointing if you're Donald Trump.
OK, let's talk to Ashley Koenig about that. And tell us a little bit as well, Ashley, about the methodology in assembling these findings. We understand it's a fairly small sample, but also what it has discovered.
So once again, the pandemic has affected exit polling as well. And even in the past, we know that exit polls are an incredible explanatory tool, but we have to be cautious with early results. Number one, we're in a pandemic, and obviously the exit polls can't all be in person, especially because of different voting procedures in different states with mail-in and early voting. We've had a lot of phone calls for the exit polls leading up to Election Day, in addition to people being stationed at early voting locations and then stationed throughout Election Day at polling places like normal. So we do have to be careful what we're seeing at first, because it also could be somewhat of a blue mirage. There's a talk about the early voting and mail-in ballots being heavily Democratic. So perhaps what we're seeing in the numbers, particularly with more college educated, more prone to saying racial inequality is the number one issue, these could be a factor of who actually has turned out to vote right now and what the exit polls are showing. As the night goes on, and eventually as they're weighted to the actual results, the exit polls are wonderful at explaining why and how people voted the way they did.
But early days. Kim Darroch, with, as I say, all those caveats, all those health warnings, what have you taken out of that exit poll?
As you say, Dermot, the caveats are important. It's very early days, but I agree with Omarosa. Most of the changes that you see there in comparison with 2016 look like they should favour Joe Biden over Donald Trump. In particular, I was struck by the smaller number of non-college educated individuals voting, because, as others have said, one of the key demographics for Donald Trump in his victory in 2016 was he absolutely overwhelmingly defeated Hillary Clinton amongst non-college educated white men. So if fewer of them are voting this time and more people with college educations are voting, that ought to favour Joe Biden.
And Cordelia, you were telling us a little bit about the exit poll as well, but something I didn't mention there in terms of what people were most concerned about. Yes, the economy, coronavirus was there, but when it comes to handling coronavirus, also some interesting findings.
Yeah, and this has been absolutely fundamental. It has split the two candidates in terms of their campaigning strategy. Donald Trump really trying to play down the pandemic in the hope that he can share this sort of wave of optimism that the country's ready to return, hoping that he can get the country on side, a country that in parts, in some places, has been very impatient for change, to see business grow. But what we are seeing is outbreaks of coronavirus in really pivotal places. I'm talking about the industrial Midwest, it's the Michigan, it's the Wisconsin, the Pennsylvania. Tonight, those places are going to be absolutely essential for either candidate to secure a path to victory. And what we're seeing in that exit poll data, Dermot, is that, yes, people care deeply about the economy. In fact, it is top of their priority, but they are willing to endure some financial heartache, it would appear, and again, with the caveat that this is early data, it's a small sample size, it could change, but they're willing to endure some pain if they can overcome this pandemic. I mean, let's not forget the spectre of the pandemic, something I've covered from the very beginning of its outbreak in New York back in March. This has cost more than 230,000 American lives. It's taken an enormous toll, and there's been a lot of criticism levied at Donald Trump that he hasn't, at pivotal moments, shown sufficient empathy to voters. We will see whether that is ultimately going to hurt him in the places that he needs to keep, because let's talk again to remind us all that for Donald Trump tonight, he really needs to try and hold on to everything he got in 2016.
That's what I want to ask Kim Darroch about as well, particularly that. I mean, parties are finding out, aren't they, Kim Darroch? And they know it already, but it seems to be happening more quickly. What shifting sands their support is based on? Add into that coronavirus and then the divisive nature of the approach of Donald Trump. And everything's a moving target for them.
Yeah, it does feel that way, doesn't it? Not just in America as well. The modern voter just seems much more fickle than his or her parents or grandparents. And they're voting on issues of the moment rather than in a very sort of ideological, I've always voted this way or that way kind of fashion. And, it makes it much tougher for politicians. They need to feel they keep delivering every day to keep the voters choosing them.
Well, for the time being, thank you very much. Coming up, we're going to be hearing from some of those voters who feel like they've been left with a difficult choice in this election.
On November the 1st, 2006, 2 Russian agents released a deadly nuclear poison. The agents were on a mission to kill former KGB spy Alexander Litvinenko. But there was another man in the hotel bar that afternoon, and his life became intertwined with Alexander Litvinenko from that day forward. From Sky News' multi-award-winning podcast, Storycast, now comes Polonium and the Piano Player. Subscribe now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Now, we've been talking an awful lot about the numbers, and while the results will, of course, be crucial, tonight is about much more than that. Both sides have billed the election as a battle for the very soul of the nation and offered starkly differing weapons for the fight. For the voters in the middle, it's left as much confusion, perhaps, as clarity.
I just want a president who cares, who's earnest and decent and shows some humanity.
Honesty. I think that's what everybody's looking for.
Not a president is going to say he's going to do one thing and then doesn't follow through. Honesty and follow through. I think that's what any American wants.
I just think that the president's behavior is the one issue. That's the issue. His behavior is so bad and people are just disgusted with it. That's my opinion.
I want a president who puts others before himself, who uses the presidency to do good for other people rather than to benefit himself. I'm looking for a president who my children can look up to.
If Biden happens to win, which I don't think will happen, I still wish him well. I just hope he will buy a bunch of energy drinks because he's going to need it.
I think no matter who wins the election come November and who starts in January, that the important thing should be for everybody to be together and to not have any violence between anybody at all.
Well, of course, race is another of the issues that has been the source of so much turmoil in this campaign. Our special correspondent, Alex Crawford, is right here in Washington, where a big BLM rally is taking place this evening. And, Alex, we can hear it from up here. What's going on the ground?
Well, at the moment, so far, it's been very much a carnival atmosphere. You can see behind here what should be one of the most recognizable sights in America. It's the White House, now covered and surrounded. There's a perimeter 8-foot-high fence full of graffiti, slogans and signs. But everyone around, there's like a number of different groups and not just BLM, but here's someone who looks fairly familiar.
Hello.
Tell me a little bit. You look like you've come as Donald Trump, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm a future Trump in, 2 months, 2.5 months? So, Donald Trump from the future.
A little bit of fun, but an underlying serious nature to this whole event.
Not serious. I mean, we just need to take it easier in America. Everyone's so black and white. We need to be more shades of gray and not be so mad at each other. So, just came out to have a little fun and, get people to laugh. So.
It's an important occasion, though, isn't it? I mean, How much do you reckon is at stake?
A lot. Basically the next 10 or 20 years, because if Trump wins again, then, his son might run 4 years from now and then another 4 years. And, a lot of people are just very, very against it. And we should probably get someone where more people can just agree and not be so black and white and, hate each other so much. We all live in the same country. It's not that big of a deal.
Okay, an appeal for peace. Thanks for talking to us. Let's go a little bit further so we can show you the atmosphere. I mean, look, there's people on skates, there's people with flags, there's an awful lot of media, some of whom are very heavily clothed, wearing flak jackets and helmets because they fear a possible outbreak of violence. But you can see at the moment, very much an attempt to make it a carnival atmosphere. There's people playing the drums here. There's groups calling for business to remain open. There's groups calling, sort of outlining the fact that they're worried about the sanctity of the vote. Over here, there's a group of volunteers who are mending bikes for those people who've come on their bikes. Here, you can see this seems to be what a lot of people, the message that a lot of people are wanting to show: respect the vote, people. So whatever the outcome, they want people to agree, to be peaceful. But you can probably see behind that a lot of the buildings behind have been boarded up. A lot of them are all protected against possible violence. Let's have oh, I don't think these people want to talk. Can I talk to you first? Oh, no, they don't want to talk. Okay, never mind. Just trying to, hi, do you mind if I talk to you?
I'm sorry?
Where have you come from, sir?
Dallas, Texas.
Okay, and why are you here?
I've always wanted to be in D.C. on election night, and I feel like this is probably the most important election in my lifetime. So I definitely want to be here to just feel everything that's going on.
Doesn't feel like right now there's going to be any trouble, does there?
I don't think it is.
Great, thank you. Let's hope it stays that way. Thanks very much.
Right, thank you.
We'll be keeping you in touch with what happens throughout the night, but so far, a very jolly atmosphere.
OK, Alex, thank you very much indeed. Well, more to come shortly as we start our final countdown to the close of the first polls and therefore the first results of this remarkable election. Well, it's been the most extraordinary campaign of modern times. The race for the White House is about to come to an end. In just an hour's time, the first polls close, and the choice of this divided nation between two radically different views will start to become clear. Tonight, America decides. Donald Trump has spent the final day of the election campaign rallying his supporters and promising to defy the odds for a second time. His opponent, Joe Biden, said more Americans had voted in this election than at any time in American history and called for his supporters to make history. Across the country, those voters have defied concerns about coronavirus and intimidation at the polls, turning out in large numbers to have their say. We're live across the country in the states and with the people whose votes will decide the election. And we'll bring you every result live as the candidates discover the verdict. And the world finds out who will win the race for the White House. Good evening from Washington, D.C., where the countdown is now on. There's less than an hour to go before the first polls close and the first results start to emerge in this remarkable election. Now, over the course of tonight, we'll bring you every result from every single corner of the United States as they come in, and we discover which course the American people have chosen. Well, with me as we negotiate what could be a seismic night, Sky's US correspondent Cordelia Lynch, former White House advisor and senior aide to President Trump, Omarosa Manigault-Newman. And we are also joined by the leading pollster, Ashley Koenig, and Lord Kim Darroch, until recently the UK's ambassador to the United States. Well, Cordelia, to you first. I mean, it's been such a turbulent year, extraordinary campaign, the rallies. What, though, might be the decisive factors in the voters' minds?
Well, we know that a top priority amongst many voters is the economy. Now, that's something that Donald Trump has always hoped, that he's tried to double down on. What is curious about it is in his closing message, we haven't heard that much about the economy. I'd be very interested to hear Omarosa's take on that and why you think he hasn't zeroed in on it more. Coronavirus, though, omnipresent in all of this. The spectre of a pandemic and a nation that has really suffered will be crucial. So too, this aspect of racial unrest. And what we are seeing from the early exit poll data, and as we say, it's a small sample size at this point, but there is a more diverse electorate. And I think what we're going to be looking at a lot tonight is those trends. Is it a changed America, an America with more African-American voters, more Latino voters? Will that lend support to Joe Biden? Not necessarily in some aspects, because we know that the Hispanic vote is complex. We know that Donald Trump appears to have made inroads, for instance, with Cuban Americans, concerned that Joe Biden's presidency might ultimately result in America becoming a socialist society. But their paths to power are definitely strikingly different. The political earthquake that Donald Trump delivered 4 years ago stunned the world, stunned the country, and definitely stunned Democrats who were perceived to have been detached and elitist. But it's different for him this time round. His challenges, his hurdles are greater because of this changed country. The polls coming in have consistently put Joe Biden ahead with bigger margins than we saw with Hillary Clinton. What Joe Biden needs to do is kind of incremental changes in those key swing states. Let's not forget that the industrial Midwest was what really helped win it for Donald Trump and those non-college educated voters. It was a matter of less than 80,000 votes that decided the election. If Joe Biden can make progress in some of those areas with suburban women, which polls suggest that he is improving on, with college and non-college educated voters, as well as get more African Americans to the ballot in the way that Hillary Clinton just wasn't able to, that's enough for him to do well.
A few percent here and there. And Omarosa, what do you make of that question Cordelia posed there? The nature of the campaign, because you were there in 2016 yes. with this insurgent, this maverick who seemed to go off on riffs. It didn't matter, though, because Hillary Clinton perhaps was so unpopular. What do you think about the messaging this time round?
His messaging has not been consistent. In fact, he's been all over the place. I took very good care to pay attention to his rallies for the last week. And one moment he's speaking about Hunter Biden, the next minute he's complaining about the media, and then he closes it out by attacking or calling his opponents foul names. That messaging is not going to allow him to expand his base, which he needs to do if he wants to win. The other thing is, Donald Trump in his first run had a different relationship with the media. Right? They loved covering his rallies from start to finish. Now they only take just a few minutes. And also the money. Donald Trump's campaign is hurting financially. Back in 2016, 2015, we weren't concerned about the money. Donald Trump wrote a check to his campaign whenever he fell short. very notable. Donald Trump has yet to
Yeah.
write money.
And on the
a check to
messaging,
himself.
what about the coronavirus then? You know, he came out of hospital. How remarkable that was, just how quickly he came out, but all that treatment that he had that wasn't available to ordinary Americans. But then just continued on, it's not that bad. We're turning the corner. But the figures tell us another story.
Well, not just the figures, but people at home who have lost a loved one, who've seen a coworker struggling, who have seen the impact of the coronavirus on this country in communities. So Donald Trump can say whatever he wants from the White House, where he has a full medical team and full medical staff. But people in rural America right now are hurting and impacted in great ways. And because Donald Trump has ignored that, he will pay the price, I believe, this evening.
Kim Darroch, come in this. Compare and contrast, from your view, the differing campaigns. If, of course, you were still in post, you'd have to be reporting back to London on what approach the candidates are taking.
I would indeed, Dermot, and I have to say it feels much more comfortable to be watching it from afar. I'd make 2 points here. First, Cordelia is absolutely right that America is changing. So some of the things you're seeing in those exit polls are reflecting those changes. But the other big difference of 2016 is Donald Trump in 2016 could run as the complete outsider. The successful businessman, the reality TV star, didn't have to defend a record. This time he does. And frankly, it looks quite mixed, especially his record on the coronavirus, on the pandemic, does not look that good. And Biden has been able to turn the campaigns into a referendum on Donald Trump's presidency. And, you know, perhaps it's not going so well for him. Second, on messaging, I've spent 3.5 years really watching every single press conference and speech that Donald Trump gave. And he, don't know whether Marosa would agree, he's just not a disciplined speaker. Countless times the White House would be saying he's going to do a speech on this aspect of the economy, or his plans on infrastructure, or his plans on immigration, and he would end up talking about his grievances of the day, whether it was the fake media or lack of democratic cooperation, or what he wanted to get through Congress, or whatever. And this campaign has been more of the same. And yes, since the economy ought to be his strongest point, that's what he should have been talking about. But he just can't bring himself to do it. He talks about what is in the front of his mind each day. And quite a lot of it is, as I say, grievances about the way the media are covering him or the way the opposition are behaving. And no, that's been a problem for him.
Just a quick thought on that, Omarosa. I mean, I saw you nodding along with Kim Darroch there. Is that the point? You'd go into a rally or a news conference and he'd be briefed about one thing and then just go off on another tack.
Yeah, the messaging has not been consistent, but just think about that. Just in the last 2 days, he's threatened to fire Fauci. He's also kind of said that there was going to be violence in Pennsylvania. Every single rally became a liability for him. It didn't help him. In fact, it harmed his messaging and his campaign.
OK, to be continued. Now, you won't miss a thing tonight. We're going to be tallying every vote as it comes in as we count down to the polls closing in every state. Just a little over 45 minutes now until the first of those polls close in 6 states, and the first results then start coming through, some of them fairly quickly. The most important section on your screen then is in the corner. That's the race for 270 electoral college votes. That is the bare minimum you need to win the presidency. That's what they need to get into the White House, and we'll keep track of that throughout the night. Now, those votes are determined by who wins each state. We show you those live results as they're counted in real time. You can see how many electoral college votes apply in each state there. Some much, much bigger than others, as you can see. We've also got a huge bank of information from an exit poll that's been conducted across the United States today. That explains which groups voted for each candidate and indeed why. So turnout is likely to be very high. As we've mentioned, almost 100 million Americans had already voted before today, but that doesn't seem to have led to low numbers at polling stations today. So let's go to some of the key swing states that will ultimately determine the result of this election. Siobhan Robbins is in West Palm Beach in Florida. Crucial for Donald Trump's chances. No Republican wins the presidency without winning Florida all the way back to 1924 and Calvin Coolidge. Sally Lockwood is there in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, the state where Joe Biden was born, but without which he might not reach the White House. And Helen Ann Smith is in Phoenix, Arizona, a state the Democrats are hoping to win. Forget this, only the second time since 1948. So let's go to West Palm Beach, Florida, first of all, and Siobhan Robbins. And Siobhan, as I'm saying there, it's usually close. Well, I'm going to stick my neck out here, not too much to say. It's always close in Florida and always crucial.
You're right. You're absolutely right. As you say, often a tight race. This year is no different. But Donald Trump is feeling confident. He thinks that he's got Florida on side. It's interesting, though. We were talking to voters here today. They seemed much more nervous than they have been over the last few weeks, much more tense. But Donald Trump really thinks he's got it made here. His wife, Melania Trump, was down the road earlier today putting in her vote. And then on the other side of the state, Jill Biden has been trying to drum up last-minute support for her husband, Joe. And just like America, this state is divided. So traditionally, black voters tend to lean towards the Democrats. We're seeing some older voters leaning towards Joe Biden as well this year due to concerns over coronavirus. But then on the other side, Cubans particularly lean towards Donald Trump. So it's still a very close race here, all to play for. It's a fascinating campaign. It's a tight competition. Fingers crossed we will get those results here pretty quickly because Florida counts fast. So stick with me and I'll keep you up to date throughout the night.
Certainly will. Thank you, Siobhan. Let's go to Sally there in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And as we're saying, Sally, the battle for Pennsylvania could be the decisive one.
Yeah, absolutely. We may not know the result here for several days, but this really could be the tipping point of this election. Analysts predicting that Pennsylvania is the knife edge as to when this election could fall. If Pennsylvania falls one way, the rest of the country, it's expected, will follow. Now, Pennsylvania is a microcosm of the rest of the country. The populated urban areas like Pittsburgh, where we are, usually favour the Democrats, and in the more rural areas favour the Republicans. Well, for a microcosm of the state, let me introduce you to this table. Here we have Josh, who voted for Joe Biden, and Linnea, who voted for Donald Trump. Now, how do you make a relationship work in the current political climate with opposing views like this?
We're very understanding. We talk about everything, and that's kind of it. We don't let it affect our everyday lives.
And tell me, why did you give Donald Trump your vote?
I think his tax policy is a little bit better than Biden's.
And did you vote Donald Trump last time?
Yeah.
And you've been happy with the last 4 years and how it's gone?
It's been rocky, but yeah.
And Josh, what about you? What made you vote for Joe Biden?
Before that, I just wanted to make a comment, actually, that you're asking about our relationship during, these times, because they're obviously very hard. But, we both feel like we fall in the middle of the road. We both don't think we love both candidates, to be honest.
Okay.
We wish we could find that middle person. But why I voted for Biden is because, I'm in the healthcare industry, and so every day I've been dealing with COVID. I'm in the infectious disease field, so I've been dealing with COVID-19 for the past half a year now. And I have just been increasingly upset with the response to COVID-19. So looking at that and in the bigger picture of healthcare, that is why I wanted to vote for Biden, is because I just really wanted a stronger plan for healthcare. And I feel like as a country we can build off of that, because right now we spend way too much and we do not get the best outcomes from how much we spend as a percentage of our GDP.
And what do you make of Donald Trump's handling of the pandemic?
I mean, in the beginning, I was very confident. I was watching the news briefings. I was following the coronavirus response team, following what Dr. Fauci had to say. I still strongly believe Dr. Fauci really is, who we need to listen to. And I think there was really good points. The acceleration of Project Warp Speed to get vaccines developed, that's exactly what we needed as the community. Yeah. And I thought that was great. But then there was, national mandates and everything like that. There were a lot of missteps that I wish we could have had stronger responses to.
Okay, well, thank you so much indeed for your views today. It is very divisive times. I've met friends who say they can no longer talk to their friends about politics. very good example of a couple who can share different views. But it is very divided here in Pennsylvania. We won't know the results until Friday, but in some of those other crucial Rust Belt states, we may hear by the early hours of tomorrow morning on Wisconsin.
OK, thank you very much indeed, Sally. Let's go to Helen Ann Smith there in Phoenix, Arizona. We've been talking about turnout, Helen Ann. Remarkable, I know, in Arizona, and still voting there.
Yeah, that's absolutely right, Dermot. There's actually been something of a real party atmosphere here in Phoenix, Arizona. You might be able to hear the music still playing. There's been a truck with a DJ mounted on the back of it, talking to voters who are still waiting to cast their ballots. They're enthusiastic, pleased to be here. There have been queues, as you can see behind me, but they haven't been that long. And the reason for that is that there's a robust tradition of early voting here in Arizona. Back in the 2018 midterm elections, 4 out of 5 Arizonans cast their ballots early. So all of that means that we could get a reasonably early indication from Arizona as to how things are going. They've already been counting the ballots here for 2 weeks. Now, this is a traditionally ruby-red Republican state that the Democrats really believe they have a chance of winning this time. If they do, it will be largely because the demographics here have shifted really quickly over the past 2 decades. The population has doubled in the last 30 years. There are a lot of young voters, a lot of Latino voters, a lot of transient voters, people who have come from other states, perhaps sun-seeking, or coming to Phoenix or Tucson, the big 2 cities, to find work. But whether those groups who will traditionally lean Democrat can flip this state blue will depend very much on whether they turn out. Of course, as well, they don't all vote in homogenous groups. The Latino vote is a big one here. The Latinos here tend to be from Mexican descent. They tend to lean Democrat, but absolutely not entirely. And certainly last election, fewer than half of them who were eligible to vote here actually did turn up. So turnout will be a huge thing here, Dermot. Both men have a path to the White House without Arizona, but it will be an early indication of how things are going. If Trump is doing badly here, he may well be doing not that well in other parts of America as well.
OK, Helen Ann, thank you very much indeed. Well, about just over 40 minutes now to go until those first polls close in 6 states. Now, amongst them is Georgia, a state that the Democrats have been putting an awful lot of effort into and think they might be able to flip this evening. Let's go over to Ed Conway now, who can talk us through the path to power for both candidates, the role Georgia and indeed those other swing states will play. Ed.
Yeah, that's right, Dermot. Well, the night has fallen outside your view, but also outside our virtual White House. Here you can see where we will be tracking the race between these 2 men, watching how their paths to power could compare. They are both aiming to get to 270 electoral college votes over there on our finishing line, and we'll bring that to you as those numbers come through. But I want to just kind of show you, and this is something that Dermot was referring to, I want to show you the question of what those paths to power might actually be. And we'll start, shall we, by just remembering what happened last time around. This was the result from last time. Hillary Clinton had 232 electoral college votes, Donald Trump 306, mainly because he won up here, down there in Florida, and obviously held on to Georgia, which you were mentioning a moment ago, Dermot, but Florida, but also these Rust Belt states where we saw Sally a moment ago. By the way, I should say the reason that Maine is striped is because one of their electoral college votes went Republican last time around. They actually split their votes. So does Nebraska. But for the most part, it's you get over the line and you get all of those votes. So if you get over in Texas, you get 38 electoral college votes. That's why it's so important for the Republicans. But what I want to do is just imagine a kind of scenario where let's start with what happened last time around. This is our hypothetical kind of electoral college path builder. And imagine that Joe Biden does manage to turn these Rust Belt states blue. So I'm going to put them into Democrat blue, and look at what happens to his number. Instantly, he's over 270. He becomes president just by winning these states. So that's one of his paths to power. He doesn't even have to win elsewhere. Or an alternative for Joe Biden, we'll turn those black back into red, and imagine that he could win in Florida and North Carolina. We'll turn those blue. They go blue And look, again, that's an alternative route. So he's got this route, the Frost Belt up here in these northern states, and this Sun Belt route, potentially, if he wins in Florida, North Carolina. And you mentioned Georgia. I mean, you know, who knows? That is a traditionally Republican state. But if he's winning in Florida, he could well win in Georgia, taking up his total towards 300. For Donald Trump, it's a different matter, really, isn't it? It's about trying to hang on to the states that he won last time around. If he does that, then he stays at 306. He stays in the White House. And potentially there are some targets that the Republicans are looking at. So it's not just about defence, and there are some key defence places here, some defence states, but they're also potentially looking at places like New Hampshire. So I paint that red, and you can see up to 310 electoral college votes. The Republicans hoping they might have a chance in New Hampshire. We'll have to see. As you say, Dermot, it's still very early in the night. We're getting results through over the course of the coming hours, and we'll bring them all to you. And we'll be able to delve into this map, showing you more detail than we have in any previous election. I'll show you more of those gadgets and gizmos we've got in the next few hours.
The cue of Sky News there, Ed Conway. And so what's the mood of the two candidates as we enter the very final moments of the election? Well, let's talk to our correspondent. Greg Milam, who's with the Democrats in Wilmington in Delaware. James Matthews is at the White House here in Washington. So, Greg, first of all, to the Joe Biden camp, anything emerging?
Well, we know that the former vice president is watching what's happening at his home here in Wilmington. We're told by his campaign that they expect he will address the nation, to use their term, at some point when the shape of the evening begins to emerge. He'll do it from this stage here. It's the place that he accepted the nomination in the COVID-friendly Democrat National Convention back in the summer. Their intention is that he will project calm and unity, and that idea of addressing the nation, of course, sounds presidential, and that is the intention, because they know this could be messy, they know it could go on for some time, it could be protracted, and he wants to appear to be the grown-up that the country needs at this time. He has been out on the campaign trail today, once again focusing on Pennsylvania, the state where he was born. He wanted all of his team out on the road, and they've all been out there. It was a tour of nostalgia, if you like. He went to the home he lived in as a child, signing a wall inside that house. He went to the home of the Constitution, the Constitutional Center in Philadelphia, of course, a significant democratic institution here in the United States. Went to some neighborhoods to try to drive the turnout amongst the black vote as well. So keeping moving, because they know turnout will be critical, and that is the message he has been spreading before coming back here to Wilmington, where in the last couple of hours he gave this view on the president and what he expects to happen tonight.
I mean, he's embarrassing Republicans. Republicans are walking away from him. I mean, but look, like I said, I'm superstitious about predicting what an outcome is going to be till it happens. That's sort of who I am, how I've always run. And but I'm hopeful.
Now, the focus again today has been about those constituencies that they believe can win this election for Joe Biden, suburban voters, those who voted for Donald Trump last time but are wavering this time, and people critically who sat out the last election because they didn't like Donald Trump and they didn't like Hillary Clinton, so they stayed at home. They believe there's enough votes in all of those groups to push Joe Biden over the line, but they are even now in some states pushing turnout, trying to get people to the polls because they don't want to be seen to be taking anything for granted. So they will hope the picture is clear by the time Joe Biden takes to the stage here. You can probably see the cones in the car park. It is COVID-friendly, drive-in, very different to anything we've seen on election night in the past, but in keeping with how Joe Biden has run his campaign, of course.
OK, Greg, many thanks to the White House, James Matthews. And James, have we heard anything from the president?
Well, we have, yeah, predictably via Twitter, Dermot. He's tweeted within the past 5 minutes in capitals. He says, "We are looking really good all over the country. Thank you." That's the word from the incumbent president as he sits, we're told, in the East Wing watching the results, or preparing to watch the results come in with senior aides and his family. There is a war room, a Trump team war room just across the road in this White House complex where they are shifting the battleships and keeping an eye on those swing states. As the evening progresses, Donald Trump will join something like 250 Trump supporters for a party. Greg's talking about COVID precautions in the Biden camp. We won't see that inside the grounds of this White House. Actually, there's a bit of a controversy surrounding that event because there is a law that federal buildings here should not be used for party political purposes. The Trump team have been quick to point out that taxpayers' money isn't being used for that. And in any case, in the recent past, at the Republican National Convention and so on, they have driven a coach, horses and kitchen sink through that rule. So it's maybe the least of anybody's worries at this stage of the game. It's an interesting scene, an unprecedented scene here at the White House. Dermot, it's quiet in here, but this is Fortress White House, frankly. On an occasion when America celebrates democracy and puts flags in their front garden, America in its capital has put up non-scalable fences around the whole White House complex, which, you know, there's several blocks around. You can hear the people, where Alex Crawford, our correspondent, is about 100 yards that way on the other side of this 8 feet high fence. They call this place the People's House. The people are getting nowhere near it tonight. There is concern, of course, anxiety at how tonight may play out and the days after. That's largely wired into Donald Trump's stance that tonight he may declare the result before all the votes are counted, postal ballots and so on. He has denied that. But latterly in his campaign, he's been laying the foundations for such a scenario, questioning the validity of postal ballots, signalling legal challenge and talking about the prospect of physical violence. He did nothing to dampen that down. Today, when he visited Trump staff, campaigning staff in Virginia, he said that bad things happen when days are taken to count votes. It was a rather jaded president who turned up in Virginia. He returned to the White House in the early hours, having conducted 6 rallies yesterday, the latest one in Michigan. Let's listen to him and to what he had to say to those campaign workers and media in Virginia today.
I hear we're doing very well in Florida, we're doing very well in Arizona, we're doing incredibly well in Texas. I'm hearing we're doing well all over. I hear the lines are amazing. The lines have been amazing. And I think we're going to have a great night. We're going to have a great night. And we're going to have, much more importantly, we're going to have a great 4 years.
Yeah, and I have high drama ahead, Dermot, the highest possibly when he steps up to the mic and gives his interpretation of the results as they stand. I suppose then we will get a sense of whether he will carry out this, the prospect, or go through with it, of declaring a premature victory. He's talking about great results, saying everything's looking good. Republicans say that they are confident with regard to the Sun Belt, but I can tell you something, insiders say they're not too sure today about Pennsylvania. There are concerns about turnout there, and one source is telling us that they reckon they shouldn't have left it so late, that they should have encouraged Republicans to vote by mail, and that there were many discouraged by the president's rhetoric. When they're looking at turnout figures today, they're not happy. One source said it's not ideal in Pennsylvania.
OK, James, thank you very much indeed. Well, it's just over half an hour until the polls close in the first 6 states. And I want to continue on that theme that James was touching on about the potential, the possibility of a disputed election. And one of the key things we're watching tonight is whether the result is therefore close enough nationally, or indeed in swing states like Pennsylvania or Florida, for it to be disputed or even challenged. Now, throughout the evening, we're joined, I'm glad to say, by one of America's leading constitutional lawyers, Carol Laham. Very good to talk to you, Carol. Well, we hope that your skills aren't particularly required this evening, but they might be. Just give us the overview on what are the grounds for challenging a result in a state, or even an emerging result.
Well, there have to be some sort of unusual occasion with this respect to the election. I think mostly this year, what we're looking at is whether or not the mail-in ballots are going to be counted on time, whether they get posted by today, and whether they are received in the states by the time they're supposed to be, because every state has their own rules on that. So the mail-in ballots have been the fundamental area where there's been all the legal challenges this year. There could be other challenges. It depends on how close the vote is. There oftentimes are challenges about fraud. There could be challenges about the polling place and what's happened in any particular poll. But today, there hasn't seemed so far to be any issues. So it's really a long-term perspective on are all the votes going to be counted?
Yeah. But of course, precedent, and it takes us back, need I mention it, 2000 and Florida, and it came down to a few hundred votes and the intervention of the Supreme Court.
And that could happen again. It depends. I mean, it's unusual for the Supreme Court to have to get involved in an election, but it could happen. And it really depends on the idiosyncrasies of each particular state. It's not going to be a nationwide issue. It's going to be an issue about Pennsylvania or Florida or Wisconsin and what's happening in each of those states. Right now, there's sort of an open case about whether or not all the ballots are going to get counted in Pennsylvania. The Supreme Court declined to intercede before the election, but they have left it open to a challenge after the election about whether or not the ballots get to Pennsylvania in time and get counted.
So that's one place. But you mentioned there the Supreme Court already getting involved. But isn't it the case that, and for the federal courts as well, they're quite reluctant to get involved in these electoral matters and tend to go with the status quo?
That's true. They're reluctant, but that doesn't mean they won't do it if the situation arises and there's an occasion for it. So oftentimes state law is going to control, but the federal Constitution is the overarching Constitution. And the Supreme Court, if there is a case that comes under the Constitution, they will take it.
Well, great talking to you, Carol Laham. Thank you very much indeed. More from you later in the evening. Well, we've been talking an awful lot, haven't we, about the numbers. And while the results will, of course, be crucial, tonight is about much, much more than that. Both sides have billed the election as a battle for the soul of the nation. And that struggle has been felt especially viscerally around the issue of race.
My hope with the new president as a mom is that we can fix the divide that's in our country right now. We need to focus on the healthcare system, again, on education, and the racism that we're feeling. I've never felt such a divide in our country before.
For next election, I'm hoping that the president promotes peace and unity, and for all us to be one with each other and not to have any violence, not to have any rioting, and not to have any bad blood, and to know that we're stronger together than we are apart.
Well, I grew up in the segregated South, and it was horrible. And I regret what we lived under. I regret my own actions and my own behaviors. Fortunately, as a young man, I got over that and realized it was wrong. I hope we're on a forward path to a better place.
Something I hope and wish for our next president, whoever it is to look at the Latino community and not look us down anymore. We're just persons just like you. We have a future just like you do. But sometimes we don't get that same opportunity, and that's all I wish.
I feel that illegal immigrants are getting more than we are, and we work hard every day. And it just really upsets you when you're here and you're working and you grew up in the U.S., how much has changed, what's being taken away from us.
Well, some of the voters. Well, I'm joined now by one of the most senior Democrats in Washington and widely credited with re-energizing Joe Biden's presidential bid at the beginning of this year. Congressman Jim Clyburn. Very good to talk to you, Jim Clyburn. Well, tell me, first of all, you better give me your thoughts at this critical point in the evening.
Well, thank you very much for having me. Well, like Vice President Biden, I remain hopeful that the country will make a collective decision that will continue this journey towards a more perfect union. The fact of the matter is, I listened to a couple of people who spoke prior to me coming on. This country has always been in pursuit of a more perfect union, a recognition that we will never be perfect. But I'm always amused at people who tend to see themselves as being the only entities in this country. We have people from all walks of life, from all outside, all nations around the world, collectively coming here in pursuit of a democratic form of government. And you don't pursue that for yourselves by denying it to others. You do that by making sure that everybody has acceptable and affordability in this process. And so that's what this campaign is all about. Joe Biden talks about building back better. Everybody knows that COVID-19 has wreaked havoc on this country. And it's because we've had failed leadership, no national plan to combat this virus, and now it's reemerging and causing significant problems. We've got to have leadership, and we have not had it for the last 4 years. And this is not just about what it means to me, but what it means to the country, and whether we will continue that pursuit.
And Congressman, tell me why, in particular, in your view, you decided it was Joe Biden was the best candidate for the Democrats to take forward and perform that healing process you described.
Because when I looked at what was going on in the campaign and what went on 4 years ago, it occurred to me that we need to find a candidate who could stand up to the insults and the kind of scrutiny that would come with this campaign. And I just thought that Joe Biden was best equipped for that. Joe Hayden, no Democrat. In fact, I think he leans Republican. He was certainly a Republican appointee. He decided to come out against the president that he was once for. And what he said was, I'm going to vote for Joe Biden because Joe Biden is a good man and Donald Trump is not. That's what Joe Hayden said, and he had worked for the man. And so we are trying to restore goodness into the American process. We don't want to see a president leading this country by insulting citizens, disassociating with our allies around the world. We cannot live in isolation. This is one big world that we must function within, and this president is not allowing us to do so.
Well, we're going to find out very soon whether the president gets to remain in the White House. There are anti-scaling fences around that building. The shops in Washington, D.C. and so many other cities, shops and offices have been boarded up. There are demonstrators out on the streets in Washington. What happens if Donald Trump is re-elected, in your view, Mr. Clyburn?
Well, I think that there will be some disappointment by a lot of people. There'll be some disappointment by a lot of people, including me, if he is re-elected, because I really believe sincerely that this country will be taking a giant step backwards in our pursuit of a more perfect union. I just don't believe that we can afford for this country's experiment in democracy to come to a screeching halt. And that's what I'm fearful will happen when you have someone who celebrates autocracy. He himself professes to be, in his words and his actions, an autocrat. We need to continue going on this road to a more perfect union, and we'll do that by continuing this experiment that we call democracy. So there'll be some disappointments, but there's not going to be all of this violence in the street that he seems to be calling for. That's why we're having it, because he is making this stuff up, really inviting people to take to the streets. It's his people who are pushing people off the highways, who are going around with armed rifles in polling places. They're exciting people to riot. You don't see anybody on Biden's team doing anything to the Trump people. Not a single insult has been going from the Biden campaign. It's all coming from Donald Trump's people. And so they'll be dealt with. I think Joe Biden will be elected tonight. And I think that Joe Biden will put in place things that will start to bring this country back together. And that's what we need to have.
Jim Clyburn, great talking to you. Thank you very much indeed. And those first polls close in just under 20 minutes' time now. Well, from Congressman Clyburn, we can go to our special correspondent, Alex Crawford. She's at a Black Lives Matter protest right here in Washington. And what is going on, Alex?
Well, what can I
tell you, it's a real party atmosphere. Look at what's going on. This is all down Black Lives Matter Plaza. There's been dancing to entertain the crowds here whilst they're waiting for the results to come in. Everyone either chanting, sloganing, very much an anti-Trump gathering, it has to be said, but very, very jolly, very lively. Underneath, there is obviously a feeling of people being on tenterhooks, slightly waiting, worrying about what's going on. Let's see if we can try and talk to some of these people. She's been talking on. Hi, ma'am. Sorry to interrupt.
Sure.
You're live on Sky News.
Thank you.
Britain. Tell me, why are you here? Have you voted? What are your worries? Do you have any?
Yes, I'm with Refuse Fascism. I voted today. Actually, I voted early for Biden. And I voted. This is the first election I've actually ever voted in. I'm not a believer in this system, in this country built on slavery and genocide. But I am here today. I voted and I'm here today because the regime of Donald Trump is a fascist regime. When they have openly unleashed violent white supremacists. They have unleashed the police to attack people who are protesting for Black lives. They put somebody on the Supreme Court, Amy Coney Barrett, rushed her through on the Supreme Court to take away rights of women and LGBT people. And they explicitly said that they were lining her up to be able to decide a contested election.
Is that what you're worried about? Is that what you're worried about at the end of tonight, over the next few days, that there could be a dispute over the results?
Yes, Trump has already he's been stealing the election for months now. When he attacked the post office and took money away from the post office.
I don't know whether we've got any exact evidence of that. Obviously, everyone is keen to avoid violence, and so far it all seems very jolly, very relaxed even. Is that, I mean, hopefully this is the way it's going to continue, or are you bent on disputing whatever result comes out yourself?
Well, there's two things I'll say about this. One is, if you look at what's gone on in the last week, Black voters in North Carolina were attacked by the police on a march to the polls. Children were tear gassed. We haven't seen anything like that in this country since the 1960s. Trump celebrates this. Trump has said he has recruited an army of poll watchers to intimidate Black voters at the polls and Latino voters at the polls. The violence has already begun. When in Texas, when Trump supporters tried to run a Biden bus off the road, and then the people in the campaign canceled their rallies, this is what we saw develop in Nazi Germany. The Trump regime is fascist. They are already violent. They are already carrying out a coup, and they have to be out of power no matter what.
Okay, it doesn't sound like you're going to accept the results anyway, is it? And that seems to be the appeal from everyone, to try and be calm about what happens. I'm going to leave it there because we've got a few other people to talk to. Thank you for your time. Can I ask you how you feel about the voting? How you feel it's gone down? Everything seems very relaxed here, although the businesses behind us are all boarded up in anticipation of violence.
Yeah.
How worried are you about that? It all seems very jolly at the moment.
I'm not personally worried about violence. Like, first of all, we're right next to the White House. They're not going to let it get too chaotic. And also, like, everyone's out here just to celebrate a good time and keep up spirits for, you know, the hopeful removal of Trump. Love Trump. He's a racist, white supremacist.
Yeah, and I feel the same way. I'm not worried about violence. We're all about nonviolence. We just want justice for those who need justice. We have a voice for those who are voiceless. We don't promote violence. That's the number 45 in office. He's the one who's promoting violence. All we're doing is retaliating. We're protecting ourselves, and that's pretty much all it is.
Most of the people here, it has to be said, are anti-Trump. How divided has this left the whole country, this whole election campaign? What's happened over the past few months?
I see Trump and his behavior, honestly, as a spotlight on a problem that's already been here. There's always been racism. It didn't go away after the 60s. That wasn't the end of it. So now that he's there, people feel emboldened to come out and act any old kind of way. Excuse me, my mask. That's what it is. It's always been there. Now we can see it and call it for what it is.
No, I agree.
And
Are you confident about the sanctity of the vote and the system?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the
Are
question?
you confident about the sanctity of the vote?
I'm not confident in the people, but I'm confident in good versus evil. I'm confident that good will always prevail over evil. So, no, I'm not confident in the system or the people, but I am confident in good and that good will overcome evil.
Okay, well, so far it seems very relaxed and happy. Let's hope it continues. Thanks for talking to us. Let's take you a little bit along here, because I just want to show you how, just a little bit further along from this dancing, you can see boarded up shops, and this is what it's like all the way along this street, with businesses worried about what might happen tonight. But so far, good to report that it's very, very carnival-like atmosphere.
OK, Alex, thank you very much indeed down on the streets there in Washington, D.C. Well, just under a quarter of an hour now until the first polls close in 6 states in this extraordinary election. Although some votes, as we've been telling you, may take quite a while to be counted, several days in some cases, there will be clues in the early tallies that emerge almost from the very start. Here's Ed Conway to explain how we'll bring you all those details as they emerge. Ed.
Yeah, thanks, Simon. Now, listen, I don't want to scare anyone here, but there is actually a chance we might not know the result of the election tonight or even in the early morning. In fact, there's a chance it could take weeks before we know who's heading for the White House. And so it's worth just exploring what's going on here. Part of the explanation for that is about this. Come and have a look at this. This shows you the number of people who have voted early in the US. It's such an unusual election. Of course, so many people, fought against the backdrop of a pandemic, so many people voting early. Last time around, this bar shows you how many people voted in total. So in total, you had getting on for kind of 140 million. This time, have a look at this. That's how many people have already voted. They've already voted before today. It's getting up to around 100 million. That's totally unprecedented. And it has some consequences. It could actually complicate matters when it comes to counting these votes, because some of the states, and this is really important, some of these states are quite slow to count. So places like Pennsylvania, we've mentioned Pennsylvania a few times, they are slow to count, as is Michigan potentially. So any of the ballots that have come in, that have been mailed in, early ballots, they only start to get counted today. It could take a long time before we know what the result is there. Whereas it's a different story in places like the Sun Belt. That's the kind of frost belt, as it were. This is the Sun Belt. Florida, very quick at counting. So is Arizona. They should have pretty much all of those votes counted early on. That matters because it could well be, if we get early results in Florida, they could be skewed towards those early, the count could be skewed towards the early votes. That could favour the Democrats. And then later on, you could see the state start to shift red. So we'll be trying to interpret that. And how are we going to do that? Well, this is the bit that I'm quite excited about. I mentioned that we've got lots of gadgets and gizmos. I want to show you what we can do and what we'll be showing you in the next few hours. This is Pennsylvania. So I mentioned Pennsylvania, crucial pivot state in the US. Previously, it's very much Democrat, so you can see went for Kerry in 2004, Obama in both of his elections, and then swung over for Donald Trump in 2016. And you can see the kind of the ethnic backdrop there as well, majority white by a long way, and there's a lot of white working class votes that Donald Trump won over last time around. But here's the thing, OK, they're slow at counting in Pennsylvania. So what we're going to do is not just look at state level, not just look across the state, but we're going to drill in, we're going to zoom in into county level data. The first time we've done this at Sky, we're quite excited about it. This is Bucks County, the one that is flashing there. That's the outskirts of Philadelphia, suburban county within Pennsylvania. Last time around, Hillary Clinton won it, but not convincingly. And the question this time around is a few things. How many extra votes, if he can Joe Biden get? And the reason we're focusing on this stuff is that while the whole state, the result may not be declared for some time, we're going to keep an eye on how many votes are in counties and then get you an early sense of what's going on. So if Joe Biden's doing better than Hillary Clinton, that's a good sign for him. If Donald Trump is catching up or doing bang it better, then that is good for him. And he'll want to consolidate his lead in places like Erie County. So again, this is Pennsylvania. Here we are at the north, just on the banks of Lake Erie. Erie County, more rural, traditionally Democrat, but Donald Trump turned it last time. These are the results from last time, 2016. And we'll have the live results when they start to come out, and we'll be watching to see how many of those votes have been counted. We have more granular detail than we ever have before when it comes to this election. But of course, that's the beneath the surface. We'll also be looking at the big picture as well. There's the live map. This will be populated as we get those results in. And of course, you'll have seen it before, I imagine, our race to 270 looking over here. Look, there you can see it. It's our virtual White House, and that it really is the macro picture here, seeing how both of those two candidates and their race across this reflecting pool towards the finishing line of 270 Electoral College votes does. So we'll keep you in track with that. All the data, Dermot, I know you like it. There'll be a lot more to come.
Not as much as you, Ed. Only 10 minutes or so to go until you've got some real data to deal with. Well, talking about data, let's talk now to the pollster. Frank Luntz, very good to talk to you, Frank. Now, let's talk about the polling. What do you make of it? I mean, going into today, there was, what, an 80 to 90% chance of Joe Biden winning this. But, of course, we all quote last time round, 2016. Could they be wrong again?
It could be wrong again, but it's not likely. That one of the things that our polling community does is that they readjust, they reevaluate, and then they fix what went wrong. And so I'm expecting the exit polls to be much more accurate this time than they were in 2016. There is a hidden Trump vote. They call them shy Trumpers, and they don't participate in polls. It's not that they lie. It's that they simply refuse because they don't want to help the establishment. But that said, in the rallies, and I attended rallies on yesterday in Pennsylvania, on Saturday afternoon in Pennsylvania. I've been all over the country in the last 3 months. The intensity for Donald Trump is significant, but the turnout for Joe Biden is astronomical. And I believe that when all the votes are counted, that Joe Biden is going to emerge successful because of Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. That these industrial Midwestern states who had switched, to everyone's surprise, back in 2016, that the pull from them back to their Democratic leanings was too strong to overcome their sense of loyalty for Donald Trump for voting for him. We did a session on Sunday with some of those voters who had changed their minds between Obama and voted for Trump and now have gone back. And their number one concern was actually Trump himself. That they did not disagree with where he stood on most of these issues. They did not disagree with his agenda. They disagree with him. And in the end, Americans want to vote for someone, not only who they like, but who they think likes them. And Donald Trump doesn't realize that his persona did so much damage to his candidacy at the very moment that Joe Biden's empathy and emotion was winning people over.
Interesting what you say there about all that, but those three states you identified, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin and Michigan, which if everything else stayed the same would be enough, as you know, more than most of us, would be more than enough to get Joe Biden over the line. But what about, though, in those other states where the Democrats seem to be having a squeak? States like Arizona, even Texas, Georgia, North Carolina, and, of course, Florida.
I think those states are too close to call. I think that in the end, Trump wins Ohio because it's a more Republican state. And the fact that some polls have Joe Biden up as recently as 2 days ago, I believe that people are coming home. And what I mean by that is they're returning to their roots. So those who traditionally voted Republican ended up with Trump. Those who traditionally voted Democrat ended up with Biden. But the key in all of these is turnout. We are going to set a modern day record. This could be the highest voter turnout. I'm reading the numbers now as they're coming into me, that this could actually be the highest voter turnout in 100 years. That's how significant this is right now. Traditionally, and in 2016, this is exactly what happened. Urban voters did not participate, did not help Hillary Clinton. Rural voters came out in record numbers for Donald Trump. There's no evidence to show that rural voters pulled away at all. But the urban communities are absolutely turning out for the Biden ticket. Having Kamala Harris clearly helped him. And you're going to have the greatest, and I haven't heard you talk about this yet, the greatest gender gap. That women are supporting Joe Biden in tremendous majorities. Men are more narrowly supporting Donald Trump. I actually think that there are going to be a lot of divorces over the coming weeks because we are so split by gender.
What about, you mentioned those shy Trumpers. How then do you identify them if they won't talk to you? What do you do? Do you ask them how their neighbours would vote, or how their best friends or workmates would vote?
Exactly. How other people, the best way to do it is how other people in their family are voting, because then you'll get an idea. People tend to choose others who have the same politics as them. But demographically, there's such a difference between men and women, and such a difference between younger and older voters, that the two surrogate questions I use to figure out who they're voting Are you better off today than you were 4 years ago? Is America better off today than it was 4 years ago? And how often do you attend church? If I ask those three questions, I can pretty well predict to 95% accuracy who they're voting for. Trump people absolutely feel that the country's improved, and Biden voters absolutely feel that things have gotten worse. And by knowing the answers to those three questions, I can predict who they're voting for.
You're giving away some trade secrets there, Frank. It's always a pleasure talking to you. Thank you very much indeed, and we'll watch those predictions very closely. I want to bring in on that issue Kim Darroch and Frank Luntz mentioning there. Well, it's almost as if this election fundamentally wasn't necessarily about policies. It was all about character and the character of one man, a referendum on Donald Trump.
I think that what Frank said was absolutely fascinating. And while I tend to think that, for example, the president's handling of the pandemic has cost him, his handling of the George Floyd killing has cost him, the slide in Donald Trump's support started back when he lost badly in the midterms and lost the House of Representatives. So it's not just the events of the last 12 months. So I think Frank's point that it's about character and tone and conduct of the presidency is an important one. And I know Frank well from my 3.5 years in Washington. He's been a good friend through his embassy for many years. And he is one of America's top pollsters. So we should take his words seriously, although, we also need to start to see the votes coming in, don't we?
Well, Frank, I think you're still there. Are your ears burning? Do you want to continue this on-air love fest?
Yes, I do, because the ambassador represented his country so well, and I never got a chance to thank him because he departed so quickly. Sir Kim, you should be proud of your service. You understood the American electorate. You understood the country. I'm glad that Sky is putting you on the air. You get it. And there's so few people I can compliment that to.
Frank,
okay,
that's very kind of you. Your check's in the post.
And it's Lord Darroch to you then, Frank, very soon. Listen, I'm intervening. I want to bring in Ashley Koenig on what Frank Luntz was saying there. See if you agree, Ashley. And let me flip this round. If it was a referendum on Donald Trump, that means the other candidate didn't really have to do very much, almost tailor-made for a campaign during coronavirus. Joe Biden keeping a low profile.
Well, and we saw that at the beginning of the campaign as well. And we also have seen that a lot of the voting for Biden has been in opposition to Trump, not necessarily for Biden himself. And in fact, Biden's numbers started soaring at the start of the pandemic, and of course, intertwining with the protests when he was leading what was being called in the spring an invisible campaign due to COVID. And we see now, leading in the past few months leading up to Election Day, we see that, Biden has really cut into a lot of the key demographics, the key voting blocks for Trump. And this is likely a referendum on Trump himself and Trump's actions and mannerisms. And so we see that Biden's now doing better with non-college educated voters, white voters, particularly looking at the suburban vote and particularly suburban white women. As we mentioned, since 2018, a lot of these voting blocks more and more so have been leaning towards the Democrats, particularly white suburban women, which is a key voting bloc for Biden to be able to get.
OK, well, thank you very much indeed for the time being, Ashley. An awful lot more to discuss with you when we get some real data to deal with. We've been talking a lot about what might happen. Well, we're going to find out very shortly what will happen in 6 key states, because we are approaching midnight in the United Kingdom. It's 7 p.m. right here in Washington, D.C., and the first polls are about to close, including in some key states. Now, these key states could shape the direction of the race tonight. As I was saying, 6 states will soon start counting votes and posting their first results. The big one to look out for is Georgia, traditionally Republican territory, but a key target in this election for Joe Biden. If he can flip that, it would be a huge step on the way to a Democrat victory. Polls closing very shortly in 6 states. And there it is. The first polls have closed. Counting is now well underway, and this election and the direction of the United States is already being decided in the states of, let me name them for you, Indiana, Kentucky, South Carolina, Virginia, Vermont, and perhaps most significantly in Georgia on a knife edge, according to some opinion polls. And there have been signs of change as well as some concern in the Trump camp about that result. So we can already, I can tell you, make our first projection. Those polls just having closed, but a lot of counting going on before the formal closing of the polls. And that is that the projected winner expectedly in Indiana is Donald Trump. 7% of those polls formally counted, but the projection is that Donald Trump and the Republicans will hold Indiana, and Ed Conway's got 11 electoral college votes to fill in to his virtual White House. Only just begun, quite literally. Let's talk to Cordelia Lynch then. As I say, the projection there for Indiana, no surprises. It'd be interesting to see, though, in all these states, even when they stay with the particular party that we expect, within that vote, there's always a lot to find out in terms of those demographics that we've been discussing.
Yeah, absolutely. Indiana, of course, home to the Vice President, Mike Pence, and Kentucky as well, home to the Senate Majority Leader, Mitch McConnell. These are ruby red states. They're ones that we would expect to go to Donald Trump. But as you say, there are trends to look out for, particularly in the suburbs. We might find ourselves talking about the suburban vote a lot tonight. That's because of demographic changes that Democrats hope will go in their favour, but potentially incremental changes in those states rather than a tale of actually flipping them. We don't expect to see an Indiana or a Kentucky suddenly go blue. But one state we'll all be looking out for tonight is Georgia, of course. And the reason is change in the way people are voting, change in the makeup of the voters as well. 1 million new voters since 2016 registered, when about 4 million voted then. And Democrats believe a vast proportion of those are African American voters, educated voters too, around the suburbs, in that case of Atlanta as well. They think it is within their reach, and that is quite something because it hasn't gone Democrat since 1992. So we're talking a long time here. And, you know, we've talked a lot about a protracted results. There are 3 possible pathways that I think we can see tonight. There is a quick win that is possible for Joe Biden if he's able to score a state like Georgia, a state like Florida. We can see the race firmly turn within his favour. If that doesn't happen, and if we have these protracted battles in the battleground states, then we could be into days, possibly weeks of counting. Or the third option, of course, is a really contested, contentious, legally infused
Let's
battle.
just stay, though, with that that issue of change. And Omarosa, I mean, are we getting here in so many states now? We've already seen it, of course, these divides between the cities, their suburbs, and the rest of the state, the rural areas and the smaller towns.
Well, I want to just talk about Indiana a little bit, because you're absolutely right. It's Pence country, but it's neighboring state of Ohio, and then North and Michigan. That's where the battle for the fight of this country is going down. I grew up, born and raised in Ohio. I'm curious to see if Ohio voters will, in fact, swing for Biden or stay with Trump. In Michigan, projection that Donald Trump is still fighting, but Biden has the edge there. So yes, there's these divides, but ultimately the state will show you where they stand once the results come in.
Well, what did you make? We didn't have time in the last hour, but what did you make of some of what Frank Luntz was saying? He was pretty explicit. I mean, he did say that he thinks Ohio will go to Donald Trump, but he thinks that a large proportion of the female vote will have deserted Donald.
Yeah, well, a lot of that is attributed to his behavior, insulting many of these women that have stood up to speak out against him, including yours truly, calling them names. Most recently, calling Kamala Harris a monster, calling Maxine Waters low IQ, attacking black reporters, female reporters. Donald Trump then turns around and tries to appeal to suburban women by saying what? Suburban women, will you please love me, right?
Suburban women, we're going to get, you know, jobs back for your husbands. So
Right.
kind of
Yeah,
1950s messaging and lots of kind of law and order pitching as well. His camp maintained that worked in 2016. What do you make of it now?
Well, right now we see all of this protest and pushback against the division. You have seen massive protests around the world behind the George Floyd controversy. I'm going to have to tell you, law and order is actually working against Donald Trump in this cycle. Why? Because he has used it as a sword as opposed to as a healing rod, and it has continued to draw voters away instead of bringing them in.
OK, well, there's Indiana, where the projected winner there in Donald Trump. But in this clutch, in this batch of states where the polls have closed, most interested, it's most competitive in Georgia. And we're getting some information, Cordelia, from the exit poll in Georgia. What is it telling us?
Yeah, Biden leading Trump at the moment, 55 to 43%. Trump, though, leading Biden with men. What is interesting is that Biden is up amongst white voters. Now, Hillary Clinton had 21% of the white vote in Georgia back 4 years ago, but Biden has 30% to Donald Trump's 68%. Donald Trump down from 75% in 2016. So that's interesting. What the Biden team is trying to do is just close the gap. And closing the gap in key areas could be enough. Let's not forget how tiny the margins were 4 years ago. And we know that there's been a shift amongst college-educated voters, but also some change too in those non-college educated voters. If Donald Trump starts hemorrhaging them, then it's a real warning sign for his campaign.
Let's talk to Ashley Koenig. Ashley, I don't know if you're seeing the exit poll from Georgia as well, but that point being made by Cordelia, even if Joe Biden is losing in certain demographics to Donald Trump, if he loses by less than Hillary Clinton, and they're big sections of the voting population, that's a form of progress as well.
Very much so. Cutting into those numbers from 2016, that only helps Biden to move forward, especially in a state like Georgia. Remember, a third of eligible voters are African American in Georgia. I also believe that Latino turnout has been phenomenal in Georgia compared with 2016. So these are all good indicators for him, not only with the white vote, but also with these other communities of voters that could propel him possibly to a Georgia victory. We do know that there is a possibility he could take Georgia.
And what about the issue of women, and whether it's on policies or just being civil or not? Another huge, defining section of the electorate.
Yeah, and once again, we've seen this since 2018, especially so from the midterms. And let's not be mistaken, the movement has been among white women. We know that Black women have been the backbone of the Democratic Party. White women have now been coming around, and more so since 2018 onward. And again, that law and order rhetoric, that archaic notion of a more 1950s, 60s type of lifestyle has not played well with white women, has not played well with suburban voters. And I would expect we are going to see probably historic gender gaps in every state tonight.
And Kim Darroch then, well, OK, the polls just formally closed in 6 states, and it seems battle is joined already for Donald Trump in Georgia. It's, according to the exit poll, only indicative, of course, and so much counting to do, etc., etc. But it's a must-hold for the Republicans.
It certainly is. And for me, it's a state I visited several times while I was over in Washington, and it's very hard to believe that it could swing Democratic. I think it's only voted for the Democrat candidate twice in the last 40 years or so. I think it voted for 2 Southern Democrat candidates, for Jimmy Carter and for Bill Clinton. Otherwise, it's been a very solid Republican state. And for it now to be a potential swing, even a potential swing to Joe Biden, is just extraordinary. And if Biden were to win it, that would be a heck of a signal that he's going to have a good night.
Just according to the exit poll there, 54% saying that they didn't think Donald Trump had the temperament to be president. Sorry, Omarosa, what?
There was an image of Donald Trump walking through his campaign headquarters in Virginia, and there was a total and complete lack of diversity. The room was 100% white. He did not even attempt to bring into his own camp diversity, and that lack of reaching out and diversifying his own inner circle has also translated in key battleground states around the country.
OK, well, as I was saying, yeah, absolutely. As I was saying, we've got plenty now of real data for Ed Conway to chew on. Chew away, Ed.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Dermot. Yeah, we mentioned that we have this exit poll data starting to come through now, and I want to show you what's happened in Georgia, where polls have closed, and have a look at this over here. You can see when it comes to gender, to remember here, red for Republican, blue for Democrat, and when it comes to the gender breakdown, look, Trump is leading when it comes to men, so 53 to 44, but look over here amongst women, 55 to 43 for Joe Biden. And if we look at the breakdown by ethnicity, you can see that Joe Biden is up amongst white voters. Last time around, Hillary Clinton had 21% of the white vote here in Georgia. Joe Biden has got 30, so increasing that. Trump down from 75 to 68%. So that's been a key area where Joe Biden has been trying to win back some of those votes. Of course, this is traditionally a Republican state. And you can see also when it comes to the age breakdown as well. Have a look at this in particular, given that those aged over 65 has been one of the main battlegrounds there. You can see Joe Biden with 44% of the vote of that group. Here's the key thing here. Hillary Clinton took, I think, just around 31%, so up from 31 to 44. So Joe Biden is doing better amongst the kind of the more elderly voters, better amongst white voters in Georgia as well, and better amongst women voters too. And that's going to be something that he's going to be quite pleased about. So we're getting that data through. You can see also when it comes to education as well, there's been a big disparity here when it comes to voting patterns between college graduates and non-college graduates. And you can see it kind of writ large here as well. College graduates going Democrat 59%, non-college graduates going Republican, but not by as much as Donald Trump had last time around. So that is something, I think each of these statistics will be gently encouraging for Joe Biden. And we'll bring you more of that as it comes. As you mentioned, you can see Indiana now there on the map, which is painted in red. Not a surprise there, but although it should be said that that is a state that Barack Obama did win, much to many people's surprise. But that has gone back to Republican again. And yeah, we'll bring you more data as it comes through. Obviously, polls starting to close now, so we're getting actual voting data too. But this exit poll stuff is also really interesting. We'll have more of that for you in the next few hours. And there you can see, there is our virtual White House. And you can see, look, the bar has started for Donald Trump. 11 Electoral College votes takes him, well, not that far towards the White House. It's 270 you need to get there. But at last, we do have a little bit of progress in this two-horse race to the White House. But there are many, many more hours to come. And who knows whether we will know for sure tonight, or whether it will be in the early morning, or whether we're going to have to wait for weeks to find out. We shall see. But so the race begins.
Indeed it does. OK, Ed, thank you very much indeed. Should be said, though, remember about Georgia, that Donald Trump won it with about a 6 percentage point margin over Hillary Clinton. So plenty of cushioning there for that candidate. Well, let's find out, though, if there's anything that from the two candidates' camps in relation to what is emerging from Georgia and those other states that have declared that their polls have closed, that have closed, 6 states that have closed within the last hour. There's Greg Milam with the Democrats, James Matthews with the Republicans at the White House. And James, first of all, are you hearing anything, any reaction at all, any whispers from the White House?
Yeah, bits and pieces coming out. Not so much a whisper from the president himself, Dermot, as he sits in the East Wing of the White House. We are told he will watch the results coming in with senior allies and with family members. He tweeted in the past hour in capital letters. He wrote, "We are looking good all over the country. Thank you." So that's the word so far from the president. Inside quite an eerie White House complex. It is surrounded by a non-scalable fence for fear of unrest. You know, there is the multilingual commentary of the world's media inside the grounds. In the distance, around 100 yards away, you can hear the drumbeat of demonstration. I think it's worth stating that because we are in a bizarre, a weird, unprecedented situation. The centre of this capital city is hunkered down because of fear and anxiety about how things might play out. But in terms of how the politics may go, we've heard from campaign managers, insiders in the Republican campaign. I'll talk you through a little of what they've been saying, Dermot, talking up Donald Trump's prospects, perhaps unsurprisingly, but they seem to have increased in confidence over the day, actually, talking about big turnout in Florida. They say turnout that is similar, in their words, to a Trump rally. They're speaking about Wisconsin, saying that they weren't so confident about that at the start of the day, but they reckon that their numbers are looking okay. They've given a kind of list of, a confidence list, if you like. Let me just run you through that for what it's worth. It's how the Republicans are seeing states at this stage. High level of confidence, they say Texas, Florida, Ohio, and Iowa. Optimistic, Arizona, Georgia, North Carolina, Wisconsin. Cautiously optimistic, Pennsylvania. Not very optimistic, Michigan. Pennsylvania is an interesting one. We have heard from inside the campaign that they're not thrilled by the Republican turnout at the polls, and they reckon that Donald Trump's rhetoric on mail-in ballots, he's been disparaging and questioning the validity of them for several weeks and months. They reckon that has actually switched Republicans off from mailing in their ballot, and they've been left with a mad dash, which too few Republicans in their mind have made today.
Oh, OK. Thanks, James. Just a quick check-in then with Greg Milan with the Democrats. I suspect that then they're scoffing at that list of states that James read out. Perhaps they're more optimistic about them on the Democrat side.
Yeah, they've been optimistic for a while. They think particularly those early voting numbers will favour Joe Biden, and they believe turnout will be significant. The man himself is at home here in Wilmington, Delaware right now, watching what's going on like the rest of us. We know he will come here and be on this stage at some point in the hours to come, in the words of his campaign, to address the nation. Very presidential language for the message he will have, which they say will be one of calm and unity as he awaits for the results. But even in the last hour or so of voting in Georgia and Florida, his campaign were driving voters to the polls. They were trying to drag every last drop out of the campaign in those states which they believe will be critical. The man himself was going to all kinds of symbolic locations today in Pennsylvania, the state of his birth, to the house where he grew up, to the spiritual home of the Constitution, to neighbourhoods where they target black voters to try to get that support up. Very much looking at those sections of the electorate they believe will be significant. Suburban voters, those who sat out the last election because they didn't like Trump or Hillary Clinton. They believe that's the sliver across the country, and in states like Pennsylvania in particular, that will be the difference for Joe Biden. But every last vote they were chasing in the last hours of voting, and they are watching very closely, like all of us, what happens in Georgia, because they believe that will be the first indication of what's going to happen tonight.
OK, Greg, thanks very much. Indeed, polls about to close. Well, we're about to close in about 3 more states at 12:30 in about 13 minutes' time. I say were due to close in 3 states. That's because one of them is North Carolina, and because of earlier polling difficulties in some polling stations, we hear that they're delaying the closing time for about 45 minutes or so, but at least 2 more in about 12 minutes' time. I want to talk to our panellists again. And Kim Darroch, I never got your thoughts. We somehow, I suppose, got caught up in the closing of the polls there about this idea of a disputed election, something very weird happening, and a red mirage, a blue mirage, it depends which state you're looking at. But at some point, Donald Trump getting his nose in front or being very close anyway, and coming out and saying, right, well, I've won this, and anything else that's counted after this is illegal.
Yeah, I've always felt, Dermot, that if it's very close, and remember it came down to, 77,000 votes across 3 states in 2016, if it is that close, then it's bound to end up in the courts. And both sides, both the Democrats and the Republicans, have battalions of lawyers in all of the swing states ready to swing into action if there is any way in challenging how a result is coming out against them. So I do think that is likely if it is close. If there are states that should be, say, solid Republican that go Democrat early, then maybe it's less likely because it will look just a much more comfortable victory one way or the other. I would say that I think it's a terrible look for American democracy if the result of the election ends up in the courts and if it takes then days or even weeks to resolve it. And when I was in the States, I would meet a surprising number of Democrats who still argue about the 2000 result, who still claim that was stolen by Bush through the courts off Gore. So it's not a way of finishing an election process that anyone feels happy with. And it's kind of something that's pretty unique to America. You can't imagine that kind of thing happening in our system, for example. So I just hope very much that we can get a clear result and that doesn't happen, because it's a really bad outcome if it does.
Yeah, I should just say there's another projection coming into us. Indiana there, you can see projected winner Donald Trump. We are also projecting that the tiny state right up there on the Canadian border of Vermont is projected to go to Joe Biden with, at this point, 62.7% of the vote, 3 electoral college votes. The states represented at senatorial level by Bernie Sanders, of course, the independent who votes with the Democrats and who so nearly became the candidate in 2016 and ran again, of course, in 2020. But Vermont, they're projected for the Democrats, and that gives them 3 electoral college votes. I want to continue that discussion. I started with Kim Darroch, though, with Ashley Koenig. And, of course, as Kim Darroch was saying there, Ashley, it needs to be close for that scenario, that nightmare scenario, to come about. If there's hundreds of thousands or indeed millions of votes between candidates in a particular state, they'll both accept that.
Very much so. And we know that as Joe Biden's lead throughout the night, if it increases, we know it's more and more likely for him to snag the Electoral College as well. The chances escalating for him to do so. And so that only bodes well for him to be able to get enough ground between him and Trump if he wants to win this election. Instead of having these close margins like we saw back in 2000, it could be a very messy scenario going to the courts.
Cordelia, did you get the sense, though, that Donald Trump was slightly rowing back from what he'd been saying about that? You know, today he seemed to dial it down a bit.
Yeah, I think he did, actually. I mean, he's faced so much criticism for this suggestion that he won't accept the results, that he considers the whole democratic process illegitimate. I mean, just a couple of days ago, you looked at his strategy and it seemed to suggest if he sees a margin he likes tonight, he's going to claim victory. If he sees a margin he doesn't like, then he's going to call this illegitimate. And then thirdly, he's going to try and battle this out, flood the zone, as they say here, with lawyers. So it was this really kind of bullish attitude that he was taking to it, but a much softer tone that he struck today, suggesting, no, we will wait to see the victor and then declare. And, you know, let's look at the actual path to a potential victory for Donald Trump. It's unlikely he's going to be able to declare victory early on, because the type of states that his success might hinge on are Pennsylvania, for instance. Well, it could be days till we get the result from there. Joe Biden, though, it's different. If he does well in that Sun Belt, as we call it, then, you know, it potentially could signify an early win. They have very different scenarios.
Yeah. But just on that issue of Pennsylvania, Omarosa, they are allowed, except the postal votes, to still keep coming in and count them potentially into the end of next week. But Donald Trump wants to say, well, if they're not in by today, they can't be counted. But it's not up to him, is it? It's up to the states themselves and the courts if they need to adjudicate.
Yeah, but I think it's really sad that it took a judge to step in and say, let's enforce the rules that are in place, the rules that have been established for so long. But Donald Trump always feels as though he can bend the rules to please his whim. And this is not the case where he can do that. We'll keep watching, but you just have to watch that Donald Trump is going to continue to shock you, because he always does when things don't go his way.
OK, well, let's remind ourselves of some of the key developments then so far. Let me take you through them. And the first polls have closed in the United States. More than 100 million Americans cast their votes before today, before Election Day, putting the country on track for its highest ever turnout in a presidential election. Donald Trump has tweeted that he's feeling positive about the polls. He said, "We're looking really good all over the country, thank you." And he looks set to win Indiana, a traditionally Republican state, which is the first to be projected tonight. We've made that projection. And Joe Biden told reporters outside a community center in Delaware that he's superstitious about making predictions, but is hopeful. The Democrats are optimistic that the high turnout could bode well for their campaign, and early indications are that Mr. Biden is outperforming Hillary Clinton's performance of 4 years ago. And the state of Vermont has been projected for the Democrats at 3 electoral college votes there. Well, I'm joined now by Margaret Hoover, a conservative commentator and great-granddaughter of Herbert Hoover, who was president during the Depression years. Very good to talk to you, Margaret Hoover. I want to talk about your great-grandfather perhaps in a moment or two. But first, your thoughts overall. I say a Republican commentator, but not a particular fan of the president.
That's right. That's right. I stand for a Republican Party that's true to its principles, that believes in being a leader in the world, but having strong alliances, especially with our friends across the pond. Believes in a constructive immigration plan, cares about debts and deficits. All the things that Republicans have stood for, at least for the course of my lifetime, and frankly, back to Herbert Hoover and even before that.
Now, when did you sour then on Donald Trump, or were you never particularly keen on him, even when he was candidate Trump in 2015 and 16?
Well, if you recall, candidate Trump ran against 15 other Republicans, all of whom I would have preferred. But the truth is, once he was elected, I gave him a chance. I wanted to see what he would do. I supported him when I liked the policy proposals and the decisions and the moves he made, and I called it like I saw it when I thought he behaved badly. But really, it was at Charlottesville when President Trump said that of a neo-Nazi march, a march that was purportedly about statues and Confederate statues, that there were good people on both sides of the equation, when really there were people who were neo-Nazis who were in the crowd. So that was really the final straw for me, like many Americans.
It's the divisiveness. Then, do you think Joe Biden? I mean, Joe Biden said, well, you may vote red or blue, but I'm going to govern for all of you. Is that the kind of talk that you think this? I mean, you want to hear it, but do you think the country does?
The country does want to hear it, but just to be clear, it wasn't just the divisiveness for Donald Trump. It was the coddling neo-Nazis and real fascists, and the dog whistling in a way that is deeply resonant of the worst traditions in American political history that got me with Donald Trump, not just the divisiveness. But look, it would be certainly nice to have somebody who actually is from the Senate, the United States Senate. Of course, Joe Biden has a long career in the United States Senate. Some of the most effective presidents in American history have actually been successful United States senators. If you look at Lyndon Baines Johnson, who had an enormously successful run in the presidency, passing the Voting Rights Act, the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and 1965. This is a man who knew how to move legislation through the American Congress, both the House and the Senate. He knew how to work together with Republicans and Democrats alike. This is something that actually Joe Biden is known for. And you see slivers of this, even in how Joe Biden has conducted the last stretch of his presidential campaign, a bitter animosity with Bernie Sanders, the Democratic socialist from Vermont, whom, by the way, the last Democratic nominee had defeated, Hillary Clinton, but she could not bring him into the fold in her presidential race once she received the Democratic nomination. Joe Biden, on the other hand, has welcomed Bernie Sanders in without really compromising his principles as what he really is a centrist Democrat. He is an old school liberal, really a moderate Democrat, not the democratic socialism of the new progressive left in the United States. Yet somehow he's been able to bridge that divide and bring the progressive left squarely into his corner. Now, we'll see how strongly they've turned out for him at the polls, but none of the contention and none of the dissent that you saw in 2016 about would the Bernie people show up for Hillary, that has just not been part of the factor in 2020.
And just a quick thought, we're nearly out of time. Quick thought on your great-grandfather. Do we need a stimulus package, the likes of which he started to deal with the economic fallout? Just 15 seconds, I'm sorry.
Everybody says yes. Wall Street says yes. Republicans say yes. Democrats say yes. Frankly, everyone except Donald Trump says yes. And I think that you'll get that even if Donald Trump is elected. There will be a stimulus next.
Great talking to you, Margaret Hoover. Thank you very much indeed. That's got us ended there because the next set of polls are about to close in just a few moments' time. This time in Ohio and most of North Carolina, both key bellwether states, alongside West Virginia. And there it is. The polls have now closed in 3 more states. And the one we're most interested in, well, perhaps not just one here, Cordelia. North Carolina, that's seen as competitive, but some of the polling stations still staying open there because of a few difficulties they reported there. Ohio as well. Well, let me start with you, Omarosa, because you think, Frank Luntz thinks, well, Ohio's going to stay with the Republicans.
Ohio.
You're from Ohio, but
Yes.
you think it could turn blue?
Well, I talk to folks on the ground, particularly in the key counties and key districts that will decide it. And they tend to believe that, yes, Trump will prevail in Ohio. I'm hopeful that as the results come in, that maybe my fellow Buckeyes will, find their way. But, I'm hearing on the ground that, in fact, Donald Trump did put a lot of money, a lot of advertisement there, and he put a lot of boots on the ground. That makes the difference.
Yeah, just tell me what a Buckeye is.
A Buckeye. We are the heart of America. The Buckeye comes from the Buckeye tree, which is our state motto. It's a little buck. Have you ever seen an Ohio State game? There's
Not
a big
as such.
Buckeye running around the game and saying, Ohio.
Okay, well, listen, when this coronavirus is all over, you must take me. I must go and see the legendary Buckeye at the game. North Carolina, Cordelia.
North Carolina, very interesting. For once, it is a toss-up, and Democrats believe within their reach. Just to give you a kind of historical sense of how unusual that was. A Democrat hasn't won it since, well, Barack Obama, but before that, it was back to Jimmy Carter's day. So there's been some shifts. The reason behind it, well, we look to places like Charlotte, that's known as kind of part of the research triangle, where you're seeing more educated voters coming in with college degrees. You're seeing a lot more African American voters as well. They believe that their kind of push to the polls has really helped them. And if they're able to flip somewhere like North Carolina, it's a signifier of something they might be able to replicate across the country. He doesn't need to get North Carolina to win Joe Biden, but it would be symbolic potentially of something wider. I think it's very interesting to hear Omarosa's take on Ohio, because that, of course, was a place that Donald Trump won by 8 points in 2016. It seems to steer more more right than, your Michigans, your Pennsylvania's.
But it's so interesting because I was there with him when he did his last rally before I left the White House, and he made promises about bringing back the steel mills, opening up factories. I can report to you that has not happened. Unemployment before pandemic was at an all-time high there. And as a result, I thought that Ohioans would say, I'm not better off than I was before, and I'm going to turn, but they have stuck with Donald Trump.
Ashley Koenig, on that, did things change then in the likes of Ohio? Has it economically remained much the same? And then, of course, coronavirus came along, if there had been any improvement.
Very much so. And we know with North Carolina that coronavirus cases are up, especially there, like many states across the country right now. With Ohio, we see about a 50-50 chance. It's a razor thin margin in the polls for Biden. But again, as we've been talking about, this state likely will go red, has been going red. My dad is from Ohio, so I also very much know what a Buckeye is. This is steel country. We're talking about part of the Rust Belt. We're talking about particular demographics. So North Carolina may be more of a shot than Ohio.
Okay, you might got to get me a Buckeye T-shirt then.
Yes.
Kim Darroch, we've mentioned here the extraordinary amount of money that both campaigns have raised and spent. That's usual in American elections, but the Democrats far outspent the Republicans.
Yes, that's what I read. And it's a real turnaround, Emmett, because right back at the start of the campaign, 12 months or so ago, the story was that Donald Trump had a much, much bigger war chest than, for example, Joe Biden did. But that's all turned around in the last few months. A lot of money come in behind Biden. Some of it, by the way, I think from Mike Bloomberg, who was one of the defeated Democrat candidates. And they have been way outspending Trump in some of these key battleground states. And if money counts, and it does in American politics, the amount of advertising you do counts, that's going to give Biden a real advantage.
OK, well, let's talk about some of those key battleground states. Florida, Pennsylvania and Arizona. We've got correspondents in all of them, and polls closing fairly shortly in Florida and Pennsylvania. Siobhan Robbins is there for us in Florida, so let's start there. And Siobhan, as I say, polls closing pretty shortly in Florida, but counting well underway already.
Yeah, that's right. You join me now at a Republican party. Let me show you around. So you can see people posing here, getting a shot with the president. People getting ready to have some dinner. They're watching the results here on the big screen, watching them come in. A bit of concern about the exit polls leaning in Georgia, but people feeling confident at the moment. You can see they've got all of their masks ready. Quite a fun atmosphere here. There are around 400 people here, and we can have a quick word with one of them. Joe, let me interrupt you. Apologies.
Right.
So you're the president of this club.
Yes.
How are you feeling about Florida?
Really good. You see early on, you see the vote by mail returns because they're already tabulated. Going into today, the Democrats statewide in Florida had a turnout advantage of 115,000. We completely flipped the script on that today, and Republicans turned out by 340,000 more than Democrats. So we have a 225,000 now turnout lead. More Republicans voted in the state of Florida than Democrats. So I'm feeling very comfortable about that.
Quick word on Georgia. The initial exit polls seem to be leaning towards Joe Biden. How would you feel if he flipped Georgia?
Well, I don't think that's going to be much different. A lot of the votes in Georgia that are coming out early have been a lot of the early votes, vote by mail ballots and things. Democrats tend to embrace vote by mail ballots more than Republicans do. So these early results really aren't necessarily going to be truly reflective of the final results. I do expect Georgia to be close, though.
Do you think Donald Trump is going to win?
Yes, I do.
By a lot?
I think he's going to win by probably 2 or 3 percentage points. I think close to a similar win that he had 4 years ago.
Joe, thank you very much. We'll be watching very closely with you. Just to let you know, we're here with the Republicans at the moment, but it's tense here because just across the road are the Democrats. We're going to be bouncing between the two and bringing you updates from them both throughout the night.
Hey, good luck. Siobhan, thank you very much indeed. Siobhan Robbins there in Florida. Well, let's go to Pennsylvania there, and we have Sally Lockwood there. And Sally, a contrast then between the speed of the count in Florida and that in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, that's right, Dermot. The polls are due to close here in around half an hour, but counting has been underway since around 7 o'clock this morning, but it could be by Friday before we actually know the results here. Both candidates have been blitzing this state because this could be the deciding state in this election. Whichever way Pennsylvania goes, the country is likely to go as well. And every vote counts here because the margin that Donald Trump took this state by in 2016 was very, very small. Now, the urban areas like Pittsburgh, where we are, tend to do better with the Democrats, and the rural areas tend to favor the Republicans. But we shouldn't generalize too much. There's still a lot of diversity among the demographics that we described. For example, we often say that younger voters, Black Americans are more likely to vote for the Democrats. Well, let me introduce you to two young Americans who buck that trend, James and Brittany. Thank you very much for speaking to us. Now, you're both voting for Donald Trump, and you voted for him last time. Tell me why Donald Trump gets your vote.
Yeah, I don't know if it's necessarily Donald Trump gets my vote.
Right.
It's conservative values. It's being a constitutionalist, and I don't think one man in a White House in Washington D.C. has the answers for my life, my day to day. But that's just me. That's kind of my basis on my vote.
And what about you, Brittany? Are you happy with Donald Trump's performance in the last 4 years?
I mean, I would definitely agree with that. I think economically the most, the party that makes the most sense is more conservative views and more Republican. Now, if you get into the social views, I personally tend to be a little bit more liberal, but I think as an economy, what we need the most is someone who's more conservative, and Donald Trump has that picture.
And how much does Donald Trump's language concern you when it comes to even the election itself, wanting a winner to be called on the night, for example, questioning mail-in ballots? What are your views on that?
I mean, I think Donald Trump's character has come into question a little bit. I don't think he has necessarily the finesse with terminology that we would ideally like in a presidential candidate and as a president, but I mean, I think ultimately it comes down to what's best for the country and how he can come through with that. And I think, obviously, we know there's a trend of his words not matching his actions. So.
And quick answers now. Do you think he can do it?
I'm sorry?
Do you think he can do it, Donald Trump?
I think we'll see. I think we might be surprised.
And if we are surprised and he does do it, do you think he can unite the country? It feels very divided at the moment.
I mean, I hope so. I think he's learned a lot over the past 4 years, and I think he's learned what has worked and what hasn't worked. And I think, ironically, this pandemic has maybe separated initially, but I think ultimately he'll be able to draw us back together.
Okay, thank you very much indeed for speaking to us. So there we have it, 2 young voters supporting Donald Trump, the owner of this bar. He is a Republican through and through, he told me. He's lending his vote tonight to Joe Biden. It still feels very unpredictable here at the moment, and it could be days before we know the results.
Oh, dear. OK, Sally, thank you very much indeed. Let's go to Helen Ann Smith in Phoenix, Arizona. And Helen Ann, what is it, about 80 minutes until polls close there?
Yeah, that's right, Dermot. And voters absolutely still coming thick and fast. It's been a really great atmosphere, actually, at this polling station here today. There's been music, lots of laughter, people pretty pleased to be here. As you can see, there's still long queues stretching all the way around the corner. They're not too long here, maybe sort of 20 minutes, half an hour wait. And that's largely because the Arizonans have a pretty robust tradition of early voting. The voters are used to it here. Many of them have cast early ballot, and the turnout's been amazing. The total number of ballots cast in Arizona already exceeds the total number of votes in 2016. Now, whether this ruby red Republican state will flip blue will depend largely on whether certain groups of voters turn up. One of them is younger voters. Just think about this. Donald Trump won this state by fewer than 100,000 votes last time. Since 2016, 600,000 young people have turned 18. And we want to talk to a couple of them over here now. Thanks, guys, for joining us. I know you guys are part of an organisation persuading students and young people to come to the polls. Young people could hold the balance of power in this state this election. How are your generation feeling about this vote?
Our generation is very excited across the board. I think one of the best things about being young in this era is that we have access to all the information. I mean, kids today, they see everything. They see the stories, they see what's going on, and they care. They want to make a difference and they want to make a change. So it's great to see.
I know you're a first-time voter yourself. How do you feel about that? Are you feeling good?
It feels amazing. I've been politically active for around 4 years now, since 2016, and God, all I've been dreaming about is the day that I'm able to vote and have my voice heard. So it's a great feeling, yeah.
What do you think the issues are that young people are voting on this time? What are the issues they care about? What really matters to them in this election?
I would say that a lot of the issues that students are most caring about this election are like healthcare, affordable higher education, what else?
Climate change.
Climate change.
Climate change is a big one for us. I mean, at least people I've talked to, it's like, it's our world, you know, and we're the youngest generation that's going to be living in it. So I think that's one of the decisions that we really want to have control over.
Is there a sense from your friends and your colleagues at school and university, is there a sense of which direction the group may be leaning?
There is definitely, I would feel, in my personal groups, a lot of progressive sentiment. There's a lot of talk about what we can do for the future, what we can do for even the generation that comes after us. So, yeah, looking into the future and looking to make things a little more progressive would be ideal.
But crucially, are young people actually engaged this time? Because historically, they don't always turn up to the polls in large enough numbers. Do you think they will turn out this time?
Yeah, of course. I feel like now more than ever, students are showing up. And with ASA, what we have been doing is electioneering and going door to door and getting as many people out to vote, especially young people, because this election is really going to matter.
What are your plans tonight? Are you staying up all night to see in the results?
We're definitely going to keep track of everything that happens, and I mean, it's going to be a great night either way. I mean, we're going to have work to do, or we're going to have a lot of fun, so it's going to be awesome.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, good luck, guys. Good luck.
So
as I said, there's loads to play for in Arizona. This is a traditionally ruby red Republican state. Democrats feel very strongly that they could flip this state for the first time in many decades.
Thank you guys so much.
Very soothing, that musical interlude. Thank you very much indeed, Helen Ann there in Phoenix, Arizona. Now, as we say, it takes 270 Electoral College votes to win the White House. 2 states we've made projections for so far, which means we can show you the columns of the White House. 11 there for Donald Trump. Is the projection from Indiana, and 3. We're not showing you the White House, but Ed Conway will, I'm sure. Ed Conway, there we are. There, yes, 11 in Donald Trump.
It looks convincing, I know. Not
3
the
for
real
Joe
White
Biden.
House, but it is our virtual. It's our virtual White House, and what you can probably see there is 11 electoral college votes for Donald Trump and 3 for Joe Biden. And we're starting, now that polls are closed in a number of states, we're starting to get more information. Let me bring it to you. A lot of people thought that this was going to go Joe Biden's way and that he could be contending in places like Florida and indeed Georgia. Let me come over here so you can see. So Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, these are all states where we're just getting close to getting the numbers through. Actually, I can show you Georgia in a moment there. North Carolina as well, we're just waiting on. And no surprises, Indiana going red again. Ohio looking actually quite good for Donald Trump, and the early exit poll data there. It should be said that is seen as the ultimate bellwether state. Ohio, pretty much every election going back, I think, until 1960 has gone the way that Ohio has gone. So if that goes Republican, people might see that as a good sign. It's worth saying, though, it's been trending Republican. There's been demographic changes in Ohio for a while that might mean that's becoming a safer Republican seat, whatever's happening elsewhere. But I want to just show you Georgia. Let's just zoom into Georgia. Actually, come over here and have a look. We've got some data that I can show you. This, of course, is the states as a whole. And what you can see is different counties starting to be populated with different colours. So red for Republican, blue for Democrat. And if you have a look over here, what you can see is that Donald Trump is leading against Joe Biden, 52.4 to 46.6. But a big dose of caution on that, given down there, look, you can see only 5% of the votes are counted so far. So there is still a long way to go before we know definitively what's happening in Georgia. But what we can do, as I was showing earlier, is drill down beneath the surface to county-level data. So I want to take you to Glynn County here. It's just on the coast. You can see the swampy area of the coast in Georgia. Brunswick is the main city there in Glynn County. And last time, 2016, Donald Trump won there by 63%. So remember that, 63% for Donald Trump, 35 or so for Hillary Clinton. 63, and now let's look what's happening now in Glynn County. 66. It looks, actually, we've got 56% of the vote in, OK? So it's still relatively early, but that's, you know, as early counting goes, that's quite a big amount. And Donald Trump actually increasing his lead there in Georgia. So a lot of people thought that the Democrats could be in contention in this state. It's, as I say, still very early, but Donald Trump, at least in some counties, including in Glynn, where we have a decent amount of the votes, the majority, compared with last time, Donald Trump increasing his lead. That is interesting, isn't it? We're also getting more data from that exit poll. Do you remember the exit poll I showed you just before? Not just about who's voting for who, but who's actually doing the voting. What's the composition of the electorate? And we have a bit more updated numbers on that, including, you know, who is turning out. So over 65s, you can see that it's gone up. The proportion of over 65s has gone up from 20 to 23%. That favoured Donald Trump last time around. He got a good elderly vote, but this time there have been some question marks whether COVID-19 might change that and people might turn out for Joe Biden instead. Non-white up. A question mark as to whether that helps. Typically, traditionally, that would help the Democrats. But Donald Trump has been doing better in the polling with Hispanic voters in particular and also black voters compared with last time around. So will that be good for Donald Trump or indeed Joe Biden? And then you've got college graduates. That should be a positive thing for the Democrats. They tend to go Democrat. And then white non-college graduates down. Again, that is Donald Trump's those are the people who, a lot of people voted for him. White non-college graduates voted for Donald Trump last time, particularly around here in this Midwest area, in the kind of Rust Belt states like Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. Now, very soon, we're going to learn what's happening in Florida. Very quick counters. And in the next few minutes, we'll have some detail from what's going on there. The verdict has always been, if Joe Biden's doing well in Florida, it might mean we have an early result in this election. But if Donald Trump is doing well there, well, it might have to come back to our old friends, these Rust Belt states and Pennsylvania all over again. And as I said earlier, they take a long time to count. So we'll get a sense pretty soon as to whether this is going to be an early result, whether Joe Biden has done well in Florida, or indeed whether there's going to be a long road of counting and working out whether those crucial Rust Belt states are going for Donald Trump or for Joe Biden.
OK, thank you very much indeed. Well, I want to get a reaction from my panellists. And Ashley Koenig, first of all, as Ed Conway's saying there's a huge slew of states where the polls are about to close, including Florida amongst them. What are you going to be looking for?
Definitely Florida. As Ed had mentioned, Florida is going to count their votes quickly. So this is going to be a big key indicator of the night. We know it really comes down to Biden clinching Pennsylvania, which we know is going to take much longer to count, versus Biden clinching Florida and potentially some other states. So Florida is going to be the big one coming up here, but Georgia still possibly has a chance for Biden as well. So I think we need to watch for turnout in things like Atlanta and the suburbs around Atlanta, and if Biden can really propel support in Georgia to pull out a win.
And Kim Darroch, on Florida, as we mentioned already this evening, the nation, and particularly the Democrats, haunted by their experience there in 2000 with Al Gore. And in particular, this issue, which may become, along the lines of what we were already discussing in terms of a disputed election, about a concession. It's I suppose, a custom that the losing candidate makes a dignified phone call to the candidate that appears to have won. But back in 2000, Al Gore did that and then had to retract it.
Exactly. And that is one of the lessons that I'm sure the Democrats will remember. And I would be astonished if we got any early concessions from either side, however compelling the trends are over the next few hours. I just don't see this as the kind of election where anyone is going to concede until it's mathematically certain that they have lost.
Yeah, and indeed because it's incredibly tight, as
indeed.
we were saying. Certainly, exactly. And Cordelia, you've got some more details on some of these exit poll findings from the individual states.
Yeah, I mean, Ohio particularly interesting in that Trump is leading Joe Biden amongst the 65s and over. Now, we're looking at this through the prism of a pandemic that disproportionately affected that age group. And I think it's intriguing. We can't necessarily draw big kind of national take-home pictures from this. What's happening in Ohio might not be replicated in Florida, where we know the elderly vote's going to be really critical to assessing which candidate is doing better. But I think what we've seen in Ohio is a really kind of robust performance by Donald Trump at the moment. I would say, and Ed touched on it a little bit there is a demographic shift. You know, when I go to Ohio, you notice it's trending older, it is whiter, it is righter than, you know, the rest in the Rust Belt, the kind of Michigan, Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. So it's not that if Donald Trump wins Ohio, then he's going to get the whole gamut of those states, but it does show resilience, and it shows as well that he's building, because the big kind of challenge for Donald Trump is, yes, to hold on to all the states that he got. He doesn't absolutely have to do that. He can pick up states from Democrats. Quite hard for an incumbent to do that. But if he's able to kind of stretch out some of his margins and to keep Joe Biden at bay, it could be enough for him to win.
Well, that's the point, Omarosa, isn't it? Back to your beloved Ohio. I mean, it always tends to pick the winner of the presidency. I think it was JFK they missed out on, but back to 1944, they've always gone with who becomes president.
We also are very proud because we have produced more presidents than any other state, including Hayes and Rand and other presidents. So yes, Ohio is a key state. It represents so many demographics that actually contribute to how we as Americans look at what's happening at this moment. So now let's break down what's happening in Ohio. Coronavirus up, spikes incredible, hospitalizations up, and people without jobs. In fact, I listened to a story that touched my heart on PBS. The woman said, I got here, but I'm not even certain I have enough gas in my gas tank to get home. That tells you that people are hurting. And yet, Donald Trump is still leading in the polls. So there could be a lot of surprises tonight. Ohio could be one of them.
Certainly could be surprises. And let's see how those surprises might go down on the streets. And in particular, here in Washington, not very far from our studio overlooking the White House, there's a big Black Lives Matter protest taking place. Other people involved as well. Our special correspondent, Alex Crawford, is at that protest right here in Washington. Tell us more about it, Alex.
Well, it's thinned out a little bit, Dermot, but there's still a fair few hundred here, I'd say. Still very much a carnival atmosphere. It goes all the way along this road, which is now renamed Black Lives Matter Plaza. You can see there's an array of international correspondents here covering the event from all over the world. It's been very upbeat so far. Women and children here, some people I've seen with their babies. Tell me a little bit about why you've come, ma'am.
Well, Trump represents the worst in whiteness, and that's racism. And it's important that I show my son that we must fight against that, and so that we show Trump that we're all against that. We're not for it.
We've seen a lot of shops and businesses along here boarded up. People were expecting violence. Well, they didn't even know what to expect. But you brought your son.
Yeah.
Tell me the thinking behind that.
Are you trying to say that that's not a good idea?
No, I'm trying to say I've seen a lot of women and children here.
Right.
Some people with
because,
babies.
Well, that's the thing. His supporters and him, they want to make it a violent affair. But it shouldn't be. That's wrong. This is a democracy. That's why we live here, to not live in a place where we should be scared to take our children out to protest.
Were you scared? Clearly, if you were, you just overrode it.
No, I'm not scared at all. No.
And I guess it's everyone's talking about this being an historic vote. Is that how you feel?
Yeah, me and my son were out here 4 years ago as well. And, yeah, it is historic. He needs to go.
Thank you for talking to us. Enjoy the evening.
Thank you.
Still very, very good-natured. Everyone getting on with each other. A lot of people have thinned out, maybe to go and watch the results at home. But still plenty of people out here. Even some people. I'll take you to have a look at this, because there's people painting, and they have been painting all night, talking about how they believe. Well, they're worried about all the votes being counted. Hi guys, do you mind if I just have a quick chat with you?
Yeah, let me grab Barb.
Oh, great. Good. Thank you.
Hi.
You're live on Sky News.
Hi.
Just wanted to talk to you about, you spent all night, I've watched you for several hours now, painting. Why are you here? What's the thinking behind being here?
Sure. So we are sort of at a precipice in many ways for democracy. I personally am a climate activist, and there are only a few more years in which we have time to respond appropriately to the scope and scale of the climate crisis, and it's not going to happen under a Trump presidency. So the group that I'm with, we originally started as a climate group, but we've pivoted to focus on the election, and we're doing
I notice a lot of your signs that we can just see are all about peace, trying to tell people to calm down, not let this descend into a violent count. I mean, the polls are just closing now, and we're getting the results in now. So I guess, sorry, let's have a look at it. Fox News, lies, billionaire. So a lot of people here, lots of views. They're all after one thing right now, waiting for the results to come in and trying to keep it all calm. Very much a carnival atmosphere.
OK, Alex, thank you very much indeed. Cordelia, it's just a couple of minutes to go before this, as I say, a huge slew of states where the polls closed, and Florida amongst them. And in part, it's always close there, as we were saying, but in part because they count quickly as well.
Yeah, they do count quickly. They've got a good history in doing that, doing it effectively. But as we know, it can be a very, very contentious, tight battle in that state. Donald Trump has been spending a lot of time there. It's where he now has decided to vote as well. And there's lots of interesting aspects to it. Older voters, more diverse electorate.
OK, which we will look out for when those polls close in a short amount of time. Just got to mention Kentucky there for you. Projected winner there, Donald Trump and the Republicans. Polls closed there over an hour ago. Well, we're just coming up to 1 a.m. in the UK, 8 p.m. in Washington. And the biggest moment of the night so far, as I've been saying, polls are about to close in 17 states. That'll make over half the total, including some that could prove really, really significant. Among them, Pennsylvania, central to the hopes of both candidates. We've seen the campaigns there. And, of course, Florida, much mentioned this evening. I can confidently say it will be much mentioned throughout the course of the evening and the subsequent days. So often a crucial state in American elections. Could it be decisive once again? And there we are. Polls have now closed across more than half of the United States. You can see the states involved, and the outcome of this election may already have been decided by voters there. What matters now is who has those votes, where they've won them, and possibly how quickly they can be counted. Well, what can we tell from the results in Florida so far? Polls just closed, but they've been counting before the polls close. Ed Conway, what have you got?
Yeah, thanks, Dermot. And as you can probably see actually on our map and at the bottom of your screen at the moment, Joe Biden's total of electoral college votes has gone up because many of these traditionally Democrat states now we can declare. But Florida has been this pivotal state for decades. And the expectation was if Joe Biden had a chance of winning early, it would be in Florida. So what is happening? Well, we can look at the numbers. Come over here and let's have a look. In short, it is very tight, but actually leaning towards Donald Trump. Early days, although I should say we've got 82% of the vote counted, but have a look at those two numbers there. 49.6% for Donald Trump, 49.5% for Joe Biden. But here is what is likely to concern the Democrats. Remember, there have been many polls suggesting the Democrats had a chance of winning in that state. But this part of the state hasn't yet declared. The Panhandle, Florida Panhandle, counts later and tends to be more Republican. So the fact that Donald Trump is ever so slightly in the lead at the moment, he will find encouraging, as will he find this encouraging. Miami-Dade County. Miami, there in the south of Florida, crucial urban area where Hillary Clinton won pretty handily last time around, 63.7% of the vote. I want you to remember that, 63.7% of the vote last time around for Hillary Clinton. For the Democrats, 64%. This time around, so far, Joe Biden, 54%. Joe Biden is losing votes potentially in Miami-Dade. Donald Trump is gaining them. Donald Trump up from 34 last time to 45.5 in Miami-Dade. This urban county within Florida, this is potentially, we don't really know, we're going to have to dig into the details, potentially that's a Hispanic vote, Latino vote going for Donald Trump. Whereas a lot of people thought it could go for Joe Biden. So that's going to be something that's going to encourage the Republicans, as is this. I'm going to flip those over and we're going to look at Pinellas County. So here we have it. They're just across the bay from Tampa. So typically, again, it typically has gone Democrat in the past, but last time around, look, it went for Donald Trump. This is 2016 results we're looking at here. Pinellas County went for Donald Trump last time around. What about this time? Is Joe Biden able to wrest it back? That would be really crucial for him. Well, it's very tight indeed, but he is just ahead of Donald Trump there with 91% of the votes counted in Pinellas County there, you can see. But they are totting up. You can see them coming thick and fast. And it's, in short, not looking as promising a night for Joe Biden in Florida. Early still at the moment, but a lot of people thought that he might have a lead by now. And as I say, it's these panhandle counties. Look at them. They're all, this is last time around, all red. And then if you come and have a look at them over here, I'll flip around here so you can see, these are the ones that are yet to be counted. So that would suggest there is more Republican vote yet to come. So that's the latest from Florida. We'll have more from different states and drilling into the county level data as we get it, Dermot.
OK, fascinating, Ed. Thank you very much indeed. Well, we are in a position to project some of those states where the polls have closed. Let me take you through them as they come up. We'll start with New Jersey. Let's show you the projection there. In New Jersey, there it is. In spite of the fact that not much counting has taken place, 14 electoral college votes. That is no surprise there that the projected winner is Joe Biden, 14 electoral college votes in the Democrat column. On to Oklahoma will be the opposite picture. In Oklahoma, there we are, the projected winner, Donald Trump, 7 electoral college votes going hand in hand with Oklahoma. Delaware, we're bouncing around here up there in the eastern seaboard. 3 electoral college votes. Again, nothing here to surprise anyone. Projected winner, the Democrats and Joe Biden. Washington, D.C., District of Columbia. Not a state, of course, but still has 3 electoral college votes. And again, they're going with the Democrats as expected. And as I say, 3 electoral college votes in Joe Biden's column. The vast majority of states in the United States are not really competitive. It's just down to a handful, perhaps up to a dozen. Maryland is one of the ones not seen as decisive. Joe Biden, the projected winner there, and the Democrats handy 10 electoral college votes there for Joe Biden. And we have Massachusetts also going Democrats. Projected winner there, Joe Biden. Another double figures haul of electoral college votes, 11 there for Joe Biden and the Democrats. Here's the overall numbers. Remember that number, it's 270 to take the White House, or indeed to retain the White House. And there we have it, totting up those states where projections have been made. It puts Joe Biden in the lead on 44 to 26, but so early, and indeed so tight in a state where the polls have just closed, in a state like Florida, which amasses a mighty haul of electoral college votes, 29 in total, which turbocharges any candidate's campaign to hold on to the White House. Cordelia, well, it's happening. It's tight there, and an awful lot of the votes counted, as Ed Conway's been describing to us.
Yeah, and certainly some optimistic news for the Trump camp there. They've been pretty confident in recent days that they can win Florida. Of course, to remind ourselves, Florida is kind of critical if Donald Trump is to win. Joe Biden doesn't have to get it, but there are some interesting, worrying early indications for Joe Biden's team, and we can break it down a little bit. I mean, Pinellas is considered critical if Joe Biden's to win there. Ed was focusing in on that. That is a very diverse county. Miami-Dade as well, a very populous county. Now, Donald Trump's team have told me it's Cuban Americans that they've been really zoning in on. Why do they like Donald Trump? Well, I've spoken to lots of them. They like his kind of muscular positioning. They like his economic performance. And more than anything, they loathe the prospect of a socialist America. And they've been very uncomfortable with Joe Biden, not in their eyes sufficiently denouncing it. So the fact that Joe Biden is underperforming in some of these areas that we know have big Latino populations, he's not doing as well as Hillary Clinton did, is some cause for concern for their camp. But it also, I think, shows that Donald Trump is making progress. You know, he hasn't just stuck to his lane. We always talk about 2016. It was about the white working class, non-college educated voter. But actually, this shows, I wonder what your take is, Rose, it's some sign of Donald Trump actually doing better.
Well, in my motto, I always had Florida as red. I mean, I live there, so I could see what's happening. And the momentum goes to Donald there. But the path to victory for Donald is still a long one. I mean, he still has to get Michigan, Wisconsin. Those results have yet to come in, and they're also key. And let's not forget Pennsylvania. So we kind of expected that it would be close, but leaning towards Donald Trump. But I wonder if you think that any of those Rust Belt states will go to Donald Trump.
Too early to tell. Ashley, let's ask Ashley. I'm going to ask you, Ashley, about Florida, though. As we've all predicted, very tight there. But it is true, as Omarosa says there, Donald Trump really has to take Florida. If he didn't get Florida, it would be virtually impossible for him to retain the White House. But Joe Biden will have other paths. But, you know, it's the way things are going. If they happen in other states, it would be worrying for the Biden camp.
Yeah, I mean, we know that Biden has other paths that just may get a little bit messier now. And he's made inroads with some of those voting blocs that are traditionally Republican. He's made some inroads with those who are over 65. But, you know, again, we had talked about that. It's really that Cuban vote. We're talking about specifically in Florida. We're talking about Miami-Dade County. It's that Cuban vote, in particular, Latino voters that are going just enough for Donald Trump that it's giving him some headway and making Florida look better and better for him, especially with a majority of precincts counted right now.
Ashley, we're having a bit of problem. We can still make out what you're saying. A bit of problem with your microphone. We'll try and fix that and get back to you. Kim Darroch, though, that point that Cordelia was making, and it's been an interesting feature of the campaign. It's an interesting feature almost of any American presidential campaign. Joe Biden was portrayed by Donald Trump as a socialist. Yeah,
it's not really what we think of as a socialist, is he? But I had thought, I must say, that that wasn't really sticking during the campaign, that Joe Biden was some kind of Trojan horse for the extreme left in American politics. But maybe with the Cuban community in Florida, it has stuck. I think there's another reason, by the way, why the Cuban community in Miami-Dade may have gone more heavily for Trump than expected. That is that they hated the deal that Obama did, that reconciliation with Cuba in his second term. Generally, that was hated by the American-Cuban community, and Trump has dismantled some of it and has been quite tough with Cuba, and that I think may have won him some votes. The other thing I'd say about Florida is, election after election, the Democrats look at Florida and think that they can win it. In 2016, in the midterms in 2018, and now in 2020. And it feels as if Florida is staying Republican. I don't want to jump to conclusions, there's still votes to be counted. But it's like a mirage for the Democrats. They never quite get there, do they?
And on that issue of socialism, liberalism, or whateper Omarosa said, are those people that don't like the sound of those words, are they looking closely on this Democrat ticket, though more closely because of Joe Biden's age, at the vice presidential side of the ticket, Kamala Harris, who's seen as more left-wing than Joe Biden?
Yeah, but that won't move the needle in South Florida. I mean, I have to tell you, the messaging on behalf of the Trump team has been very effective in labeling Biden as this radical. I mean, if you go to South Florida, you see a lot of Cubans, you see a lot of diversity that comes from South America, from Mexico. All of these folks are concerned, and those messages resonate. But also, I have to remind you of an extensive campaign that Donald Trump used in 2016 that was reported in Miami Herald to suppress the vote there. And I'm not saying that's happening now, but just know that there are things at play that will factor into why we're seeing the numbers that are coming in right now.
What kind of methods do the parties use to try to suppress votes, according to you?
Well, there's been a lot of debate about suppression, voter suppression across the board, right? It's not just in places like Florida, it's in the South when we've had, decades of history with this. And some of the techniques are gerrymandering, it's closing down certain polling stations, it's making only one ballot box available in one county. So people are having to drive, long distances. We've seen in Texas battles going through the courts recently when over 100,000 votes Republicans have tried to have discounted because it was a drive-in polling station. They said that shouldn't happen. So there are a lot of very clear examples of where Republicans are trying to curb votes from taking place. And we will have to see how that might play out ultimately. The polls in Georgia, it's of deep concern. And when you speak to voters, I've interviewed voters that feel that they need to have armed escorts in order to vote. And those lines, as uplifting as the numbers, the voter turnout is this year, people in a functioning democracy shouldn't have to wait for 12 hours in line to vote. And they're finding that a lot of their the basic needs, so when they're asked about, for instance, their voter ID, lots of the data that is being demanded of them is quite hard to supply. And so people feel squeezed out of that democratic process.
OK, we're going to check in on the ground in Florida in a moment. We just want to alert our viewers to another projection we are making in Tennessee. And you can see they're coloured in on the map. Let's show you some of the numbers. We have nearly 75%, nearly three-quarters for Donald Trump, projecting a Republican winner there. 11 electoral college votes garnered from the state of Tennessee. Let's get back to Florida. Siobhan Robbins, as I say, is on the ground there for us and flitting between two parties and political parties, yes, but parties as well. Are you with the Democrats or the Republicans now?
I'm at the Republicans at the moment, and you've just missed a huge cheer when they saw these exit polls coming out of Florida. They're feeling very confident, very happy. Let me show you around. The buffet's about to open, so it won't be too long. We don't want to start a fight. But they've got their Donald Trump face mask here, Melania here, Mike Pence as well. Got the old Donald Trump anthem here. It's being sung. I might have to interrupt one of the singers. Joel, let me interrupt your singing. I'm sure you were in strong voice. How are you feeling about the exit polls for Florida at the moment?
I'm feeling, well, I don't know about exit polls, but from what we're seeing from actual results, it looks very promising.
Palm Beach is one of the areas that's been... Does that surprise you?
Well, I mean, I'm sure Trump's probably not going to win Palm Beach County, but Trump's going to do much better than would have been expected. There's a strong support here, even in Palm Beach County. He did really well in Miami-Dade and Broward, and those are always Democrat counties. The rest of Florida is going to go really strong for Trump.
Why do you think he's picking up in Miami-Dade? Do you think Biden's missing out on the Hispanic vote?
Yeah, I think the African-American vote as well as the Hispanic vote, that people are recognizing that Trump gives them an economic opportunity and a much better option for all of us.
Finally, if it changes and Trump loses Florida, do you still believe he can be the president?
It's going to be tough. Yeah, it'd be tough. He really needs to win Florida.
Thank you. Thanks, Joel. I'll leave you to the singing and the buffet, where you can stand in the man's way. But as you can see, they're feeling positive here at the moment. We will pop across to the Democrats, tell you how they're feeling. But it's still super tight here in Florida. We knew this was the race to watch, and it really is.
Yeah, indeed. OK, Siobhan, thank you very much indeed. Siobhan Robbins there in West Palm Beach in Florida. Going to another super tight race we expect in Pennsylvania, Pittsburgh. Sally Lockwood is there for us. And what's the mood, Sally?
Oh, well, outside this warehouse where the ballots are being counted, there's a crowd that's gathered, actually. They've started to protest the fact that they want every vote to be counted. Don't be alarmed by the flashing blue lights behind me. That's fairly routine. The police have been here to supervise this warehouse where, of course, all these very important ballots have been stored and are now being counted. The polls closed just 15 minutes ago in Pennsylvania, but the mail-in ballots, those postal votes, have become highly contentious here. It's been ruled by the Supreme Court that any ballots that arrive by post up to 3 days after the election, provided they have the postmark of the 3rd of November or before, will still be counted. But it's likely Donald Trump is going to contest that in the courts because he has such a small margin here, and every vote counts. And of course, Pennsylvania could decide this election. Let me just introduce you to Jennifer and Keena, who are two of the people gathered here. Thanks so much for speaking to us. Tell me why it was so important to you to come out here and protest tonight.
Well, we've worked so hard to make sure that every American gets to cast a ballot. And now it's our election officials' job to make sure that every single vote is counted. We're out here to just say that every voice has to be heard and every vote needs to be counted. Voters should get to decide who is our elected official, who is our president.
And of course, this is the first election where all Pennsylvanians have been allowed to vote by mail if they wish to do so, of course, because of the pandemic. How did you choose to vote this time, Keena?
I voted in person.
And why did you choose to do that in person?
I've just always voted in person. I feel like it's more secure for me. I know for others they may not have felt that way. That's just how I chose to vote.
And what was your experience of that? Was it a long wait?
It wasn't a long wait. I voted very early. Okay. Like the first couple of days we were allowed to. So.
Something I've really noticed, Jennifer, there's a huge amount of engagement here among voters. What's your view and feeling of how this may go in Pennsylvania?
Well, what we want to do is make sure that Pennsylvania isn't called until every vote is counted. So we know that Pennsylvania could be the tipping point in this election, and we are just out here to make sure that every single vote is counted and that no one can declare that they're the president until our votes are counted.
Okay, thank you very much indeed for speaking to me. Donald Trump has repeatedly called for the winner to be announced on election night. Of course, that's something that can't be done here in Pennsylvania because not all the votes will be counted. It could be up until Friday before we know the full count and results here, but there is certainly a lot of focus on Pennsylvania. This could indeed be the state that tips this election. It's very likely, too, that there will be many lawyers involved.
Indeed. OK, Sally, thank you very much indeed. Sally Lockwood there in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Well, let's talk now, as I say, more than half of the states in the United States, the polls have now closed, a large number of them within the last half an hour or so. And Cordelia, we're mentioning Florida and Pennsylvania, obviously, but also within this clutch, this last 17, is New Hampshire. And that's interesting.
Yeah, New Hampshire is interesting because Democrats view it as pretty reliably blue, and that we've been getting some briefings from the Trump camp that they believe that they can flip it. I think they are looking at a number of scenarios whereby if they don't quite get what they need, then they can look elsewhere. This is all about, if they don't secure everything they got in 2016, where are the other options? They say it's New Hampshire, it's Nevada. That is quite hard to imagine when you look at, the metrics of previous races. If you've got an incumbent president, it's quite hard to hold on to what you have, let alone to start building elsewhere. But it's what you would expect, right, from a campaign, from an incumbent president. They need to, in the closing days, share this positive message. You know what it's like working inside the campaign race. Jason Miller today, senior member of the campaign staff, saying they feel more confident tonight than they did 4 years ago. Do you believe that?
It's not true. And I worked with Jason Miller for a very long time. I want to tell you how sophisticated this operation in terms of the data is on that side. We had monitors up of every single key district and every single key state. And we had every scenario worked out so that we showed the president, this is your path, this is what you need. Every single call that we have here, they are doing the math just like you and I are, and they know whether or not he can become president. Now, Jason's job is to spin things so that they are to the benefit of the president, but reality will hit you in the face when the numbers start coming in. You'll have to stop spinning at some point and be honest that this is going to be a tough road for Donald Trump.
OK, just interrupting that conversation. We're going to continue it just to make another projection. And this really is the least surprising of the evening. I think it was the state that Donald Trump won by the biggest margin. I was expecting West Virginia. We got Kentucky there for you, projected winner there. Yes, West Virginia. And as I say, absolutely no surprise there. One of the country's most Republican states. Donald Trump won that by the biggest margin of any Republican candidate in history in 2016. Will he do it again? Well, we're certainly projected he is going to win it. So whether it's by the largest winning margin or not, we don't know that yet. But 5 electoral college votes very firmly there planted for the Republicans. New Jersey, just to mention that one again at the bottom there, Joe Biden, the projected winner. Let's talk. I wonder if we can talk to Ashley Koenig about that issue of if it is tight, if Donald Trump holds on to Florida, holds on to Pennsylvania, it is going to come down to some of the smaller states like New Hampshire and indeed those 2 states that don't give all their electoral college votes to the winning candidate necessarily.
I was just going to say we may need to look to states like Nebraska and Maine, but obviously then it becomes much more crucial for Biden to clinch Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, especially depending on whether or not he has Pennsylvania. Also looking at North Carolina, looking at Georgia and Arizona. These are all important battlegrounds that if Biden fails within Florida, fails within Pennsylvania, his paths start narrowing and start to close.
And Kim Darroch, your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I agree with that. It'll be an early blow, really, if Florida has gone to, or does go to Donald Trump. And then we're in for, the long haul, Dermot, because especially if it comes down to Pennsylvania, that can be days away. And it'll feel very much like, I remember vividly watching the votes come in Michigan, Wisconsin and Pennsylvania early in the morning in 2016, 9th of November 2016, and was so close in those 3 states. And in the end, it was down to less than 80,000 votes across the 3 states. And it was a real nail-biter right up until the last minute.
But Ashley, of course, we've got these extra votes to count. Looks like it's going to be a record turnout. Do we know where they've come from, or is it just an increase in both of the votes for the registered parties, or are there voters out there who haven't voted before?
I think that we've seen in early exit polls that about 1 in 10, if not more so, say it's the first time that they're voting. So we'll see what difference that makes, particularly in battleground states. And, then it becomes simply a game of turnout and demographics. It depends who and how the two candidates can turn out within particularly these battlegrounds, and how they make that work for them and what inroads they make with the other party's base.
OK, let's have a look at the state of play then in these huge states that we're talking about, these critical states. Start with Florida, and a lot of the votes, as you've been seeing, we'll show you right now how many more have been counted. Saying the next poll closes in 1.5 minutes or so. That's only one of them. That's Arkansas. In Florida, then 89% of those live results in, 50.4% now for Donald Trump, getting his nose in front with 5.264 million votes. Joe Biden on 48.6 with just over 5 million, and 11% of that vote to count. It's going to go down to the wire, it seems, in Florida. Once again, let's move on and take you through the situation in Pennsylvania and look at the difference in terms of votes counted. 3%. What a long way they've got to go there. And they could, as we've been telling you, they could be counting them well into next week. They're still accepting postal votes up to the end of this week. And as it stands, it all depends where the votes have been counted. One is guessing in more urban areas there. Given the lead that Joe Biden has, it means nothing whatsoever there in Pennsylvania. It is going to be an awful lot tighter than that. Ohio, well, approaching 50% of the results counted there, and it is 55.2 to Joe Biden, 43.6 to Donald Trump. A woe from Omarosa, but still 58% of those votes to count, and it all depends where they are. But a healthy lead means absolutely nothing at this point for Joe Biden. New Hampshire, as we just mentioned there, a lot of people don't realise just how competitive it is there up in New England there on the eastern seaboard. New Hampshire, just 10%, 90% to go. 45.3 for Donald Trump, 53.6 for Joe Biden. North Carolina, very interesting. This one, the Democrats exerting a lot of campaigning energy there, and 60% of the votes counted, and a lead, well, approaching a 10-point lead for Joe Biden, 54% to Donald Trump's 45%, 1.9 million for Joe Biden, 1.59, nearly 1.6 for Donald Trump, but so much more distance to go in terms of all those counts. There's lots of umming and ahhing coming from you, Omarosa, which I'm going to interrogate in a moment or two. You're getting so excited. Was it the situation in Ohio, or was it in North Carolina, or all of them?
It's going to be all of them. But can I tell you that I've been watching closely this battle in the Senate in North Carolina. We can't just focus at the top of the ticket. The down ballot races are of particular interest in the control of power in this city. So if North Carolina is leaning towards Biden, you have to look at the down ballots. Jamie, for instance, is battling Lindsey Graham right now. He's in the fight of his life. And if those numbers hold, he could possibly win and change the balance of power in the Senate.
Better explain that then. The Senate, I mean, so much more being voted on it than just presidents, and including the Senate, the control of the Senate. And Cordelia, it's not too very far away from us up there. But it's, as Omarosa mentions there, it's all important. If a president wants to get their programme through, they can't really afford to have a Senate that's in the hands of the opposition.
Yeah, I mean, if Joe Biden were to win, for instance, and he can't get the Senate, well, it's 4 years of total political paralysis. I mean, ultimately a lame duck president, because you just can't push legislation through. And that's in part because of how polarised Congress has become. You would get Republicans very early on saying, we ain't going to work with you. We're going to block whatever we can. But I, too, fascinated with North Carolina in particular. We've just had a bit of exit poll data coming in that shows some real progress by Joe Biden compared to Hillary Clinton. In kind of key, large population centres, Joe Biden way outpacing Hillary Clinton. Places like Wake County, for instance.
You've got any numbers
These will be crucial. So, biggest electorate in the state is Wake County. Biden getting 81% counted rather. Biden getting 66% compared to Trump's 33%. Now, Clinton won Wake with just 57%. So Joe Biden really improving on things there. Mecklenburg County as well, a really key area, 84% of the vote counted there. Biden leading 69% to 30% for Donald Trump. Now Clinton won with just 62%. So you're talking about these key margins. That's what Joe Biden needs to do in a place like North Carolina to flip it. Donald Trump can't afford to have too many losses in these early states.
Yeah, it seems to be something going on. We'll interrogate that a bit more in North Carolina, Georgia area, not necessarily in Florida. Just want to alert everyone to one more poll has closed on the half hour and mention Hillary Clinton. Well, Arkansas, those of a certain age may remember that that's where the political story started for both the Clintons. Hope, Arkansas, then on to Little Rock for Bill Clinton as governor, and then all the way to the White House. Polls closed. Ending my riff on Arkansas, West Virginia, just reminding you there of the projected winner there, the most Republican state in the Union, Donald Trump there. Let's take you through some of the key developments so far then. And here they are. The first polls have closed now in more than half the states in the United States, including these key battlegrounds such as Florida, Pennsylvania and North Carolina. More than 100 million Americans cast their votes before Election Day, putting the country on track for its highest ever turnout in a presidential election. It was only something over 130 million altogether last time round. Now, Donald Trump visited his campaign headquarters today. He predicted he would win, but acknowledged he could lose. He said, "We're going to have a great night, but it's politics and it's elections, and you never know." Well, the swing states which will decide this election are still too early and too close to call, but President Trump is doing better in some Florida counties, including urban areas of Miami-Dade, the county, than he did 4 years ago. And what about the Democrats? Well, Joe Biden told reporters outside a community center in Delaware, his home state, that he's superstitious about making predictions, but is hopeful. The Democrats are optimistic that the high turnout bodes well for his campaign. Mr. Biden is we've projected that to win Vermont, the first Democrat state of the night. So we've projected quite a few others as well for Joe Biden. Well, let's get the latest from the two campaigns. Very important mood check then at the moment. Greg Milam's with the Democrats and James Matthews is at the White House keeping a check on the Republicans. So, Greg, first, and anything leaking out, any nuances, any indications?
Well, they're watching closely, as we all are. We know that Joe Biden is at his home here in Wilmington in Delaware, watching on television those results coming in before he comes here to address the nation, according to his campaign. But they're watching very closely. He tweeted actually not that long ago, telling people to stay in line, which is, of course, if you are at a polling station waiting to vote and haven't got in, even when the polls have closed, excuse me, you are allowed to carry on and cast your vote. So tweeting that people should stay in line, it's clear from what his campaign was saying, even in the last hours, that they were desperate to get voters still to the polls because they believe turnout is so significant. They'll be watching Florida. Remember, he sent Barack Obama down to Miami twice, his former boss, in recent weeks, because they believed that turnout, particularly amongst the Latino community and the black community, would be significant. It doesn't appear to be working in Miami from the results that are coming in so far, but they're also watching, perhaps with more hope, what's happening in North Carolina and Georgia, because the exit polls suggest that the people they were targeting in the suburbs, those who were disaffected, didn't vote last time, are turning out this time, and that's why they have some hope there, because a win in one of those states would be really significant. As I say, he'll come here later tonight, they say, to address the nation, to talk about calm and unity, because they know there is still a long way to go in what could be a very messy election result.
Indeed. OK, let's go to the White House. James Matthews is there. And what are you gleaning from there, James?
Growing confidence, I would say, amongst Republicans. Certainly, if you listen to what the Republican advisors, insiders are saying off and on the record. Earlier on, there seemed to be some concern about how they had played Pennsylvania and a relatively low turnout. There was concern there. Subsequently, they have gone on the record saying that the turnout in Pennsylvania has turned into, in their words, Trump rally-esque. So they're clearly happy with the way things are going in that particular state. In terms of Florida, what they are saying is that the turnout for Donald Trump in that state is down to what they call historical voter participation, a dividend from what they think has been an effective ground game, outreaching to the voters at large, but in particular minority voters. Republicans played it differently from the Democrats, who, because of COVID, did their outreach largely virtually. But the Republicans continued, despite a brief break, continued to reach out to voters in person, knocking on doors and so on. They think that has paid a dividend in trying to pin down the voters that they need to balance the voters they have lost, suburban women and so on. So Donald Trump seems to be confident. He tweeted a couple of hours ago to say, looking good across the country. Thank you, he said. He's watching the results coming in the East Wing of the White House with senior allies and family members. There is a party later on, so the heart sinks, Dermot, at the prospect of the dad dancing we might see at that particular gathering. 250 people expected, but all eyes will be on the president himself when he steps forward to the mic. Confirmation in the past hour that we will hear from him. No confirmation of the time of that, but that's clearly key. And if things are looking good for him in Florida and elsewhere, then one wonders, will he follow through with this threat indication that he will prematurely declare the result? Also, all sorts of consequences, of course, to flow from that.
All right, James, thank you very much indeed. Well, mentioning Florida, let's check in on the latest situation there with Ed Conway. I'm also fascinated, and it's also crucial to Donald Trump, but what's going on in Ohio, Ed?
Yeah, the Buckeye State, as you know. I actually saw them play, the college football team there, a few years back. They're crazy fans, I will tell you that. But this state, it's been going kind of more and more Republican over the course of the last few years, but typically seen as a bellwether for the rest of the election. In fact, every election since, I think, 1960, it's gone to whoever has won that election. So, you know, a lot of focus on this state, and it's worth us just looking at what's going on there. Come here and we'll have a look at Ohio. I'm going to bring up the data for Ohio. Now, this is last time around, 2016. Donald Trump won it, 51.8%. And this time around, well, come and have a look. So 51.8 last time around. This time around, Joe Biden's in the lead, but we need to be cautious with this. And why do we need to be cautious? Because remember what we were talking about earlier on with early voting and the fact that a lot of those early votes tend to be probably more Democrat than Republican, and a lot of those votes are being kind of counted earlier. So it might be that we have something of a blue mirage and things change later on, and that Ohio starts to look very much more like Donald Trump's territory a little bit later on. 18 Electoral College votes. And here's the reason why it's worth just being cautious with those numbers there. This is from the exit poll in Ohio. And what you've got here is what happened in 2016. And this is specifically over 65. So a key constituent here for both men, both of them trying to target pensioners over 65s. And last time around, look at Donald Trump's bar in particular, 56% support amongst over 65s for Donald Trump. Look what's happened this time around. So older voters have gone up, 63% of over 65s going for Donald Trump. This is according to the exit poll in Ohio, suggesting actually that Donald Trump not only has consolidated his support, he's actually gained more support there. And it's a not dissimilar story that we're seeing in Florida as well. A big elderly vote in Florida, but also a big Hispanic vote there. And if you consider, this is the state as a whole, we've now got 91% in, and I mentioned not long ago, the panhandle, these bits here were likely to be Republican. And as those votes got counted, we were likely to see Trump's number go up. And look, it does look, he's very much in the lead in Florida now. So that is going to be something that Republicans will be absolutely delighted about, as will they with what's happening in Palm Beach. So another down towards the south, close to Miami, Palm Beach here, a resort area, of course. And typically, you know, although Donald Trump rather likes it down there, it has been Democrat, OK? But look at the numbers there, 56.6% for Hillary Clinton. And part of the problem for her last time around is she didn't get enough votes. So Joe Biden really wanted to raise this number, 56.6. Well, what's happened? We've got 92% of the votes in, and you can see actually it's slightly lower for Joe Biden, 56.1 rather than 56.6. So he is actually losing some of the votes. And the speculation is that that might be the fact that the Hispanic vote hasn't necessarily come out for him. That's the story so far in Florida. Looking good for Donald Trump, and also bear in mind that shift I was talking about. So North Carolina does look promising for Joe Biden, but it might be that as those Republican votes come in and are counted, that lead starts to narrow. All of this, well, let's show you the virtual White House, because we're starting now to get onto that pathway towards the White House, and you can see what's going to happen. Have a look at this. Here we are, virtual White House. It's quite dark now, but what you can see is look at the numbers there. Joe Biden, 51 Electoral College votes, and Donald Trump along there, 42. Still a very long way indeed, and it's going to be a long night, particularly given that Pennsylvania might again prove to be the central state here, the pivotal state, and they take a long time to count, don't they?
Indeed, Ed, thank you very much indeed. Plenty to chew over then. Ashley Koenig, first of all, and what we're seeing in Ohio, Ed Conway was making very clear there that still a lot of counting to do. What are you reading into it?
You know, I think that number of seeing over 65s now even more so in support of Donald Trump, that's a pretty telling number. We were talking about, you know, perhaps counties like in Florida, talking about Sumter County, and if we would see any type of grave revolt. And the numbers of the night that we've seen so far for those in the over 65 category have not necessarily fit that description, Ohio being one of them right now. There are a lot of urban areas that Biden could do well in. Looking at the vote with African-American voters, he really absolutely needs to turn out these urban areas around cities like Cleveland and Columbus. And he needs to turn out the key voting blocks to the Democratic base if he has any chance in Ohio. And frankly, with, if Florida does go for Trump, that narrows a lot of paths for Biden going forward.
And let me ask you, Kim Darroch, at this point in the evening, what are the international community making of it all? So the key states counting away there, Florida, as always, very tight. I suppose they've got their reactions in place. Do they kind of start gyrating, looking one way and the other, or do they just stay a bit zen and say, whatever will be, and we'll deal with the result when it happens?
I think, Dermot, they will try to stay zen. But I do think they will look at what's happening in Florida and what's happening in Ohio, and those who are around in 2016 will start to think, you know, as Yogi Berra said, is this deja vu all over again? The last half hour, I'm still very early in the evening, but the last half hour does feel as if there have been some indicators pointing towards Donald Trump, and people will be looking at that and thinking, well, have the polls been off beam again? You know, is this going to be another huge surprise?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, a huge surprise is perhaps in many of the states. So I want to discuss the situation in Pennsylvania. We've been highlighting that for you in particular because of how tight it is, but also in terms of how long it might take to count that votes. The postal votes still being, the mail-in ballots, as they call them here, still being accepted right up to this Friday, and counting of those then could continue well into next week if it is tight. Now, that what we're showing you there, that chart means absolutely nothing, but so we're just showing you it as a snapshot of the current state of play, because only 10% of those votes have been counted, and it shows a very healthy lead for Joe Biden. I can confidently predict it will not stay that way, with 65.5% of the vote for Joe Biden and just 33.7% for Donald Trump. A huge amount of counting still to go, and as I say, it may go on for several days into next week. It may not. It depends indeed on the margins between the two candidates as they close in on the entire count. On that note, I wanted to talk now to John Fetterman, a senior Democrat and Lieutenant Governor of Pennsylvania. Very good to talk to you, Lieutenant Governor. What is your feeling then as a Democrat about how it's going to go in your state?
Sure. Well, obviously, as you pointed out, it's way too early to call. But in terms of Democratic chances, I'm very encouraged by reports of turnout in southeastern Pennsylvania, which has been trending more and more more and more Democrat in recent years. So there have been reports of turnout in the 80s, approaching 90% in critical counties like Montgomery and Chester, and turnout in Philadelphia is very high as well too. So so far things are promising. The really good news is definitively there was no major drama or voter issues or things like that. I mean, there were small things, but on balance, we had what I'm sure will be the highest turnout in Pennsylvania history, and our issues on the ground were minimal to non-existent. So that's good.
But there have been issues even before the polls closed. The issues about the counting, about the mail-in ballots, about the acceptability of them, and how long that count may go on. If it is tight and you have to get down to those late mail-in ballots, do you see more legal challenges taking place?
Well, of course there'll be a legal challenge if it gets down to that. But like I said, once we know where some of those big counties come in and the turnouts look out, then that focus will come more into it's right now. It's difficult to tell whether or not it's going to come to get that close. But nevertheless, the turnouts that we're seeing in these critical counties are absolutely they bode well for Democrats. That's for sure.
It's very interesting what you say there. I'd be really interested as well to get your take on the issues. Let's start top of the tree. How did coronavirus play?
Well, I mean, in Pennsylvania, it's essentially a referendum on Donald Trump. If you liked the last 4 years and you wanted more, you're going to vote for the president. If you wanted to take a different direction, you're going to vote for Joe Biden. I don't think you can really break it down on one issue by issue. I think it's basically just a personal referendum, quite honestly.
Personal referendum, but doesn't that then it does encompass the president's attitude to coronavirus?
Everything.
Cases, I mean, exactly, yeah, but cases are spiking. They're going up again, a second or indeed a third wave. And the president, I don't know, what do you feel? The president doesn't seem to be taking it incredibly seriously.
Yeah, it might seem odd to some of your viewers, but people in my state argue about wearing masks during a pandemic. It's turned political. It's almost embarrassing. I mean, you would think that that's pretty much one thing that would be non-political. So often the virus isn't the enemy; it's each other in some of these conversations. So it really comes down to a referendum on Donald Trump or a different direction. You can lump in the coronavirus. You can lump in the George Floyd racial unrest. You can lump in the unemployment. All these different things. It really comes down to 4 more years of this, or you want a brand new direction.
But what about the Donald Trump, the Republican attack on Joe Biden, and in particular when it comes to climate change, dealing with that, fracking and energy companies, and that transition? A lot of workers are going to think that's going to be a painful transition.
If that's your number one issue, and I suspect there's very few voters that's the case, you've already likely made up your mind. It really does come down to 4 more years of this or 4 more years of a radically different direction. It's simplistic, but it's actually true. Of course, if you're okay with 250,000 Americans dying of coronavirus, I mean, there's pretty much what else is, it's an unusual dynamic because the president is so personality driven.
But what did you find when you were out knocking doors, however much you were able to because of the pandemic? What did you find amongst those Democrat Trump voters from 2016? Were they coming back to the Democrats en masse?
Yeah, a lot of regret. Suburban women in southeastern Pennsylvania have been defecting, and without a doubt, if Joe Biden is slightly more popular than Hillary Clinton is in a lot of these rural counties, that would be enough to take Donald Trump out of the running. It's the margins in the small counties all across Pennsylvania, and Hillary was very intensely unpopular. Whereas Joe Biden isn't going to flip any of these countries from blue to red, but if he can improve on those margins by which we lose those counties, that alone would take Donald Trump out of contention.
But were people enthusiastic about Joe Biden, or is it just the fact, as you described there, that he's just not Donald Trump and he'll do?
It doesn't have to be enthusiastic about him. I think Joe Biden projected a real sense of decency and, that this idea of we're fighting for the soul of our country. So it isn't necessarily ticking off a laundry list of issues that he cares for. I think it's mostly comes down to, again, that referendum, and it's personality driven around the president.
John Fetterman, really great talking to you. Thank you very much indeed. Maybe talk to you later in the evening as things become a little bit clearer, if they do, in Pennsylvania. And on that very question, let's find out if they are with Ed Conway. Talk us through what we know about Pennsylvania so far, Ed.
Yeah, last time around, this pivotal state, Pennsylvania, Donald Trump won it last time. Big question now about who's going to win it this time, but most people can agree that that could be the state upon which everything really depends. But here's the twist. They take a long time to count their votes in Pennsylvania. Come over here and have a look at the numbers we have so far. 20 electoral college votes. As I say, this is potentially the point. So Pennsylvania, if you're winning Pennsylvania, you potentially are winning the White House. That's just the way that the routes to power work out here. And here's the live board for Pennsylvania. And you can see, actually, looking at the numbers here, just those big numbers, looks good for Joe Biden, doesn't it? 65% for Joe Biden versus 34% for Donald Trump. But there's the rub. 10% of the votes have been counted, and they've said it may take days before they know for sure what's going on. I said earlier, didn't I, that we could look into county-level data to get a sense of what might be happening, because in certain counties they are counting faster, and then we look at them, we compare them to last time around, we work out whether it's up for Biden, up for Trump. And let's have a look at this time around. So we're going to look at Lehigh County, so Allentown here. There you can see it. Typically Democrat. You're talking about a relatively Democrat area historically. And last time around, indeed, Hillary Clinton won it against Donald Trump, 50.5% in Lehigh against Donald Trump. But let's have a look at what's happening this time around. So here we are, 78% for Joe Biden. Now, it should be said, this is just with 61% of the votes counted, but that is a whopping lead. To go up from 50% to 80% here in Lehigh County, that's something that Joe Biden will be pretty pleased with, extraordinarily pleased with. It should be said, the demographics are changing in Lehigh. It's one of the fastest growing counties in Pennsylvania, so that might explain part of this, but an extraordinary potential result there. It's not going his way in Florida, but it looks from that as if it might be doing better for him in Pennsylvania. And I just want to ask Ashley Koenig what's going on there as well. Let me see if I can bring her up on my screen. There she is. Hello, Ashley. Hello. So Pennsylvania, I mean, we've seen this. The Florida story doesn't necessarily seem to be going to script. Everyone knew it was going to be tight in Florida, but the script was that, Joe Biden might have a good chance there. Doesn't seem to be going to script, but then Pennsylvania still very early, but county-level data suggesting maybe it's more going his way there. What are you picking up?
So we know a few things. We know that Trump absolutely has to win Florida to really have any kind of a chance. And so we've always known that Pennsylvania is absolutely the tipping point state by about 36-37%, making it the tipping point state. What Biden really needs to do is take the state back that Obama had won. And in fact, that before Obama, Democrats had won. And he needs to do this by turning out the Black vote, by turning out the Philadelphia area, the areas around that, the suburban areas, and also turning out his hometown of Scranton and Lackawanna County. And of course, it may be more difficult for him the further out west we get in the state, particularly when we're talking about issues of the industrialization, deindustrialization, when we're talking about fracking. But Biden has played a delicate dance on the fracking issue to make sure that he's not ostracizing those voters that he so desperately needs within the state.
And it's also things like oil. I mean, this is a big kind of former industrial state. You've got things like steel, Pittsburgh Steel, Bethlehem Steel. I remember going to Bethlehem Steel a few years ago and seeing it there. These are iconic parts of the state and parts of industry there. And it felt last time around as if Donald Trump gave an option to people who felt like they had been forgotten for a long time. But that's been Joe Biden's task in this election campaign, to try to win them back. And so far, there's a sign that maybe he's doing it, or is it just way too early to get a sense of that?
I think it's a little bit too early. We know Pennsylvania, like you said yourself, is going to be slow to count the vote. But all he can do is try to hope to make inroads, even if he doesn't win some of these demographics within Pennsylvania, make inroads with them, because a lot of these industrial workers were certainly not on the side for Clinton, hence why we saw the state turn red and go for Trump in 2016.
And actually, we're looking at, across from Pennsylvania, which we have been. I'm just showing on the map here. Obviously, you've got Pennsylvania, but you've also got Michigan, you've got Wisconsin, two other states that both went to Donald Trump last time around, two states that could prove pivotal for Joe Biden. So if Joe Biden is doing pretty well in Pennsylvania, can we pretty readily assume that he'll also be potentially looking to win in Michigan and Wisconsin as well?
Potentially. He definitely wants to do that. We know that these were all razor-thin margins back in 2016, less than a percentage point difference between Clinton and Trump. We also know that certain states are correlated with one another. So if we see Biden doing well in Pennsylvania, we may certainly see him doing well in Michigan and Wisconsin, although his probability of winning is even higher in Michigan and Wisconsin. And he's had, in polling leading up to Election Day, he's had a little bit more comfortable leads in those states.
And what are you seeing about, we talked a little bit about that kind of question of whether there was going to be a kind of a blue shift or a red shift, so the initial count would look good for Biden and then might shift towards Trump, or indeed vice versa. What's your sense about how that's evolving? Because this is such an unprecedented situation with all those early votes. How's it actually looking now we're seeing them?
Yeah, very much so. And I believe Pennsylvania in particular is still accepting ballots for a few days after Election Day. So these kind of voting procedures are critical to understand, right? It's not that everybody or the majority of voters are going out on Election Day. Everything about this election is unprecedented. Voting in the middle of a pandemic, different ways in which we're voting, early voting, mail-in ballots, voting, votes being counted after the Election Day. So we have to be careful with any of those numbers, particularly in states that have different regulations like Pennsylvania in terms of when things get counted and how.
Yeah, and we're looking at Florida as well, obviously not yet declared, but looking pretty good for Donald Trump. I mean, one word on how that's looking.
Again, this came down, or is coming down to Miami-Dade County. Trump certainly had some better turnout than expected among Latinos, specifically if we're talking about the Cuban vote, most likely. And that's all he really needed, especially with such a large county, to propel him to a victory in Florida. Again, Trump almost has to win Florida in order to still be viable in this race. While his chances of winning the entire map certainly increase if he gets Florida, it doesn't necessarily mean that Biden is completely out.
It certainly means it's a spicy story now, spicier than we thought. Dermot, over to you.
Yeah, thanks, Ed. Omarosa, that interview I just did with John Fetterman from Pennsylvania, Democratic Lieutenant Governor, of course, and he more or less said there that it didn't really matter about Joe Biden's character. It wasn't about him. Joe Biden just didn't, I'm putting words in his mouth, Joe Biden just didn't have to do anything spectacular, but it's all about Donald Trump, this election.
Yeah, sometimes you just have to allow your opponent to trip up or make mistakes, and that's exactly what Joe Biden has done. He's kind of set back and allowed Donald to go out and do what Donald Trump does. He causes chaos, he stirs things up, and Biden played cool. He realized that this country needs stability. They want somebody who is consistent, and consistent Donald Trump is not.
Yeah, and I mean, Cordelia, so therefore Joe Biden didn't really get that much scrutiny.
Yeah, and that's the criticism of a lot of Trump supporters that you meet. In recent days, they want to hear more discussion of the Biden laptop. Omarosa, you touched on the fact it's not necessarily punching through with a broader electorate, and that's what Donald Trump needs to focus on to try and win this election once again. But you're right. I mean, I think Joe Biden, to many people that like him, they like him for a sort of stability, civility, a return to an era pre-Trump when everything was a little calmer. But it's not ringing endorsements that you hear when you meet voters. I mean, I'll always remember speaking to a group of women, range of ages, African Americans in Detroit, and one of them said, we're going to hold our nose and clutch our pearls and vote for Joe Biden. He's not really the man for us. He doesn't excite us, but he's absolutely key from their perspective in trying to unify this nation and also to try and put an end to this real racial division we've seen.
OK, thank you very much indeed, Cordelia. Well, we're just coming up to 2 a.m. in the UK. It's 9 p.m. right here in Washington, and a really exciting moment coming up, a tipping point in the night, with polls about to close now in another 14 states. That'll make it the vast majority of votes. Almost all of the states that will determine the final results are just about to come in. Among those about to close, we've got the southern states we've been discussing, Arizona and Texas, where the Democrats are hoping to overturn years of Republican history. How extraordinary that would be. And of course, that Rust Belt, those states of Michigan, Wisconsin, which helped propel Donald Trump to victory in 2016. Well, there it is. Polls have now closed across most of the United States. Let's show you the map. You can see the states involved, and the outcome of this election has in all probability been set. And there you are, some of the states where the polls have closed, and starting with a projection. Well, we could have done this almost before the polls opened. New York is going to Joe Biden. That's the projection, but a huge number of electoral college votes going. It's exactly the same as Florida. They're tied there in third position in terms of the absolute number, the largest number of electoral college votes that go to a candidate. To California is the largest with 55, 38 for Texas, and 29 each for New York and Florida. And those 29 from New York, projection is they go to Joe Biden. Cordelia, we won't talk about New York, not yet, maybe, but this now, we're at a defining moment as we start to get the results in from these states. Whatever the results are, the president lies in there somewhere.
Absolutely critical. If Joe Biden can score an upset in the likes of Arizona or ruby red Texas, well, the path to victory for Donald Trump becomes near impossible.
Because I can't believe we are discussing Texas as actually being... What about you, Omarosa?
Unfathomable 4 years ago, right? Yeah, but
what's going on there?
Well, let me tell you, from some of the exit poll data that we're seeing, just stunning, real rebuke of the Republican Party in some key areas. Now, this doesn't necessarily mean Biden's winning across the board. Far from it. We're early days. We've got some way to go. But let me just give you a quick example. Tarrant County, which hasn't backed a Democrat since Lyndon Johnson, both candidates currently on 49%, with 80% of the vote counted. Donald Trump won that county by 9 points. You've also got Harris County, a Dem county that includes Houston, for instance.
And that's where there were the problems with those ballots.
Absolutely. Biden doing better than Clinton. So Texas, all eyes on Texas. If there can be any kind of symbolic reversal of political fortunes, well, it would be just an incredible performance by Joe Biden, one few would expect a few years ago.
You can still feel the ghost of Hillary Clinton around and in these results. As comfortable as we want to think that the Democrats are, they're all still thinking Hillary, Hillary, Hillary. We can't take any comfort in looking at these numbers, particularly with Texas, because we know that they report their absentee ballots and their mail-in ballots very early. So expect a shift in the results as we go along, as they continue to see counties come in.
Well, listen, if the Democrats are thinking about Texas and former presidents, maybe they're thinking about Jimmy Carter, because he was the last Democrat to take it back in 1976. Let's find out a bit more about what's going on there. Ed Conway's got quite a lot of detail. Ed, what are you seeing?
Yeah, so it's an interesting story, Texas, isn't it? As you say, it hasn't gone Democrat since 1976, and, you know, that was Jimmy Carter in a sense. That was generally seen as an aberration, Southern Democrat at the time. But let's have a look and let's kind of zoom into what's going on in Texas, because 38 electoral college votes, of course, if Joe Biden was able to win at Texas, the fact that he might not be able to get Florida would seem pretty irrelevant. 38 versus 29. Obviously, those are the numbers that matter. 270 to win. Let's not forget that's the nature of this contest. I mean, if we have a look at Texas, so come over here and have a look. Bit of history about Texas, and you can probably see, just judging by the colours and the faces of who Texas voted for over the last few elections. Look, George W. Bush, John McCain, Mitt Romney, and there is Donald J. Trump. And this really is historic Republican territory. We all know about Ruby Red Texas, and we all know about the way it's gone historically. Have a look at what happened in 2016, 52.5% for Donald Trump, a pretty clear margin. And when you look across the map of the states, the county level, you can see just what's going on there. But have a look this time around. Come have a look. We've also already got 65% of the vote in. And look, Joe Biden's actually ahead. He's actually ahead right now in Texas, ahead 49.6%, more votes than Donald Trump. But we do have to be wary about these numbers. It's still early. It's still early doors. And actually, what I want to do is just show you some county-level data, because, again, that gives us the sense of what's going on in places where they have started to count a little bit more. For instance, Tarrant County, Fort Worth, around there. There you can see it, Tarrant County. Last time around, went for Donald Trump pretty handily. Pretty handy. Look at the number for Donald Trump, 52% last time. Remember that number, 52%. And for Hillary Clinton, 43.5. 43.5. Getting on for 44. Joe Biden, 49. So Joe Biden's picking up votes here in Tarrant. And we've already got 80% of the vote in. So that's looking promising for him. Things clearly can change. 80% is 80%, still another 20% to come. Nonetheless, that is potentially surprisingly good for Joe Biden. That's, you're talking about kind of suburban area, another area that's not dissimilar, Harris County. Cordelia talking about just a second ago. Let's just have a look at what's going on there. Last time around, that was Clinton territory, and so 54%. Let's remember that, 54% for Hillary Clinton last time. This time, 83% of the vote counted, and it's 56%. So in each of these areas, Joe Biden is picking up votes. Now, as I said, the thing I want to be a bit cautious about is that pretty much all of these different counties around Texas have different rules for how they're counting. And what we don't really know, given how unprecedented the nature of this election is just how that's going to evolve. Are we going to see a shift towards the Republicans, as we may be seeing in Florida right now? Looks good for the Democrats, then goes to Republicans. We'll have to see. Indeed, the exit polling, the early exit polling that we have from Texas suggests it is potentially going Donald Trump's way rather than Joe Biden's way. And what matters here? What matters is getting to the White House, 270 Electoral College votes. And if Joe Biden doesn't pick this up, then those 38 votes in Texas are not his.
OK. Fascinating stuff from Ed. Ashley Koenig, I want you to come in on what's happening or appears to be happening in Texas and those demographic changes. In the end, as Ed was saying, it may not turn out to be enough for Joe Biden, because, of course, Donald Trump won it. I think it was a healthy 9-point lead over Hillary Clinton. So Joe Biden, it would be extraordinary if Joe Biden even gets within a couple of points.
It would, but I think, we have seen Texas shift gradually. We saw Beto O'Rourke, who was running against Joe Biden in the primaries. We saw him when he was running against Ted Cruz prior to that. There are demographic shifts that are happening in Texas. So if not this year and potentially not this year, then this is the Democratic Party building a base there for the future, especially as demographics change and shift. We also have to remember that the Latino population, the Latino voters, are a different kind than they are in Florida. So what we see in Florida may not necessarily translate to what we'll see in Texas. Joe Biden's best bets are if he's again concentrating on the cities and the suburbs here and on demographics like younger voters and Latino voters.
OK, Ashley, thank you very much indeed. Well, I want to discuss that more in a moment. So just a quick look at the race to the White House there, 80-48 in terms of Electoral College votes at the moment. But I want to talk to my next interviewee. I'm joined now by the former Ohio Secretary of State, prominent Republican, Ken Blackwell. Very good to talk to you, Ken Blackwell. What's the feeling in the pit of your stomach, or is the heart beginning to leap? I don't know. Tell us.
Newt Gingrich and I have a wager. Newt says that the president is going to win 324 Electoral College votes. I think he's going to have a 306 repeat. I feel real good about the get out the vote effort in the battleground states. Look, this is probably going to come down to Arizona and Pennsylvania, but I actually feel real good about where the president is in Arizona. And I think that, the result in Pennsylvania might fall within what is called the margin of litigation. And so we might have a lot of lawyers who get rich litigating the final count in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
But, if I'm right and the president loses Pennsylvania, he still has over 270 to win the Electoral College. That's all that matters.
Just over that. But you're predicting, interesting prediction that it all stays the same, i.e. we didn't need to have bothered 306 for the president. But even if it did stay the same, and that would be quite an outcome, it would mean, wouldn't it, though, that the voters themselves have shifted. There are more of them to start with, and the distribution of those votes is altering in the different demographics. We're seeing amongst women, it seems the president losing some support there, but perhaps gaining amongst non-whites.
Well, look, I think that's an important observation. I've been doing this for 50 years. And if you take a look at Obama in 2008, the composition of his win in 2012 was different. It was smaller and it was different. And so, yes, the president will have a different composition of his winning block of votes. But so what? That's what elections are all about. This has been a president that has been decisive. He's sort of not embraced the status quo. He's challenged the bureaucracy in Washington, and so he has stepped on toes and not made friends. But in the final analysis, you have to have the imagination of Jonathan Swift to not recognize that he, before COVID, helped lead us to the most robust economy in the nation's history. He lifted incomes. He, in fact, created environments for jobs. He took $3 trillion that were parked offshore, and he brought them back to fuel an extraordinary, rapid growth in our economy after 8 years of anemic growth with Obama. So look, I think you had a guest on, the Lieutenant Governor of Pennsylvania, who really has fooled himself into believing that this is just a referendum on Donald Trump. I will say, if it was leaning in that direction, as soon as Biden and Harris went on the attack of our energy independence, he in fact made this a binary choice in Pennsylvania, and I think across the Midwest, the industrial Midwest.
Okay. Ambassador, I've got Omarosa here with me, and who I know you know well. She wants to ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
I just want to say that you are truly one of the finest Buckeyes that I know. I was so happy to see that you were on the program. And I also promised Dermot that he could get some Buckeye cookies because he didn't know much about the Buckeye State. But I just really want to ask you, how are things going in the Northeast, in Mahoney County, particularly in Youngstown?
That's a good question. What we noticed is that Democrats are underperforming in Cleveland in particular, and therefore in Cuyahoga County. And that's the same case down in the Southwest in Hamilton County, where Cincinnati is located. They are underperforming. They had about a 59% participation rate, which was way off. They will still win the county, but what you look for in that county and in Cleveland is that it looks like the president could get anywhere from 12 to 15% of the African-American vote. And let me just give some perspective. In 2004, George Bush got 11% of the African-American vote across the nation. In Ohio, that was 18%. I actually think Trump can get 15% nationally, which would be in the ballpark of what Bush did. So it's not uncharted territory. And I think in some key battleground states, that will contribute to his new mix of margin of victory. So I mean, it's fascinating. One of the fun things about politics is speculation. And I think at the end of the day, there will be a count. Our unique system of the Electoral College I actually think that states like Pennsylvania, states like Ohio, we have, because of the Electoral College, we're not flyover territory anymore, where if we weren't, elections would be decided by New York and California.
Okay, I'm sorry, I've got to break up this this Ohio discussion, but of course, as we mentioned before, thank you very much, Ambassador Blackwell. I mean, Ohio, all important, and that it always seems or tends to pick the winner of the presidential election every year since 19.
Letting me fangirl a little bit.
It's no problem. I'm learning more about Buckeyes throughout the evening. Yeah, every president since 1944, bar John F. Kennedy. That's Ohio, but we want to concentrate on Florida now, where it seems it is the case that Donald Trump is in the lead in Florida. Absolutely critical there. Siobhan Robbins is there for us. There's some dancing going on in the background, Siobhan. Is that amongst the Republicans?
Yeah, they have decided it's over here. They are celebrating. You can see the dancing Donalds there. We've had a full rendition of the YMCA. It's been a massive party atmosphere. The people here have decided that Florida is theirs. We've gone across the road. We've spoken to the Democrats as well. They too have accepted defeat, that Florida's gone. A really tasty race now because, of course, if Florida had been shut down, Biden had taken Florida, would have made Trump's journey back to the White House very hard. Let me try and speak to someone, see how they're feeling. Hello. I'm sorry to interrupt your ice cream. No, that's fine. If you want to focus on the ice cream, we understand. Hello, sir. I'm from Sky News. I just wondered how you feel about winning Florida. I've got you all in your perfect timing. How do you feel about the room saying you've won Florida?
We are so excited. We were very apprehensive initially, but we believe that Trump is the best candidate, and we're very excited about his win in Florida.
And how does this open up the race now to the White House, do you think?
He has the right core values. We believe in America and what he stands for, and we're very excited about his message and his vision for the future.
Thank you very much, and thank you for stopping your ice cream break for me. Well, as you can see, party atmosphere here. We're going to pop back to speak to the Democrats shortly. But as far as everyone here is concerned, this is done. It's over. Trump is still in the game.
OK, thank you very much indeed, Siobhan. Enjoy your chalk ice when you get it. So let's go to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Sally Lockwood is there. What have you got for us, Sally?
Well, we saw during the campaign the Democrats having all those drive-in rallies. Well, this is a drive-in watch party, Dermot, which has been organised here in Pittsburgh tonight. People here in their cars to watch the events unfold on the big screen dialed into their radios. Now, of course, Pennsylvania is one of the key 3 Rust Belt states that helped push Donald Trump over the line into the White House in 2016. And as part of his solidarity, if you like, with Rust Belt voters who helped win him the presidency, when he made the decision to pull out of the Paris climate change agreement, he framed it as it being in solidarity with the people of Pittsburgh rather than Paris, as he put it. And rather famously at the time, the mayor of Pittsburgh tweeted, well, actually, we're with Paris on this one. Well, we've had the good fortune of stumbling across the mayor ourselves tonight here at the watch party. Thank you very much indeed for speaking to us, Bill Peduto. Yep. What's your take on the event so far?
I think we're seeing a lot of what we expected to, especially in the states that were going to go red or blue, or those that had in the past, and I mean before 2016. But it really will be up to these battleground states.
And of course, Donald Trump did say that he was elected to represent the people of Pittsburgh, not Paris. How do you think that's played out for him here in the last 4 years?
Well, I think it calls to an antiquated viewpoint of what Western Pennsylvania has become. Certainly, we are proud of our roots in heavy industry, of coal and of mining, being able to be the world's capital of steel. But today, Western Pennsylvania is a leading global city in education and medicine and technology and the autonomous of everything and robotics. And he was basically using it as a way to call upon what we were and not what we have become.
Can he do it again here in Pennsylvania? It's still very tight.
I think it's going to be something that we're all going to be watching very closely. We're going to have a better turnout for him within the city of Pittsburgh. We will turn out more votes, and in Allegheny County, we'll turn out even more votes than we did for Hillary Clinton in 2016. When she carried Allegheny County and she won the city of Pittsburgh by 75%.
And just lastly, what's your view on the contention when it comes to postal ballots, mail-in voting, and the potential signs that people might feel cheated in this election somehow, and the threat of unrest?
There's far more rhetoric that's being created in order to create chaos and fear than anything in reality that has actually gone wrong. In fact, in a state like Pennsylvania that just changed to mail-in ballots this year, during a global pandemic, there have been very few errors. Nothing's foolproof. Nothing's 100% guaranteed. But if anything does come up, I assure people that it will be fully investigated and accurate.
Okay, Bill Peduto, thank you so much for your time. Good to see you this evening. It's very, very tight here, and it's likely that all eyes will be on Pennsylvania in the coming days. It could take until Friday before any announcement is made when it comes to the results here, and it's likely to be contested in the courts, certainly by the candidates themselves, if it comes to any dispute over those very important postal ballots. Still a lot of time ahead here in terms of awaiting a result, but in terms of Wisconsin, that Rust Belt state, we may get that in the early hours of this morning.
OK, Sally, thanks. We'll be back with you soon. Sally Lockwood there in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Now, I just want to alert you to a state which is highly indicative of a process we've been describing this evening. It's just further advanced down that route. I'll tell you what that route is in a moment or two, but let's identify the state. It is the state of Colorado, a solidly Democratic state. Now the projected winner, therefore, is Joe Biden. We are announcing by, at this point, 60.3% of the vote, 37.7% to Donald Trump. But it was a formerly Republican state, but the expansion of the suburbs, in particular around the city of Denver in Colorado, turned that state from a once solidly Republican red state initially to a toss-up. They sometimes call it a purple state here, and now it is solidly in the blue column. And it's a process we're talking about seeing elements of now in states like Georgia and North Carolina. Whether that process is advanced enough tonight to turn them blue, well, that remains to be seen by a very long chalk. But Colorado there projected for the Democrats. Now let's talk more. We've just been talking about Pennsylvania, haven't we? Talking a lot, of course, about Florida as well. Ed Conway's got more information on both of those key states. Ed.
Yeah, there's a reason for that, isn't there, Dermot, which is that if Joe Biden wanted to have an early win, he really needed to pick up Florida. But when you look at the map, it doesn't look like it's going for him. Have a look at this. This shows you Miami-Dade. We're going to compare 2016 with where we are now. We showed you this before, but we've got more votes in, so it's worth just underlining it. Of course, Miami-Dade, there it is, Miami, that crucial kind of urban centre within Florida. Big Hispanic vote there. Lots of Cuban Hispanics, but also Puerto Ricans as well, although mostly Cubans in Miami. And last time around, remember this number, 64 or so % went for Hillary Clinton, 63.7 for Hillary Clinton. Look what's happened this time. Joe Biden has lost voters in Miami. Donald Trump has added voters. He's got up from 34% to 46%. He's picking up a lot of votes in Miami, a generally safe Democrat part of Florida. And that's something he's going to be delighted about. And trying to work out why that's happening involves looking at some of the exit poll data, which is quite intriguing. In particular, look at this, OK? This shows you Latino votes and who they're voting for. The red bit, obviously, is Donald Trump. Now, that may not look like much. It may be smaller than the 53% that Joe Biden has. That's Joe Biden, that's Donald Trump. But that is up from 35% last time around. The Latino vote very much going for Donald Trump in Florida. That is really interesting. We saw a bit of that in the early polling, but it does look like that's potentially going to help him to carry the state. We haven't yet got that confirmed or a declaration on it, but it's looking pretty handy for Donald Trump. How about Pennsylvania, though? Dermot mentioned that a moment ago, and let's just have a look at where counting is at Pennsylvania. Still a long way to go, and we saw Sally a moment ago there. They take a long time to count. 90% of the vote in. Good for Joe Biden, but as we say, we do need to be cautious about this, and that's why we're trying to show you kind of state but also county-level data to dig down and work out the places where they have done most of the counting and to compare that with previous years. this time I want to show you the exit poll, specifically in Pennsylvania. So this is the exit poll, and what we've got here is the votes for Democrats compared with last time around. So the lighter blue bars there is 2016, and this is what we have this time around. So you can see that Joe Biden has got more votes from under 30s. It's gone up from 52% to 65%. With 65 plus, though, this is the elderly voters. A lot of people thought Joe Biden had a good chance with them, particularly after COVID. A lot of people concerned about what happened with COVID-19. These were the people that a lot of them came out for Donald Trump last time around. Well, look, Joe Biden's support has gone down with over 65s in Pennsylvania. That might be a cause for concern. It's also gone down amongst these crucial parts of the electorate, the people that helped to elect Donald Trump in this swing state. White, non-college graduates down from 42% to 34% support for the Democrats. But here's something he will be cheered by in the suburbs. So, you know, a lot of talk about suburban women and their votes in this election. You heard it from Donald Trump. Suburban housewives, he said, why aren't you voting for me? Well, it does look like they are turning to Joe Biden, up from 44% to 48% support this time around. That's interesting. And it's worth, dwelling on that because it's going to take a while before we get those definitive results from Pennsylvania. There's our map at the moment. You can see the numbers. Actually, let's have a look at our virtual White House and show you over here what's actually going on with that race, the race we have been tracking through the night. And if you look at those two bars reaching from where we are now to the White House, they need to get to 270 to be president. Still a long way from it. Still many results yet to be counted. Joe Biden in the lead at the moment with 89, Donald Trump with 63, but the night is very young indeed, a long time potentially to go, and it looks even longer as we see what's happening in Florida, as we see that it doesn't look like there's a quick win for Joe Biden anytime soon. It looks like this is going to the wire.
It does. OK, Ed, thank you very much indeed. Now, the eagle-eyed amongst you may have noticed on Ed's big map there that we had coloured in the state of Alabama in the deep south there. We'd coloured that in red. Let me just confirm it for you. We are projecting that Alabama will go to the Republicans with its 9 electoral college votes. I wonder if I can get it for you on the big screen just as we can look at that. Well, that's the map. And there we are, 54.7% for Donald Trump and 44.0% for Joe Biden. Very little counted there, but that result not in doubt. So I want to bring in Kim Darroch here on some of what we have just been discussing. And Kim Darroch, we're talking so much this evening, aren't we, about divisions, fundamental divisions within the United States along racial lines, cultural lines, social lines. But it seems that they are increasingly becoming represented geographically as well in terms of some of these states we're reporting, where you can just see it starkly happening, where the big cities and their suburbs are turning or staying Democratic or encroaching on other areas, and then the rural areas and the smaller towns pretty solidly Republican.
Yeah, it feels very much like that. And that's a trend that's been developing for several years now, but it's really stark. What I notice also, Dermot, is that there's no consistency in these results, is there? Because, for example, you see Biden doing less well than expected in Miami-Dade and Trump doing better than expected there. Yet Biden's doing better than expected in some states, in some counties in Texas, and has done very well in one or two of the counties that Ed was looking at in Pennsylvania. So what does that tell you? I mean, unless I'm missing something, I find myself unable now really to calculate at all how this is going to come out, because there is so many different things going on across that electoral map. And then you have Frank Lutz's prediction in his interview with you earlier that Democrats in the Rust Belt in Wisconsin, Michigan and Pennsylvania will come home, having voted for Donald Trump in 2016, will now come back to the Democrat Party. So what's my conclusion? Who knows what's going to happen? It's going to be a long night. The other point I would just note is it's a new description of a very close result from your interviewee, Ken Blackwell, when he said that's within the margin of mitigation.
Yeah, let's drill down on that point. That point of puzzlement you have there, Kim Darroch, with Ashley Koenig, and it's all that, you know, in Florida, particularly amongst Hispanics, Latinos, Donald Trump seems to be doing quite well. Early indications from Texas that he isn't. But it's part of the clue there that you can't really say that all the Latino vote is the same. There are Cubans, there are Puerto Ricans, there are Mexicans, of course, and they're differently distributed around the United States.
I mean, you can't really say that about any voting bloc. And in statistics, we may group people together and we may say that they vote in particular ways. But if we look at the Black vote, if we look at the women's vote, you know, none of these groups are a monolith. We're going to see geography play a definite role in all of this. And I completely agree with that point. I think it's interesting how we see Biden doing better or worse with these key demographics depending upon the state and not necessarily an overarching pattern throughout the country so far.
OK, Ashley, thank you very much indeed for that. To be continued. Want to concentrate on the situation in Arizona in a moment or two. But first of all, I want to talk to Jamal Bowman, Democratic candidate for Congress in New York State. Very good to talk to you, Jamal Bowman. Thank you very much indeed. Well, you know, how do you think your race is going to go? You're going to be in Congress pretty soon.
It looks like it. The polls just closed at 9 p.m. We're a heavily Democratic district, and early numbers show us, you know, having about 93% of the vote. So we're looking good so far.
OK. Now, the key question, though, is do you think you're going to have a Democratic president then to serve under?
It remains to be seen. I hope, you know, the early numbers are what they are. It's pretty consistent between what's happening now and what happened in 2016. So we'll see. You know, the night is long, and we're not gonna have results in many states for a number of hours. So we'll see how it goes. But either way, there's a lot of work to do. There's a lot to fight for. I've been sent to Washington with a mandate, and I plan to do everything I can to meet that mandate for the people here in this district.
Yeah, well, it's interesting what you say, because one thing's for sure is it's not going to be easy for either candidate. And on the Democratic side, I've been hearing some people saying, well, look, Joe Biden's got an 8, 9, 10% lead nationally. He's home and hosed. It's not going to be like that.
No, not at all. I mean, in 2016, all of the polling told us that Hillary Clinton was going to win the election, and that did not happen. So, you know, we've been telling people to ignore the polls, continue to organize, and make sure you get out there and vote early, vote using mail-in ballots. This is going to be a fight, because it looks like tonight is going to be a close race. And then we have the mail-in ballots to count. And Trump has already declared that he would claim victory and challenge those mail-in ballots in the courts. So, you know, we have a long fight ahead of us, but I believe we're prepared for that fight.
I know you're able to be nonpartisan as well, Jamal Bowman. So you must be heartened then just by the turnout. More than 100 million Americans voted before voting day, before November the 3rd. We haven't got the final tallies yet, but it could well be, something like 150 million. And that's got to be good for democracy.
Heartened is the perfect word. It's excellent for democracy. What the very thin silver lining that Trump has provided has been a wake-up call to the American people. You know, we saw what happened in 2016. We've watched how he's governed over the last 3.5 years. It's been deplorable. It's been unacceptable. And democracy is on the ballot this time around. And as we deal and fight against climate change, as we fight for housing and healthcare as a human right, as we fight for human rights of all people, regardless of background, we're getting more people engaged, more people involved, especially the younger generation. I mean, groups like the Sunrise Movement and the Justice Democrats, Working Families Parties getting younger. There's a lot of organizing happening, which is why the numbers are so much higher than they were in 2016.
Now, Jamal Bowman, you can call me cynical if you like, but I heard Joe Biden, you'll have heard Joe Biden saying, you know, well, I'm standing as a Democrat, but if I'm elected, I'm going to represent the red and the blue. I'm going to govern for all Americans. All presidents, well, say bar Donald Trump, but all presidents say that, don't they? He's going to be a Democrat. If it's a Democrat Congress, if it's a Democrat Senate, it's going to be a Democrat government. You're going to look after your own.
Well, yes, right. But there are Democrats who are more progressive, and there are some who are more moderate, and there are some who are more conservative. So it depends on what ideological line you fall under. So I believe Joe Biden, when he says he's going to govern for the entire country, what my wing of the Democratic Party would like him to be is more progressive. And make sure we implement government policy and use the weight of the government to respond to this coronavirus pandemic that has killed well over 230,000 people, and to respond to a nation where racism and inequality continues to persist. We hope that he has a progressive response, and he responds to the progressive wing of the party to make sure that we save lives and give people access to opportunity and the opportunity to thrive within their communities. And that hasn't happened for at least 50 years in this country.
OK, Jamal Bowman, it's always good to talk to you. Maybe talk to you if you get into Congress. I'm not counting any chickens there. Thank you very much indeed. Now, I just want to alert you to another state that we are going to project for you. It's one of the Carolinas, not the one that perhaps might give us a bit of a surprise. That's to the north. It's South Carolina, solidly Republican state. 9 electoral college votes there for the Republicans, with 31% of the live results in confident enough to predict that it will go to Donald Trump, with around about 56.2% of the vote. Let's get back to somewhere that could be a lot more competitive. Arizona. Helen Ann Smith there is in Phoenix. Polls closed, about 35 minutes ago. What's the feeling? What are you picking up, Helen Ann?
Well, definitely excitement building here in Phoenix, Arizona. It's still pretty early here, Dermot. It's only about 7:45 in the evening, so some people have gone home after work. There's a sense that this watch party in a gay bar we're in downtown Phoenix is going to start getting busy very, very shortly indeed. We'll just show you around a little bit. There's predominantly Democrat-leaning voters here for sure. There's been whoops and cheers every time the networks that have been streaming on the walls have been calling races for Joe Biden. People pretty enthusiastic to be here. I'm just going to bring you over and have a chat to some people who have come down to watch the race. Sorry to interrupt you, gentlemen. I mind if we have a quick chat. How are you guys feeling about this race tonight? It's going to be close here in Arizona, possibly close nationally. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling nervous. I think Arizona is going to flip blue, but I don't have confidence that Arizona's enough.
Why are you feeling so nervous? What makes you so anxious? Is it last time memories of being disappointed at the last minute?
Yes, absolutely. I was certain that Hillary Clinton was going to win last time, and I really felt she deserved to win. And I was shocked and disappointed and devastated when she didn't.
Why is it that you think that Arizona particularly is going to flip blue this time? What is the feeling that you're getting around Phoenix with your friends and colleagues? Why do you think this one's going to go?
I think Arizona is waking up in terms of converting from an old-time kind of out-western type of state to a much more cosmopolitan state and a much more diverse state. And I think Arizona is a state that's starting to realize the value of its diversity. And I think that's a reason why it's going to flip.
Can I ask you as well, sir, how are you feeling? Are you a Democrat voter as well?
I am a Democratic voter as well. So I've had high anxiety all day today. It's hard to focus on my work. So I decided to come here with the guys and watch the results of the election tonight. So, I mean, I'm on edge. So this is really a breaking point for our country. I mean, either we're going to be under draconian rule under Donald Trump, or we're going to have continued healthy democracy with Biden. So,
and that's what you think, that it's draconian rule. I mean, how much of your vote tonight is for Biden and how much of it is against Trump?
That's a very good question. So I would say about 60% is against Trump and 40% is for Biden.
Do you think there's a chance that this country can come together after this? Because there really is a sense, isn't there, that there's a lot of division. A lot of people we've spoken to have said they're really worried about the next few days, the next few weeks, and what it's going to do to this country one way or the other. How do you feel about that?
So, yes, I do have concerns about that, because there are some radical people in this country that have been brainwashed through the algorithms that they get through their social media feeds. And they don't research, they don't look at the facts, they don't believe in science, and that's just concerning to me.
What are the issues you voted on this election? What matters to you? Is it the coronavirus? Is it the economy? What matters here in Arizona?
Coronavirus first. We could have had a cap on this back in March. And because of the mismanagement of this administration, it's just gone wild. That's why we're #1 in the world for cases and deaths. So that's really the most pressing issue, in my opinion.
How are you going to feel in a few hours' time, if in a few hours' time, and it's a big if, we hear that Donald Trump is president again for 4 years? How are you going to feel?
I'll be crushed. I'll go through a mourning process and start contingency planning.
Contingency planning for what?
To maybe relocate to a healthier democracy.
And you feel that seriously about it?
I absolutely do feel that seriously about it.
How about you, Sarah? Is it as serious as that for you as well?
I would also go into a period of mourning, and I think that I will try to become more political to try to thwart the efforts of this Republican Party and the unfairness and the division and the sadness that I feel that they create in our lives day to day.
Do you think this country can come together again after this, whichever way it goes?
Not in a short time. I think it's going to take several years of hard work and an empathetic president and people that stop prejudging and are more open-minded and are more caring toward each other, and I think it's going to take a long time.
Well, thank you both for your time very, very much indeed. I mean, this race is setting up at the moment. It's really looking like it's going to be close here in Arizona. This is a traditionally Republican state. If it does flip blue tonight, it will be quite something. It'll be the first time this state has voted for a Democrat presidential nominee for nearly 30 years. These guys are excited, nervous too. Lots and lots to play for.
Thank everyone. It's Helen Ann. Thank you very much indeed. Well, Cordelia, I mean, we are in uncharted territory, in particular because of not only the scale of the vote, but the nature of the vote, how so much early voting and so much mail-in voting has taken place, and then counting that, and I suppose the parties that tend to have earlier voting. What I'm talking about is you may see some states originally going quite blue, quite Democrat, and then the on-the-day vote, the Republicans come back.
Yeah, that's why it's very hard to draw any big conclusions, not only within counties, within states, but what they tell you about the rest of the country as well. You know, for instance, in Florida, it looks like Cuban Americans have helped Donald Trump there, but will that be replicated with Latino voters in Arizona? Not necessarily. We have to pause for a bit of breath on that. Then we've got Joe Biden. Now, across the board in some key voter groups, he seems to be improving in some areas quite significantly on Hillary Clinton's record. And that's manifesting in the likes of North Carolina, Ohio, even ruby red Texas. But, and it's a big but, we're now seeing some of those margins against Donald Trump close, and that's because some of them are starting to get the in-person votes counted. So it's this kind of red-blue mirage that we kept being warned about. I think we're going to see the figures going up and down throughout the night, and it's just too early.
Roller coaster.
To draw from it.
But that's the point, isn't it, Omarosa? As I say, uncharted territory, because so many people have voted in a different manner as well, and we just don't have any kind of map from the past to guide us.
And you know what complicates it even more? There are 20 states in this country who allow same-day registration. So you can wake up and decide, I'm just going to go vote today. Those folks have not been factored in the polling. They were not factored in a lot of these models. And so in 20 states, the X factor will be those people who showed up, registered on the day of, and voted. And we have no idea who they may have voted for.
You've also got this situation, I mean, there's so many different situations with the voting, how you do it, and the other ways of doing it, Cordelia. I mean, if you have a mail-in ballot and you don't use it, you can turn up on the day, and then they'll put your vote aside and maybe count it later if it's tight.
Yeah, I mean, there's all kinds of voting scenarios that we could be looking at. I think it was intriguing to see the Trump campaign really optimistic about turning as many people at the 11th hour as they could. Donald Trump putting all his eggs in the election day basket, if you like, making sure that people turnout on the day rather than banking all those mail ballots.
And he also had more people on the ground. Remember, the Biden camp was reluctant because of the pandemic to put boots on the ground, people knocking on the door and going out. So they held back until the wee hours, and then they dispatched their team. But it may have been too late in places like Florida, in places like South Carolina. I mean, these are tactics that were traditionally used that Biden decided, I'd rather be safe than sorry on the health front. And it may have cost him too.
Door knockers. That's a very interesting point. I want to bring in Kim Darroch on there, just on the turnout and the motivating factors. It seems, Kim Darroch, going to check in on the campaigns in a moment or two, but it seems, Kim Darroch, doesn't it? I mean, you've described what a divided nation this is, but that's a motivator for both sides.
Yes, and I mean, one of the problems for the Democrats in 2016 was that their voters didn't seem sufficiently motivated to turn out for Hillary Clinton. The thinking had been about 2020 that because Trump has been such a divisive president and hasn't really reached out across the political divide and tried to persuade moderate Democrats that something he's got something for them, that you might get Democrats more committed and more motivated to vote this time round. Well, maybe they are, but it's not a consistent picture across the country at all. One thing that is consistent, though, is that if you're a Trump supporter, you seem to turn out to vote, whatever. Such are the levels of commitment and enthusiasm amongst his voters, such is the regard with which they hold him. So that's a kind of real problem for the Democrats. Their voters might turn out, might not, but Trump's voters certainly will.
Yeah, absolutely. OK, I want to check in on the mood amongst the campaigns now. Greg Milam is with the Democrats. James Matthews is with the Republicans at the White House. See if their antennae are picking up any intelligence whatsoever. That looked quite bad. You just popped up on the screen there when I mentioned any intelligence whatsoever. Of course, bursting with brains, the two of you. Greg Milam, what are you hearing from the Democrats?
Well, as you can see, it's pretty quiet here at the place where Joe Biden will come to give his address to the nation, as his campaign described it. And I can't tell you how peculiar it is, bearing in mind previous election nights, to be standing somewhere that is so deserted at this stage of an election night. Of course, COVID being the reason, and the Biden campaign putting all of its protections in place. That's why it's like this. The cones mark out where there will be cars later when people are allowed in to come and listen to Joe Biden give that address. He is at home at the moment watching what's going on around the country. We're told we'll get some warning when he comes here. His campaign has been saying all day it was all about trying to get turnout today. He was on the road. All of those close to him were on the road because they believe turnout will be so significant. There is some disappointment about what's happening in Florida, bearing in mind, particularly in Miami, where they sent his former boss Barack Obama to try to drive out turnout amongst Black and Latino voters. That doesn't appear to have happened. That is a disappointment for them. They're still looking with some hope at places like Georgia, and particularly North Carolina and Ohio, which seem to be going better than maybe they expected. Two places that weren't high on the list, I think is fair to say, going into tonight. And significantly in somewhere like Ohio, as we've been talking about for weeks, the performance amongst suburban voters is really significant, and it's why Joe Biden was targeting those areas so much, particularly in the closing days of this campaign. But they're all close. It's close everywhere. We know he has paths to victory. He believes they are still viable ones, but it doesn't appear to be the landslide at the moment that many were talking about, but they're watching closely. And the campaign have said today they have no regrets about how they've run this campaign, taking into account the pandemic and just the way they decided to run this campaign. No regrets is what they say. We'll see how they feel at the end of the night.
OK, how are they feeling, James Matthews, then, at the White House?
Yeah, thanks very much, Dermot. Fairly quiet White House, certainly in the front lawn. The president is inside, watching with his family and senior advisors, we're told, in the East Wing. We've heard from Kellyanne Conway in the past couple of hours. She's spoken to NBC and ABC. Apparently the presidential routine at a time like this is to sit quietly, watching the results come in, work the phones. He has people running in and out from the war room who will give them their best guess as to what lies ahead. At this stage, and it is early, he certainly doesn't seem to be staring down the barrel of worst-case scenario. Florida still very much in play. Florida in the bag, actually, according to Republican advisors who've spoken within the past couple of hours. They reckon they have it, and they reckon that is down largely to what they call voter participation, a ground game, as it's called here, essentially over a period of several years, reaching out, identifying new voters, getting them registered, and they say that has had an effect with minority voters in particular, which has been to their advantage because it has balanced those that they have lost, suburban housewives and so on. So, yeah, quiet scene here at the White House, within the bounds of the White House, Dermot. Take a look outside at that's about 100 yards away from where I am, the other side of an 8-9 feet fence. There is a Black Lives Matter protest, which has been peaceful, growing perhaps in intensity. These things tend to be that way. They're, people very politically committed to expressing their message. So you can see the scene on the other side of what they're calling the non-scalable fence here at the White House. And it is worth saying, I've said this earlier on tonight, but this is a bizarre scene really in the heart of the United States Capitol. Big fence around the White House, boarded up windows within a quarter-mile radius of this place. And the White House and Washington, D.C. generally has the feeling of a city hunkered down as we await results and we await, the fallout. And the better the president does, then the more perhaps we may find out, or the more we may hear from him when he steps up to the mic this evening, that, he is carrying out this intention, this threat, the suggestion that he's floated over the past few weeks that he will declare the result early tonight without waiting for the result of the postal ballots, which of course will take several days to count.
Cordelia, just a quick thought on that James is saying there, that we could be getting closer. I mean, still a long way from it, but that is a potential scenario.
Yeah, I think Team Trump is going to be feeling pretty optimistic about where they are right now. They're holding on to the places that they needed to, and he's absolutely been building support. We've seen that with the Latino vote in Florida. They had really micro-targeted approaches. You will have seen a lot of advertisements targeted to particularly the Cuban American community there. I think what we are seeing tonight, and look, this is a very early assessment, it's very early doors. The complication of the mail-in votes will shift this narrative as the night goes on. But the worst case scenario for Joe Biden's team was that he'd fall short, get close but not close enough in lots of key states. That might not transpire, but it certainly looks more plausible now as a result of some of this.
I want to talk about a couple of those key states now. Sorry, Omarosa.
I'm listening to the helicopters. I think it's important for us to paint a picture that here we are right near Black Lives Plaza, and I'm going to tell you, all you hear are helicopters overhead. You can see on the images that they're trying to break up some disruptions, but that's the state of the tension in this country, but particularly outside of the White House, that is enforced like a barrier to a war zone.
Quite extraordinary scenes there outside the White House, as you can see on your screens at the moment. Something we're not too very far away from ourselves. Alex Crawford, of course, is there. But I want to discuss some of these states where the Democrats have still high hopes, in particular North Carolina, Georgia. What have you got in terms of information and data, Ed?
Dermot, where they don't have high hopes right now is Florida. As you heard from James Matthews there, the White House think they've got it in the bag, and the numbers certainly do look that way at the moment. Still waiting to know for sure in Florida, but that's looking like that's going towards Donald Trump at least. But North Carolina, as you were saying, looking more promising for the Democrats, at least in terms of the numbers of votes that have been counted so far. Let's have a look at what we have in North Carolina. Crucial state here, 15 electoral college votes here. And it had been leaning, according to the polls at least, had been leaning towards Joe Biden. But I want to draw your attention to something here. Not that long ago, the gap was far bigger. Joe Biden was much further ahead in North Carolina. Now it's tightening, and it looks like Donald Trump is catching up in North Carolina. And the reason why it's worth dwelling on that is that might be the same thing happening elsewhere as well, Ohio as well. That started off looking very good for Joe Biden, but you're seeing that gap start to narrow. And might that be that blue mirage people talked about, where early votes were counted first, and then we got the later on-the-day Republican votes? Seems to be the case. And let's have a look at this. This is Mecklenburg County, so big population centre in North Carolina. And when you look here, what you can see is last time around, Hillary Clinton taking it by 63%. 63% back in 2016. And look at this, Joe Biden looks like he's increased that, so gaining votes in places like Mecklenburg. But, as I say, as the new counts come in, it does look like that lead that he had in places like North Carolina, places like Ohio as well, seems to be narrowing. I'll give you the ultimate example of that. Come over here and let's have a look at Texas. Because in Texas, you remember, just not long ago, we were talking about how Joe Biden was potentially leading in Texas. Well, now look, Donald Trump has taken back the lead in Texas. That has just happened in the course of the last kind of 25 minutes, half an hour or so. Donald Trump has pulled ahead of Joe Biden in Texas, and that story is changing. And again, it's the same thing. You know, there's an unprecedented election, very different pattern of voting, and we're starting to learn that that's changing the dynamic, changing the narrative over the course of the evening and into the morning, and that might be the case as well in other places throughout the country. So we are kind of, monitoring that as it happens, but it just means you can't be too sure about these stories. And I'll tell you one final thing, the Hispanic vote. The Hispanic vote seems to have been pretty decisive, certainly very helpful for Donald Trump in Florida. Looks like it might be helping as well in Texas, although it's still early on that and we'll have to judge it. But, it is an ethnic minority, but a growing, important minority in the US, and they are coming out to vote for Donald Trump, and they're not necessarily voting as much for Joe Biden as they did for Hillary Clinton. And that affects, of course, the race we've been showing you, that race for, well, here it is, the race for the White House, race to 270. There you can see it in our virtual White House, and you can see these two men and their paths towards potential victory. Joe Biden ahead when it comes to this race, but it's a long way to go still. Many states yet to be counted. And as we were saying, it changes. The dynamic in these states are changing. It was looking good in Texas for a moment for Joe Biden, and then more votes got counted, and now things are changing. It was looking good in Ohio, and then more votes were counted, and now things are changing. It was looking good in North Carolina, but we don't really know that gap that he had is being narrowed by Donald Trump. Very interesting indeed.
Absolutely nail-biting as well. Ed, thank you very much indeed. As Ed's saying, a long, long way to go. Small polls closing in 4 states in 3 minutes and 45 seconds, amongst them Iowa and Nevada, which are the two we'll really be keeping a close eye on. I just want to get the thoughts of Ashley Koenig on some of what Ed was telling us there, and in particular, Ashley, this issue of the blue mirage, the early votes, some of the mail-in votes tending towards the Democrats, then the on-the-day vote, the red wave coming in as they're counted.
Yeah, I think Ed hit the nail on the head. This is the blue mirage in action that we have been warned about. And we saw in pre-election day vote tallies or in votes cast tallies, we saw that Democrats were turning out in unprecedented numbers. And of course, if those ballots are being counted before the election day totals, of course, we're going to see heavy leans towards Biden in those particular states. So we have to be absolutely careful, depending upon the voting procedures in each of these states, how we're interpreting results. If Biden's gap is narrowing in places like North Carolina, we know that it already looks poor for him in Florida. If Florida, North Carolina, and Georgia do go for Trump, then we're looking at a 50-50 split in terms of the Electoral College.
Oh, my goodness me. And Kim Darroch, would that be then the nightmare scenario? Well, it would, wouldn't it be, if it's 269, 269?
It would, Dermot. I mean, it feels to me, on the back of what Ed has just said, and Ashley, that the Democrats, although it's still early in the evening, the Democrats rather need some good news, because it looks just as if they might fall just short in all of these key states, which they hoped to take some of. That's going to be a depressing few hours for them coming up if that's the case, if they fall just short in each of North Carolina and in Texas and in Georgia. So, it's looking a real nail-biter.
OK, nail biter indeed, and that's exactly what you've been saying, Cordelia. But, if it all just does come down to those Rust Belt states, Joe Biden can still do it by retaking Pennsylvania, Michigan and Wisconsin.
But nothing certain for the Democrats right now, and they haven't got a bounce and uplift from the Sun Belt yet. They haven't got that kind of sense that the nation's mood has changed. Florida would absolutely have delivered that. But what you're seeing actually is Donald Trump making up ground. There might be some people watching tonight thinking this has echoes of 2016 about it. You know, the polls suggested wide margins for Joe Biden. You know, I've spoken to countless pollsters over the past month, and they all say they've course corrected, that they weren't making the same mistake as they did in 2016 when they didn't look enough at the education of voters, because, of course, non-college educated voters turned out for Donald Trump.
Okay.
So, D-Day for them.
We're coming to another D-Day, another point. We're coming up to 3 a.m. in the United Kingdom. It's 10 p.m. here in Washington, D.C. The polls are about to close in another 4 states, and depending on what happens elsewhere, results in these states, well, they could prove critical. Smaller amounts of electoral college votes, but they could be significant amongst those about to close. Got the battleground state of Iowa, which has backed the winning candidate in each of the last 4 elections. And the western state of Nevada, once dominated by the Republicans in the 80s, but narrowly won by Hillary Clinton 4 years ago. A couple to really watch out for. So the polls have now closed in the vast majority of the United States. You can see the states there on your screen. No, that's me. We'll show them on the screen in a moment or two. Most of those states, the counting is now underway. I was told we were going to show you the screen, but it doesn't really matter. An awful lot of states where the polls are closed. Vast majority of them, only 1, 2, 3, 4. Only 6 now still to close their polls. So let's discuss what we were discussing before we made that announcement about those 4 polls closing. And Omarosa, this idea of a Democrat early vote, the Republicans coming back with the on-the-day vote. But then if it is really tight, is there may I coin the phrase, a blue bounce? Because some states, in particular Pennsylvania, are still accepting mail-in ballots and will count them right into next week if necessary.
You know, I think you did a great job of setting the stage and setting expectations that we really may not know tonight what's going to happen. However, you're absolutely correct. When the states start counting, and there are states that don't start counting until tonight, millions and millions and millions in terms of volume of the mail-in ballots, I think you will see a shift towards the Democrats. Because remember, President Trump discouraged his followers from even utilizing the mail-in system. And we're not sure now if that was a mistake, but we certainly know that the Democrats took advantage of it.
But then, therefore, is that room to get the lawyers in to dispute, to say you're counting too long, I want the results on the day or the day after?
Well, look, we know I think the Republicans are going to drive a very impatient game when it comes to counting votes. We know both sides have hired hundreds of lawyers. There are up to 300 cases that have already been launched. I think what is fascinating from what we're seeing unfolding so far, let's remind ourselves, Democrats decided to get behind Joe Biden is because he was a white, moderate man with blue-collar ties, and they thought if it came down to the Midwest, he was the best candidate to flip it. And, if it transpires that he's not able to score any upsets or victories, that it isn't the kind of resounding success that some of the pollsters indicated, well, then it might all, in the end, as we keep saying, come down to Pennsylvania. And that's going to be tight and deeply contentious. Republicans are going to fight it to the wire. Democrats insist they are primed and prepared for that as well. But it's complicated, it's protracted, and it's not what a democracy wants, this kind of closeness.
OK, just want to take everyone through the state of play as it stands now, in particular in these battleground states. These are the states, the half dozen or so, a few more than that, where this result is going to be decided, and biggest amongst them is Florida. A huge number of those votes counted, but it's still pretty tight, although Donald Trump, with 94% of the vote in, has a 51.2% lead to 47.8% for Joe Biden. And as we've been reporting, the Republicans feeling fairly confident that they can bag that, but too early to call that yet. Now, Georgia, just to the north there of Florida, in the south, but it was an early indicator for the Democrats. They thought they were doing quite well. There are more votes have been counted, only half of them so far, though. But Donald Trump then with a 55, nearly a 56 percentage of that vote, and 43% there or thereabouts for Joe Biden. So the Democrats falling behind there. North Carolina, another one of those states there with its tiny border there with Georgia, and the other one, the red one there, already called for the Republican. South Carolina, North Carolina there, well, it's much, much tighter there, and 85% of that vote in. The Democrats will have high hopes there with a 0.2% lead so far. Ohio, well, this is the state we've been discussing an awful lot, the Buckeye State, as I now know, and it is the state that has always gone with the winner of the presidency since 1944, apart from 1960, when it decided that Richard Nixon was the president for them. The rest of the country decided it was JFK, and Donald Trump there with a lead of about 3 points there, 70% of the vote counted. And next we'll have a look at neighbouring Pennsylvania. Absolutely crucial, could be absolutely crucial to the outcome of this election. Under a quarter of the votes tallied and decided so far, but Donald Trump getting his nose in front there by about 3 points, 50.8% for Donald Trump and 47.9% for Joe Biden. Texas, let's have a look at that. It's never normally seen to be in place, certainly not since 1976 when the Democrats last took it. They've been talking tough, talking big about Texas during the course of this campaign, encouraged by some of the polling there, which had Joe Biden ahead in some of the polls by 1 or 2 points, but with over 3/4 of the votes counted. And look at that, an enormous number of electoral college votes at stake there. It really would put a hole in the under the waterline for the Trump campaign if they lost it. But Donald Trump in the lead there, 50.5% of the vote. Joe Biden on 48.1%. Well, let's get the thoughts of my panelists. Let's start with you, Ashley Koenig, on this, and continue to discuss the nature of the votes and this early vote, this huge early vote, 100 million and more Americans voting, and on the day vote, we're not entirely sure how many, and the fact then that it might get down to counting those late postal ballots, disputed ballots, recounts. It could be incredibly tight.
Very much so. I mean, again, this is all coming down to Pennsylvania, and we know that the Pennsylvania vote count is going to go slowly. We also know that the states that are coming up at the next time that the polls close, we know pretty much how those are going to go. We also know a lot of the states we've already been looking at in terms of North Carolina and Florida and Georgia. While some of these were leaning towards Biden, they had been razor thin margins in the polls. And so, of course, with a simple polling error, they could have worked in Trump's favor, as we're seeing particularly in Florida right now.
But at the moment, nothing flipped. I mean, do you expect it? Surely something must change.
I think this is just becoming more and more of a nail biter as we go into the night. Clearly, the scenario of Biden having an easy win is out, and perhaps we didn't account for how much this difference between Election Day voting versus early voting and mail-in ballots really is taking a toll on how we process election results, how we count them, and how pre-election polling interpreted them.
Yeah, well, I mean, I just one last one on that polling to you, as you are the pollster amongst us, Ashley. As I said to you before, Joe Biden had a commanding lead nationally over Donald Trump, and much, much larger than Hillary Clinton in 2016.
Very much so. But again, the election is not won by national polls, which mimic the popular vote. It's won by the Electoral College, which is mimicked by statewide polling. And we knew going into this that a lot of these battleground states had very close margins. We know in particular, states like Florida are notoriously difficult to poll as well because of all of these different enclaves. We're talking about the 65 plus voters versus the Cuban vote in Miami-Dade. It's of course, hindsight is always 20/20. We'll see where we end up by the end of the night or the end of a few days or a week. But these are practices of uncertainty and probability. Polling are good uses of explanatory tools, but they're not meant to be crystal balls. They're telling us an estimate based on what voters are telling us. We don't know if that's actually going to pan out on election day.
We certainly don't, as we are finding. Cordelia, just on these polls that have just closed, if it is really tight, and it seems to be so, then the smaller states matter. I want to single out Nevada here, won narrowly by Hillary Clinton. Now, the Democrats were thinking, if we take Georgia or Florida, then we're not even thinking, we don't even care about Nevada. It really matters now.
It really matters, and it really brings back memories of 2016 when I was covering Hillary Clinton, and she too was looking at these perceived moonshots. She was busy in Arizona in the closing days of that campaign in what turned out to be a very poorly attended rally that we were filming in. Meanwhile, her blue wall, which was absolutely crucial, was totally crumbling. And I think what we're seeing so far with Joe Biden is there are no easy guarantees, there are no big decisive wins. And to go back to those polls and what Ashley said, yes, the national polls are not something we should ever rely on. They don't tell us about this race in America at all. But there were big margins in the state polls as well, both in the Rust Belt, but also in Arizona and North Carolina. There were suggestions of a real Biden buoyancy, and yet that isn't transpiring yet. Now, that doesn't mean that there isn't still a path. Of course, there absolutely is, but it's becoming a lot more complicated. And I just want to give you a sense of the mood at the moment in the Trump camp, as I understand it right now. Quite a few of the aides, and Omarosa, you'll remember these days better than any of us, but that they're feeling like this is a repeat of 2016. They're delighted with what they're noticing in Florida. They're feeling optimistic about North Carolina now because he's closing that gap. There's a sense that the pollsters have yet again got it all wrong.
Well, everything has to go exactly right for Donald Trump to get to the 270. We know this already, that he has to not only do what he did, but also better that. And I just don't see that Donald Trump is going to be able to pull places, and you talked about the smaller places in the Northeast, those traditionally go for Democrats. And with Biden being from that particular area, I think I'm still going to keep those places right in the column for Biden.
But it all comes down to the Rust Belt now, doesn't it? It all comes down because Joe Biden has to take back those states up there that Hillary Clinton lost so narrowly. I mentioned them: Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, which is going to be the tougher nut to crack. But it must be said that the Republicans have been mentioning Wisconsin. They say it hasn't gone, and even looking to take Minnesota.
Yeah, but, ultimately, we have all been very cautious because we know that the Rust Belt is really hoping that someone is going to bring change to them. Can we talk about the conditions in the Rust Belt that has brought us to this point? Record unemployment prior to the pandemic, record numbers of plants, factories shutting down, being shipped other places, and Donald Trump making promises that he is going to deliver. He was going to be the one to come in and fix it. Well, we now know that he didn't come in and wave his magic wand and fix all of the issues in the Rust Belt. So it's still yet to be seen that Donald Trump will be victorious in that area.
OK, let me put that to Jack Kingston. He's a former Republican congressman, joins me now from Alabama. Great to talk to you, Jack Kingston. Well. What do you make of this? Highly competitive, or do you think the Republicans have got their nose in front?
I think it's an exciting night. I do think it's going to go down to the wire. We are very pleased with what's going on in Florida. I am not surprised as a Georgian what's going on in Georgia, because the press always talks about it. The Democrats always talk about, Texas, Georgia are going to flip. But I was on the ground in Georgia with Senator David Perdue last week. I've been there twice with Donald Trump Jr., and I never thought it was in play. I'm worried about North Carolina, but I like the trend in the last hour that's, gives me a lot more encouragement. I do agree that Pennsylvania is going to be difficult. We have got to have it. If we don't have it, we've got to win all the rest of them. And so I think it's going to go down to the wire. I'm very, very disturbed about the Democrat Attorney General in Pennsylvania making such a callous, corrupt statement, saying that, well, if we have enough time to count the votes, we can get Joe Biden over the top. What kind of a corrupt statement is that? But that's what we're up against when we're dealing with the politics of Philadelphia. And so we got to be very careful in that state as Republicans.
Yeah, but I mean, you would accept, I mean, that statement aside, you would accept that in Pennsylvania they do have to have enough time to count those mail-in ballots because they are allowed to arrive after Election Day.
Well, remember, it's not just counting the ballots, it's how you count them and how you match the signatures. And the state of Philadelphia has lowered the bar on signature matching and on what the ballot actually says, because people make lots of mistakes. And traditionally, you have to discard those ballots. And so when you leave ballot counting up to subjectivity, that's when you get very nervous. And that's why both parties, as you pointed out earlier, have a busload of lawyers already deployed to that state. And we saw that happen in Florida during the Bush-Gore race in 2000. So, these things are important battles, and it's not just politics. It's about a profound difference in policy shifting.
So do you think, I mean, on that, do you think if the president wins Florida, holds on to North Carolina and Georgia, and it comes down to Pennsylvania, and without all those votes counted, as we've been discussing, do you think the president might declare victory?
Well, I think that he should, if there's, reason to believe that he's won. If it's going to get down to a recounting and we only have 90% of the votes, and then I don't think he would be able to do it. But remember, Hillary Clinton never has accepted defeat, and she told Joe Biden several weeks ago, do not accept defeat under anything. So I don't think either candidate or either party is going to be really quick to accept the results of the election unless somebody really has a huge night and wins by, say, 300 electoral votes.
Been a pleasure talking to you, Mr. Kingston. Thank you very much indeed. Jack Kingston there, joining me from Montgomery, Alabama. Very good to talk to you. Right now, let's just project another state for you. We're projecting the winner in the state there. Can you see it? 1am, New Mexico there, just below Colorado, which we declared previously for you. We are projecting that New Mexico will go to Joe Biden with 55% of the votes so far, 43.1% for Donald Trump, staying in Democrat hands. So far, no state has been flipped. This is turning out, as we've been hearing from most of my interviewees, turning out to be a nail-biter. Let's therefore get the thoughts of the voters in the battleground states, our correspondents. Amongst them, we have Siobhan Robbins there in Florida, Sally Lockwood in Pennsylvania, and Helen Ann Smith in Arizona. Well, we better go to Florida first of all. It is such a crucial state. The Republicans feeling pretty good about it, Siobhan.
That's right, Dermot, and I promised you the Democrats. Here I am. I was about, 10 meters away at the Republican Party. This is the Democrat Party, and you can already sense the mood is very, very different here. They, like the Republicans, believe that this state has gone to Florida. So let's come and have a chat to one of the people who's been on the road, been part of this campaign. Bradley, you believe Florida is Trump's. How does it make you feel?
Obviously very bad. We spent a lot of time in the state, trying to make sure that Biden and other Democrats have won. The fact that he's pushed up those numbers in Florida this year even more than 2016 is quite disappointing.
What do you think went wrong for Joe Biden?
It's hard to pinpoint it at this point in the night. One of the main things I did see was down in Miami-Dade County, which is a Democratic stronghold, that the Hispanic population, predominantly Cuban and Venezuelan, that have had socialist, governments for so long, have taken that message that the GOP has put out, calling Joe Biden a socialist, and use that to convince people that this agenda, which is completely unfounded, is what's happening. And I think that a lot of them may have come out and voted, and they have done worse in the Hispanic communities than Hillary Clinton's lead than Joe Biden has this year.
Does that just mean that Biden's messaging isn't getting through? Is it that he hasn't had enough face time in Florida?
I wouldn't say that because Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have spent a lot of time in Florida. I think that the GOP message and that word socialism, which is a very dirty word in the United States, have resounded with people who don't do enough research and are somewhat ignorant of the process and of what the policy decisions are.
It's clear you are absolutely gutted. If the night continues in Trump's favor, what does another 4 more years look like to you?
I mean, honestly, it's completely devastating. I mean, you know, there's everything up and down the ballot from states' rights to the Supreme Court. I mean, you just had the GOP push through Amy Barrett Cohen that is on the Supreme Court. That is a 6-3 conservative majority. That is women's rights, LGBTQ rights, everything like that. Another 4 years is, I mean, to me, it's just more drama, more chaos, more name-calling, more divisiveness. I think that Joe Biden's message of healing the soul of America and bringing it together will be, you know, that's what I came and what I voted for and what I fought for. And another 4 years of Trump is going to make things even worse in this country.
Bradley, thank you so much.
Thank you.
As you can see, really sad response here from the Democrats. And I think the point to take from Florida when it is officially declared is that the fight is now on. This was the state that would block effectively Donald Trump's route to the White House. It going back to Trump means that the fight really is on for both sides now.
And it seems the fight will move north to a state like Pennsylvania. Let's check in there with Sally Lockwood. I know very little of the vote counted so far.
Yeah, too little to really take much away from it so far, Dermot. But of course, if Donald Trump has won Florida, then he still needs Pennsylvania really to make another 4 years in the White House. We're here at a drive-in watch party, as we saw during the Democrat campaign. There were lots of drive-in rallies, of course. Let's not forget this is the era of the pandemic. The politics and the pandemic really have converged here in the Midwest. Coronavirus has surged in recent weeks. In fact, in Pennsylvania, they've had a record spike in coronavirus cases on Election Day, as if we needed any more of a reminder about the problems that the country is facing, as well as this historic election. Let me just introduce Nakia to you. Thank you very much indeed for speaking to us. Now, you are from Pittsburgh, if I'm not mistaken.
Born and raised.
And tell me how you voted in this election.
I voted early by mail, and I voted for Joe.
And you voted for Hillary last time.
Yes, I did.
And how confident are you that things could change in your favour this time?
This one's a lot more clear-cut. A lot of people are like, we're supporting Joe. We need change. America needs healing. So I'm confident he'll win this time.
And what are the issues that matter most to you, Nakia?
Me, to healthcare. I have a pre-existing condition, so does my son. Keeping my good wage job. You know, Trump is a union buster. That's very out there. So I need my union job. I need my health care. I need the legal fine, a lot of things. My son's learning Spanish thanks to my union, so I got to keep it.
And has your employment been impacted by the pandemic, or your family, or anyone you know?
Yes, actually, I lost my aunt beginning of April when the pandemic first started. She got COVID and she passed away from it, so that was really hard for the whole family. But my job was impacted. They started doing furloughs late June. Fortunately, thanks to my seniority, I didn't get cut, but a lot of people underneath me did.
I'm really sorry to hear about your aunt.
Thank you.
In terms of voters, there were many Obama supporters, millions,
yes,
who didn't turn out for Hillary.
Mm-hmm.
What are you hearing this time? Because there were a number of them, around a third of those supporters were African American. What are you hearing about how more engaged people are this time?
A lot of them were like huge Bernie supporters, and when Bernie finally endorsed Joe, they're like, oh, Bernie supported him, and we're going to go out and vote for him. And so a lot of people, I talked to a lot of people in my community where I grew up on the Hill District. They're like, our vote doesn't matter. So I had to tell them, like, you know, the 19th Amendment, the 15th Amendment. So I talked to them through it. A lot of people were like, you know what, I'm actually going to go out and vote this time.
Okay, well, Nakia, thanks so much.
You're welcome.
For
Thank you,
speaking
guys.
to us. It is thinning out here. This watch party has been going on for a few hours, but it's only expected to last another half an hour because people here know they are not going to see the result tonight. It's going to be potentially until Friday. They know there are a few days ahead in this very key state.
Certainly are. OK, thank you very much indeed. We're going to go to Arizona in a moment, but before that, I want to go via Louisiana. What a trip we're taking you around. We just want to project the winner in the state of Louisiana. No surprises then that it is for Donald Trump. 50%, exactly half of the vote informally, 63.8% for Donald Trump, 34.6% for Joe Biden, 8 electoral college votes there. That staying in the Republican column. As I'm saying, so far this evening, no state has changed hands. One that the Democrats want to make change hands is, of course, Arizona. Helen Ann Smith is there, and it's now absolutely crucial for both sides here. It's crucial for Donald Trump to hold on to Arizona if he's going to hold on to the presidency.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's really a sense here that the atmosphere is building, excitement really beginning to tot up because it's becoming very clear that the race is absolutely on in Arizona. We're in a gay bar in downtown Phoenix. It's not a party-affiliated event, but certainly all the voters here seem to be leaning Democrat. There's been huge whoops and cheers every time seats go for Joe Biden or exit polls come out showing that he's in the lead. There was huge whoops and cheers just a few minutes ago when some of the exit poll data was released for Arizona, particularly Maricopa County, where we're at in Phoenix. It's the metro area of Phoenix around here. It showed Biden ahead, and that really matters because he can't really realistically, no one can realistically win Arizona without winning Maricopa County. Now, I just want to join some voters who are happily here to talk to us. Thank you so much for joining us, guys. How are you feeling? I know you're Democrat voters. Are you feeling optimistic, nervous?
Honestly, we have anxiety right now because this is the most important election of modern times. And I am excited, but I'm also overwhelmed because we want Biden to win. And Arizona is a huge state for us, right? And right now we are turned blue for Arizona. Yay!
So you're feeling optimistic? So you guys are feeling optimistic. Can I ask you, I mean, obviously there's a lot of stress and nerves from Democrat voters because it looked last time like you were going to win and then you didn't. How does this time compare?
Well, Arizona was, I think, a little more Republican last time, and so we kind of, I think, didn't vote as hard as we should have. A lot of young people didn't really care, and I think last year seeing like that our votes almost didn't really make it. Like, I think a lot of younger people are coming out right now. They're voting. The younger Latino people are voting for their parents who have been treated like trash by Trump. So they really are looking out for their parents, looking out for themselves, the rest of the...
It's interesting you mentioned Latinos because actually it looks like in Florida, it looks like Latinos have actually voted for Trump. And certainly...
From the same Latino.
but, you know, here in Arizona, you know, not all of them vote Democrat, right? But you think they will...
The wall by Florida either, so they're building the wall here. So, you know, they're a little more, like, hurt, I guess, here.
Sure. Can I ask you as well, ma'am, how you feel? You're, I guess, Democrat voter as well. Are you feeling optimistic? Are you feeling nervous?
I'm very nervous, but I am optimistic. I just think that we need a whole new leadership right now. You know, we all are just kind of growing weary of Trump, and you know, we just really need with the coronavirus, with Black Lives Matter, with everything. I just think we just need a whole new leadership, and I think the game changer would be for Biden to win this thing, Biden-Harris.
Thank you so much for talking to us, guys. Really, really appreciate it. We'll stay in touch with you as the night goes on. As I said, the race really hotting up here in Arizona. It's now becoming clear that Arizona is going to play an even more important part than we thought it might. If Biden doesn't win Florida, this race here becomes much, much more important.
OK, Helen Ann, thank you very much indeed. We've got some more projections to make for you. You can see there at the bottom of your screen. We'll put it up, fill up the screen for you with New Hampshire there, where the projected winner is Joe Biden. Now, you may look up there and think, oh, it's New England, that's all Democrat. Well, New Hampshire is the most competitive state there in New England. It's, of course, one of the 13 founding states of the Union. But last time round, Hillary Clinton only held on to it by a few thousand votes. But the Democrats have rebuffed quite comprehensively, according to that, but not very many of the results, in just over a third of them, have rebuffed the Republicans. So staying as it was, still no state flipped yet. Also, let me alert you to the House of Representatives, which is very, very important, of course, to the governing president, whoever that may be. We are also hearing that that is going to stay in the control of the Democrats. By how many, we're not in a position to let you know yet, but the entirety of the House of Representatives, all those seats being up for grabs at the moment. Let's talk to some of my panelists now, in particular about New Hampshire. And Kim Darroch, as I say, nothing is changing here at the moment. Early days on New Hampshire in terms of the share of the vote, but it seems that the Democrats rebuffed the Republicans, as I was saying there. And my question to you is this. It's extraordinary at this point. Of course, things could change a lot, though. But in spite of coronavirus, 4 years of the rambunctious nature of Donald Trump's presidency, not much seems to have changed in terms of the outcome. I know there's been churn in who's voting for who, but the states aren't.
Yeah, I completely agree. And I mean, we've talked about the polls already. What strikes me is, of course, the polls in all of these potential swing states suggested a much tighter race than the national race, and some of them were within the margin of error, but they all seem to have erred in the wrong direction, don't they? In that they all seem to have underestimated the Trump vote. So I think the pollsters still have a problem in determining how many people are going to vote for Donald Trump. I think there is still an issue out there of whether it's a shy Trump voter or whatever. They're still, it feels to me, getting it wrong. I mean, the one thing you can say about New Hampshire is that was just about the only state on the northeastern seaboard that the Republicans thought they had a chance of winning, and actually the Democrats have held it reasonably comfortably. So it's not like they made any inroads there. But it's not essential to, it's a small state with a small number of electoral college votes, so it's not essential to a sort of a Trump victory play.
Yeah. Omarosa, shy Trumpers. You were one of them once. No, you weren't, because you weren't shy about it. But it does seem to be a feature again.
Well, we called them the silent voters. But now they're not so silent. We've all witnessed the parades, the big flags, the boxing in of their opponents. I mean, they're out there. I also believe that you're going to see the same on the other side. There have been record numbers of Democrats to register and vote for the first time. So we still don't know, even with that same dynamic from 2016, who is going to win the White House at this point.
Well, we don't know. We're just projecting Utah again. Staying as it was, staying with the party, Utah projecting for Donald Trump. And it's almost like we're replaying the 2016 record so far. I mean, a long way to travel. And it's still just, it's creeping up to that focus then on those Rust Belt, those upper Midwestern states. The which way they go is absolutely critical now.
Yeah, I'm thinking about what's going on across the street. Yes, I used to work there, and I can't, first of all, imagine having a political event in the White House. Let's start with that, because of all of the ethical issues. But number two, I wonder, while we're looking at the same type of models, what they're thinking when they have to brief the president. I can tell you that when he's irritated and trying to brief him, it is not a good exchange at all. But I know, by his messaging, by his demeanor, that he's extremely concerned. Yes, these little states will matter, but his outlook will matter, and we're tracking it through his tweets, as usual.
Ashley Koenig, what do you think is going on? We've got an awful lot more voters here, as we've been discussed, but have they just come out in exactly the same proportions as 2016?
I think a couple things. I think number one, I completely want to second what Omarosa was saying regarding shy Trumpers. There has been a lot of research actually about this, and survey researchers have actually not found a whole lot of backing for the shy Trumper theory. Anecdotally, there have been shy Biden voters that we've heard in the news as well. So I'm not sure I would bank so much on this shy Trumper theory. I think, again, we are in an unprecedented nature of an election. If we're talking about things like the voting system and how pollsters leading up to Election Day accounted for mail-in and early voting and absentee voting through their likely voter models. We know that likely voter models are notoriously difficult to estimate because we know that the electorate is going to be different every election cycle. We can't just simply say who turned out in 2016 will be the same in 2020. And so there are a lot of variables that polls can't measure. Polls are blunt instruments. There are a lot of things like the pandemic, like voting procedures, that polls simply can't account for, as well as voter turnout, voter possible suppression, and maybe even errors in how ballots are being counted right now. And I'm sure we'll see more of that as we go throughout the night, whether or not that comes to fruition.
Well, things absolutely on a knife edge. Anything can happen in the next couple of hours. Everybody's got to stay tuned. I want to take everyone through the key developments so far, and here they are for you. Millions of votes are being counted in states right across the United States, including the key battlegrounds of Florida, Pennsylvania, and Ohio. It's still too early and too close to call. Republicans in Florida, though, are already starting to celebrate victory. They're confident with more than 94% of the vote counted. I think it's more than that now. Donald Trump has a lead of just over 3% in Florida. The Republicans also have a narrow lead in some of the other key battlegrounds. In Texas, the early indications were that a record turnout had helped to increase the Democratic vote. They already exceeded their 2016 vote before the polls opened. But on the day, voters have hauled back Joe Biden's lead. And now, with 78% or so of the vote counted, Donald Trump is in the lead by 3%. The state last elected a Democratic president in 1976 in Jimmy Carter. Now, Joe Biden is also now behind in North Carolina, where again he seemed to be in the lead earlier in the night. But now, with nearly 3/4 of the vote counted, the Democrats still have hopes of winning Arizona, where they have a lead of more than 8%. That state was last Democratic blue in 1996. Still waiting for the first state, though, as I've been telling you, to change hands. Key battlegrounds like Pennsylvania could be decisive, are unlikely, very unlikely, to be decided by the end of tonight. So one of the key things we're watching tonight is whether the result is close enough nationally or in swing states like Pennsylvania and Florida for it to be disputed or even challenged. Now, throughout the evening, I'm joined by Carol Layham, one of America's leading constitutional lawyers. Hello again there, Carol. We talked earlier in the evening about a scenario, didn't we? And we're not there yet, but are we edging closer, particularly in Pennsylvania, to that scenario? And by that, I mean of some serious legal disputes breaking out.
Well, if it all comes down to Pennsylvania, you can be pretty sure there are going to be some litigation going on, both at the state level and then potentially at the Supreme Court. But I just heard one of your guests earlier talking about how Pennsylvania was getting a little loose on the ballot match, the signature match. So that's something that could be going to a state Supreme Court, for instance, for a challenge. And then eventually it could go back to the Supreme Court to decide whether or not the ballots that come in after today, Election Day, should in fact be counted.
Oh, my goodness me. Can you just explain the signature match? You have to, have registered a signature, which I guess could have been many years ago if you're an older voter, and then it has to match up with that on the mail-in ballot you send in. Well, who's qualified to say, you might have had a bad pen or been in a bad mood or something like that when you signed it?
That's right. And it depends on state law how they go about doing that signature match. But some states do it electronically and some states do it by having an individual, actually look at the signature on your registration versus your signature on the ballot and see which one, if they in fact match. And if there are a lot of signatures that are thrown out because of a lack of signature match, you can make sure that the Democrats are going to be filing a suit over that. If there are signatures that maybe potentially don't match, but they're allowed to go through, you can make sure that the Republicans will be suing over that. So that's something that's going to be watched carefully by all the poll watchers. And they're going to get some evidence of, ballots that don't seem to have the same signature. And we can pretty much guess that there'll be some litigation over that, if it's close. If it's not close, you're not going to see the litigation.
Yeah, I mean, as I say, we're not there yet, but then you're mentioning signature matching. What was it? Hanging charge in Florida in 2000.
That's right.
But it's going to be that kind of granular, could be that kind of granular examination of individual ballot papers.
It could very easily be very granular, absolutely. But it could be a bigger issue as well. I mean, it could be whether or not those votes should be counted in the first place.
Sorry, say again, whether the vote should be counted in the first place.
Right, because Pennsylvania law seemed to indicate that the ballot should be in by November 3rd. And the Pennsylvania Supreme Court gave everybody an extra 3 days to get the ballots in. And it's the ballots that arrive in those 3 days that are going to be potentially the subject to some litigation.
So just to be clear, I mean, one would have thought that the ballots would have to be in by Election Day, even if they're posted. At this point, there could be some voters sitting there in the state of Pennsylvania thinking, oh, I haven't voted yet. It looks like my candidate is behind. I can still get my ballot in?
If it's postmarked by today, you can get your ballot in. And there's several states that are like that. There's a question about whether or not in Pennsylvania, even if it's not postmarked by today and it comes within 3 days, whether that's going to be counted.
I am so glad we have you with us, Carol. Do not move an inch, but keep your eye, obviously, on the screens for us and all that information. Thank you so much for explaining what a complicated system and what a field day it could be for the lawyers. Just got another state to call for you, and this theme so far in the evening, I'm sure that is going to change, but of the states staying where they were from 2016, and this is a projection on the states of Missouri there in the Midwest, as you can see there, with about 60% for Donald Trump, about half the votes counted, 10 electoral college votes, as last time round, and as pretty much always to Donald Trump in terms of the overall numbers on the electoral college. That race to 270, the bare minimum you need to win the presidency. Donald Trump nosing in front there by 4 electoral college votes, but still 168 short, 102 to 98. Trump against Biden. An awful lot more to happen during the course of this evening, tomorrow, maybe during the rest of this week, and maybe the week after. Oh, my goodness me. Ed Conway, tell us more.
Yeah, well, Dermot, there you can see it. Missouri. Our map is starting. Oh, there you can see Illinois. There we are. So the map is starting to populate. None of these should really come as a surprise. You'll recall that earlier on in the night, when it was still nighttime as opposed to the morning, we filled this in with the dead certs, as they were. So you're talking about the Dakotas, talking about much of the Midwest. You are talking about Illinois, and you're talking about the Deep South for the Republicans. And we're now starting to see a map that looks a bit more like that, but still a lot of those swing states, the battleground states, still in grey, even Florida, which is looking pretty good for Donald Trump at the moment. And it's worth just remembering here, there has been something of a roller coaster, hasn't it? Do you remember? Come over here and have a look at a few states, because do you remember early on we were talking about how the way that those votes were being counted, because of all these early votes, gone for 100 million early votes, that was going to create this kind of roller coaster where something looked Democrat, went Republican as other votes were counted. Well, it definitely seems to have been happening. So Ohio, for a while, Biden was ahead in Ohio. And now, look, Trump racing ahead in Ohio, 74% in. So clearly, you know, it's not over in Ohio. And there are certain parts of the state where it was looking better than last time for Joe Biden. But still, Donald Trump ahead there. How about Michigan? And Michigan, a state which pretty much every pollster thought Joe Biden would have a really good chance of winning. And have a look now. Now, I should say, this is very early. Like many of those Rust Belt states, it's slow to count. So 37% in. But again, it underlines this fact. It seems in Michigan and in certain states in this area, in the Frost Belt, they're counting on the day votes first. And so on the day, we always expected there was going to be more of a Republican vote. But then when they come to count those early votes, it might be that the Democrats catch up. And that's why you mentioned the next few days, Dermot. That's going to be crucial because we could see the roller coaster continue in states like Michigan and then North Carolina. So that was a state where Joe Biden looked comfortably ahead for a while. And now, well, it's very close. Donald Trump in the lead, 93% in. But it's not a commanding lead. And there are still some parts of North Carolina we've yet to get the numbers from. But it's looking like he's just ahead at the moment in North Carolina. And if we look at what's happened in the exit poll data for North Carolina, I'm going to show this here, you get a sense of what's happened for Donald Trump. Now, this is Republican support amongst different age groups and different parts of the population in North Carolina specifically. So North Carolina. And here's a few interesting things. Look, Trump's supports, and this goes from 2016 to where we are now. So the darker it is the election we're facing right now. He's losing support amongst 65-plus voters. He's losing support amongst college graduates, down from 48% to 40%, but gaining it, consolidating his support amongst white non-college graduates, up from 69 to 76%. These are some of the voters that Joe Biden really did want to win, yet Donald Trump is actually doing better. But then amongst the suburbs, voters in the suburbs, support down. Remember, it was all about the suburban women voters. Well, that support has gone down from 60 to 58%. Finally, I want to show you Arizona, because Helen Ann was just there a moment ago. And, you know, this is an area the Democrats really wanted to win in Arizona. Let's bring it on there. There's the live score at the moment. Donald Trump ahead. Joe Biden ahead, 53.7%. And then there's Donald Trump. And 75% of the vote in. It's looking good, actually, for the Democrats. And what you can probably see from this, the map of the state, is you've got fewer counties here. And so if we zoom into one of them, Maricopa, this is basically kind of Phoenix. There you can see. That is Maricopa County. This is one of the big population centres for Phoenix in the middle of it here. Last time around, this is 2016, last time Donald Trump won it. This time, have a look. Oh, there you can see Joe Biden in the lead, comfortably in the lead with 77% in. Now, as I say, you cannot be too complacent. Still, so many votes counted. And what's the lesson been so far? It's been that as those extra votes come in, it gets more complicated. But what we do know is this, the big picture. Have a look at this. Outside the White House, this virtual White House, you can see that those lines are getting closer. The bars that will take one of these two men into the White House are closing in. Joe Biden ahead at the moment, 118. It wasn't that case just a few moments ago. But you can see this is such a fluid story, and still some polls yet to close when those West Coast states start to declare. That could look good for Joe Biden, but a long way to go. Lots more controversy to come, no doubt.
That's for sure. Ed, thank you very much indeed. And the reason why Joe Biden is now ahead there since the last time I talked to you about the Electoral College is because of, and Ed mentioned it there, the state of Illinois there being projected for Joe Biden, 56% of the vote there, 40% for Donald Trump. Of course, the states where Barack Obama launched his political career and indeed launched his campaign for the presidency way back, it now seems, in 2008. Let's check in with the campaigns there, the mood amongst them, if there's any body language that can be discerned or things like that. Greg Mylands with the Democrats, James Matthews is there with the Republicans. So, Greg, what have you got to tell us?
Well, an update, first of all, on the world's most deserted car park. It's slightly less deserted now. Some of Joe Biden's supporters have been allowed to pull up for the drive-in rally, which gives us some hope that at some point we will hear from the former vice president tonight. He is at home at the moment here in Wilmington, watching, as we all are, what's going on across the country. And the noises from his campaign, clearly some disappointment that those places they were targeting rather hopefully, like Florida and Georgia and North Carolina, haven't materialized as victories just yet, although the vote counting is still going on. The message from them is that we should all still be focused farther to the north, and that blue wall, that old Democrat blue wall that we heard so much about. They still believe that Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan will be decisive for Joe Biden when those votes are finally counted. But of course, that won't probably happen as soon as they would have liked to have declared any kind of victory tonight. It means it will be delayed. And that, of course, is something of a disappointment for them. They're also still watching Arizona, and they believe a victory there, as the polls, the results so far suggesting Joe Biden doing pretty well, as you were just saying. that would take him closer to that 270. But it means that that spectre of Donald Trump claiming victory or talking about discrepancies with some of the votes that have come in early is a real issue, and one they were hoping to avoid by a landslide victory across the rest of the country, and that hasn't happened. But the noises from the campaign still, after a busy day of crisscrossing key states, is they have no regrets. They believe they've done everything they could in this campaign, but of course they've not delivered, and there will be an inquest into some of those states where they thought they'd do well.
OK, well, let's go to the White House. James Matthews, then, similar question to you. One imagines there's, I suppose, an air of some kind of grim satisfaction so far amongst the Republicans.
Yeah, satisfaction, I think, Dermot, because they are not contemplating the very worst case scenario. Things, you know, they are optimistic. Jason Miller was speaking to our colleagues at NBC within the past hour. He's a campaign advisor for Team Trump. He's saying that they reckon Florida is in the bag, Georgia and North Carolina are looking good. According to him, now, you know, he's within the Trump campaign. It does come with something of a health warning, but he reckoned that because they're doing well in small towns in Indiana, that bodes well for places like Wisconsin and Michigan. He said Minnesota was something that they would take tonight, something that would come as a surprise, he said, to Joe Biden and a lot of people. The Republican view of the Democrat campaign is that they invested too much into the early voting, mail-in balloting, postal ballots. They reckon that diminished enthusiasm towards the end of the voting period, and that they are suffering for it now. Donald Trump himself, he's watching the results coming in the East Wing with members of his family and senior advisors. There are Trump supporters arriving for what will be a party of something like 250 people in the East Room of the White House, at which we expect Donald Trump at some stage to deliver a speech. So all very quiet relatively at the moment inside the grounds of the White House. Not the case on the other side of the fence. There is a non-scalable fence put up around 100 yards that way. On the other side of that, there is a noisy demonstration being watched very closely by the Secret Service and the law enforcement, helicopter in the air and so on. And I can tell you there hasn't been a great deal of trouble, if any, thus far. But the Republican National Committee, they have said that tonight they have shifted their war room where they are monitoring results for fear of any unrest developing over the course of the night.
OK, James, thank you very much indeed. Going to talk to my panelists in a moment or two, but just got some projections, another projection coming in for you, which could be very important. Now, this is one of the two states which doesn't award winner takes all in terms of its electoral college votes. Nebraska, it's got 5 electoral college votes, and we can project on 3 of them so far. 3 of those electoral college votes going to Donald Trump. The other 2 destinations still undecided, and given what we're describing so far in this election, I can't say that often enough, so far it could come down to those small margins. So the other 2 electoral college votes, which are allocated in terms of how a congressional district votes, could go to Joe Biden, could go to Donald Trump. 3 of them we are projecting are certainly going to Donald Trump. OK. Cordelia, let's take, it's that narrative that James Matthews was feeding back to us from the White House. Let's say, OK, the Republicans hold on in Georgia and South Carolina. The battle then is moving inexorably north. Yes, Pennsylvania. But James mentioned there, talking about holding on to Wisconsin, taking Minnesota, even expanding into Democrat territory.
Yeah, you know, look, this is confident talk because they're seeing optimistic results early on. When you think going into this, we're looking at a number of scenarios. I mean, it seemed like a moonshot, any talk of a Biden landslide, and yet because of the big margins, analysts, pollsters were at least discussing. I think the narrative of tonight so far is incredibly tight races. And aside from whatever rhetoric is being pushed by either campaign, let's just look at the kind of detail of the pivotal places. North Carolina, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Iowa, all really tight races, and all places where they'll be able to receive ballots beyond tonight. So we could be looking at this days of processing these crucial places. Now, the Biden camp obviously have not scored any big blows so far. We keep talking about Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania. There could be a path if they get Michigan and Wisconsin where they don't need Pennsylvania, if they pick up Arizona. There's some optimistic signs for the Democratic camp there, but everything just looks so marginal right now.
And so stark, Omarosa. And in that scenario you paint, just doing the back of the envelope in my head, arithmetic, if it all stays the same, Pennsylvania stays with the Republicans and the Democrats take Arizona. It's a tie, isn't it?
It's a tie, and then it comes down to this Maine, Nebraska votes that we were talking about, which again, small numbers, but Dems were hoping they'd get all of the 5 in Nebraska.
I know the Democrats wish they weren't in this position right now. I mean, we heard over and over again about this blue wave. We've looked for the last several months at this spread where Biden was leading 5%, 8% in some places. And now we're here and we're looking and they're hoping that that blue wall still holds, but we're seeing cracks in it.
OK, just got some projections to make for you, but it's the familiar narrative. We can make a projection for Mississippi. Those of you that know well the electoral map of the United States will know that that's staying well red. Only 29% of the live results in there, 60% for Donald Trump, and we will jump up to Wyoming and we will project that for Donald Trump, 68.8%. As we've been telling you during the course of this evening, so many states in this mighty country actually don't have much of an influence in reality on who becomes the next president of the United States. It is these toss-up states, these states that are, as you can see, as we show you in all our graphics there, that are too close to call, that will decide the eventual winner of this presidency. And that, as in 2016, came down to under 100,000 voters in total in some of those key swing states. Just want to tell you a little bit about the Senate race. There's Senator Lindsey Graham, the Republican, who Cordelia can tell me an awful lot more. You may, if you've been following politics in the United States over the last few weeks, he sat on the Senate Judiciary Committee as they appointed Amy Coney Barrett to the Supreme Court. Might be getting into a little too much detail here, Cordelia, but that's significant because Lindsey Graham, a huge Senate race going on here, 35 seats up for grab, 23 of them are Republican. Now, the Democrats, if they don't get the presidency, they want second prize, don't they? They want control of the Senate. And if they do get the presidency, they also want the Senate because it makes Joe Biden's job easier.
Yeah, and if they don't win the presidency, they're looking at trying to flip 5 seats, basically. If they were to, they'd need about 4. Of course, without the Senate, whoever is president will find it very difficult to pass any legislation in this incredibly polarized moment in America. I mean, Lindsey Graham is important as a symbol, really, I think, of the transition of the Republican Party and what Donald Trump has done to reshape, really, the very fabric and character of it. Now, he was a thorn in the side, a critic of Donald Trump in the very early days. He very much shifted his position on that. We heard him express a lot of concern about foreign policy and what Donald Trump might mean to the kind of diplomatic balance globally. And then he's been firmly on side, really at the forefront of kind of pushing the Trump message wherever he can. He's a man I've interviewed a number of times. You know, he will usually be available to defend Donald Trump at critical moments. He was facing a tight race. He was concerned he was being overspent by his opponent, and yet there he is safe. He's a kind of Republican stalwart who changed with the times under Donald Trump. And that's possibly one of Donald Trump's most lasting legacies. Not only what he's done with the Supreme Court, he promised 1 Supreme Court justice, he's delivered 3, but how he's got so many Republicans that were concerned to, you know, not quite capitulate, but certainly to join the Trump train.
Sorry, I'm Marissa.
And let's not forget the judicial. He has appointed more judges than any president ever. And let's just remark, in a very diverse country, all of the judges that he's appointed, I believe, are all white men. I mean, he's made no attempt to even diversify the bench. So I think it's a stark.
Well, Amy Coney Barrett, I was
talking about the federal.
Okay, yeah, right. But I mean, the point being that that's the lasting legacy, isn't it? Long after a president is gone, the Supreme Court, they're there for life.
Well, not only will that be a part of his legacy, but we have to acknowledge some other things that will last. There will always be a blemish for what happened at the border, separating children from their parents, putting kids in cages. We'll have to also recognize on an international stage, as we talk to a very awake audience, about how America's relationship with our allies has changed under Donald Trump. But also domestically, Donald Trump has gone out of his way to tear down how we look at environmental protections. He's even removing some protections for wildlife. I mean, there are parts of his legacy that will live on. Some of them he will celebrate, others not so much.
And what about the Senate? Does it look, do you think that the Democrats can make headway there?
I think I have to lean on my colleague here, Toya, because as hopeful as I am,
I mean, that's the point, was they thought they were going to get the clean sweep, didn't they?
Yeah, I think it's a mixed picture so far on the Senate races that we can see. So again, this is kind of yet another example of where you had the Democrats deeply optimistic about this big symbolic political reversal of the winds, and yet that's not quite happening yet. Not without, it's not out of Democrats' reach, the Senate yet.
OK, look, I've just noticed it's coming up to 4 a.m. in the UK. It's 11 p.m. here in Washington. Polls about to close in another 4 states, although they're unlikely to decide the result. They are important. Amongst them, the mighty state of California, with the largest number of electoral college votes in 55. The Democrats are overwhelming favourites. Oregon in the Pacific Northwest, the scene of those violent protests, which President Trump sought to make one of the issues of this election. And there it is. The polls have now closed across almost the entirety of the United States. They include, in this clutch, California, Idaho, Oregon and Washington. And we can instantly make some projections for you on those states, as I was describing before the polls closed. California, we are projecting absolutely zero surprise here for the Democrats, but 55 electoral college votes there, right into Joe Biden's column, pushing him up towards 200. California declared for the Democrats. Polls just closed there. Let's take you through the key developments then so far. And it's still too early and too close to call in this election, but Republicans in Florida are already celebrating victory with more than 94% of the votes now counted. Donald Trump has a lead of more than 3%. Florida is, of course, a crucial battleground which has backed the winner in every presidential election since 1996. And the Republicans also have narrow leads in other key battlegrounds. In Texas, the early indications were that a record turnout in the state had helped to increase the Democratic vote. But on the day, voters have hauled back Joe Biden's lead, and with now 81% of the vote counted, Donald Trump has a lead of around 4%. The state last elected a Democrat as president in 1976, Jimmy Carter. And Joe Biden is also now behind in North Carolina, where he seemed to be ahead earlier in the night, a familiar pattern in some states. But now with 3/4 of the vote counted, the Democrats still have hopes of winning Arizona, where they have a lead of more than 8%. The state was last held by the Democrats in 1996. We're still waiting for the first state, though, to change hands over all key northern battlegrounds like Pennsylvania, which could be decisive, now looking very unlikely to be called tonight. Well, Cordelia, only Alaska and Hawaii left, and they're not really going to change hands, are they? But some big states there. Polls just closed, instantly able to call California. 55 electoral college votes. But as I was saying earlier, it's not as if it's where Hillary Clinton, for instance, piled up votes, which is why she won the popular vote next time round. Millions upon millions of Americans vote in a state like California, but then don't really have a particular influence on the outcome of who becomes president.
Yeah, and I seem to recall with Hillary Clinton, if she visited, it was once or twice California. I mean,
did it feature much in this campaign?
It's
a courtesy visit.
It's completely reliable Democratic area. It's often where they do go to get a lot of donor money to, you know, increase the Democratic war chest. And that's what's intriguing yet again, isn't it? Because we look at the funding going in. Biden had way more money than Donald Trump. And it looked like the pot at times were running out. But what they have been focusing their investments and time and people on is it's kind of micro-targeting local issues and door knocking. They say they had 2.3 million volunteers. That's around the same, just a little bit more than Barack Obama had with his big Get Out the Vote campaign. So it's interesting where they've decided to spend their money, not big advertisements like Joe Biden has been doing in battleground states, but instead that really kind of material voter registration drive. And they have been very buoyed by the amount of new voters they've been able to register. And I wonder whether that might be one of the narratives coming out of tonight, is that not just the rallies, a great data drive campaign that Omarosa, you will have been really aware of in the days of Brad Pascal, that everyone that goes to that rally, they get the data, they get the information, and building on that.
And then they promise you dinners or lunch with the president if you give them 5 more names and enter them into a contest to have a meal with the president. Their operation for data, there's no one that can match it, because they'll also offer up T-shirts or the famous red hat, and that's how they get the names. The Democrats haven't found a way to capture that kind of data and use it to their advantage.
Well, let's talk. Kim Darroch, I mean, that's one feature of this campaign so far. We haven't seen the issue of data manipulation. Who knows, it may surface further down into the inquest that inevitably take place when the dust settles, and also the issue of foreign interference. Some mention of it from Iran, from China, and yes, those Russians again, but not as much as 2016.
Nothing like as much as 2016. There have been some stories about Russian interference in particular, one or two about maybe the Iranians doing it, but it's a much smaller part of the picture than it was back in 2016. The thing for me that is striking so far this evening is just how similar it feels to another long night in 2016, which came down at about 2 o'clock in the morning in Washington time to 4 states, to Nevada, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. And Hillary Clinton won Nevada, then lost the other 3. And the difference this time, those states may still be in play, but this time you have the postal votes, which means we won't get, as we did in 2016, a result on the night or on the following morning. But otherwise, we're still waiting for a state to flip. And I guess the best chance of getting a result tonight in terms of a state flipping is Arizona, where I noticed from the figures just up a minute or two ago that the Democrats still look well ahead. Just one other point, if I can be the geek of the night. If the Democrats win the election, they need 4 seats in the Senate, and their 4 best chances are Martha McSally in Arizona, Tom Tillis in North Carolina, Susan Collins in Maine, and Cory Gardner in Colorado. If they lose the election, then they're looking for a 5th seat. They have quite good chances on those 4, and then it gets to a bit of a stretch. And then you look at seats like South Carolina, which is staying with Lindsey Graham and so on, becomes much more difficult for them. So really their best chance of retaking the Senate is taking the presidency, taking the White House, which means that the vice president has the casting vote if it's a 50-50 tie in the Senate.
Wow. Ashley, I wonder what your thinking is on what Kim's just saying there about Democrat hopes in Arizona.
Yeah, I think Arizona is becoming more and more key throughout the night. In fact, if Trump does not take Arizona, but he's taking some of these other states that we discussed in terms of Florida, Georgia, and North Carolina, he only has about a 20% shot at the Electoral College. With Arizona, that goes all the way up to a 55% shot of winning the Electoral College. So that's a pretty big difference there with and without Arizona. again, also a very key Senate seat with the Kelly McSally race, Kelly ahead in pre-election polling. So I think these are important things to recognize. And also, if this were any other electoral system, this would not be a close race if we're looking at the popular vote.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed for that. Actually, I'm cutting across you because Nancy Pelosi is speaking there. Let's listen in.
They are there in the Congress. We're all there for the people. And to have a strategic plan to be successful, to retain our control, to hold the House, actually, is how we say it. We couldn't be better served than by our chair, Sherry Bustos. And all of the pillars of winning an election, whether it's the mobilization at the grassroots level, even virtually, she has succeeded. Whether it's about messaging in a very disciplined way, she has succeeded. About amassing the financial resources, the money, the third M, she has broken all records. And through it all, she retained and commanded the respect of the House members and the confidence of all of our candidates. So with that, I want to acknowledge again Chair Sherry Bustos of Illinois. Madam Chair, I yield to you with an honor. Thank you.
All right, Speaker Pelosi, thank you so much for your kind words. And obviously your leadership of this caucus, you've been absolutely amazing. I'm joining you tonight from Moline, Illinois, which is my hometown. Moline is kind of the center of America. It's, people here, they take that literally, and they work hard and look after.
Well, there, let's just reflect cordially on Nancy Pelosi, the Speaker of the House there. That's one that we have projected, that the Democrats maintain control of the House there, and Nancy Pelosi reflecting that. So something the Democrats, but again, they held it anyway.
Yeah, they held it anyway, but look, it will be a relief to the Democrats for sure. Nancy Pelosi, of course, has been a hugely influential voice for the Democratic Party, a thorn in the side for Donald Trump. She's had many combative exchanges over a lot of his platform policies. This will bolster them, but it really all comes down to the Senate. You know, we have seen from the early days of Obama, when he was dealing with a financial crisis and a small group of Republicans got together and decided they were going to block every suggestion, that kind of tension and polarization has only really increased over time. We've seen it for 4 years now. And I think we can imagine if there's a discrepancy between the president, if they don't have the Senate alongside, that's just going to continue. Yeah. Got some scenes in Miami, celebrations amongst Republicans I want to show you. We have not called the state yet, the state of Florida, of course, but some Republican supporters already have, and it'll be a blow if it does go to or stay with the Republicans, Omarosa, because this was where, if the night was going to be a really good one for Joe Biden, this was where it was meant to start. But we're seeing those pictures. We've already seen Siobhan Robbins reporting on parties amongst the Republicans in a fairly flat mood amongst the Democrats.
Seasoned politicals really weren't turning Florida red. I mean, blue. It's surprising to me that, they seemed as though there was this huge lead in Florida for Biden, but the truth is they have always been neck and neck in Florida. So him winning is not unusual. Yes, Biden could have benefited greatly if he had taken the state, but that's not a surprise to me.
Yeah, that would have been the icing.
Can I comment on the historic nature of Nancy Pelosi's leadership? I think it's important for us to recognize that we are poised to see her take over, possibly not just rule the House, but also to have the Senate if the Democrats are successful. I think that's important, that her leadership will mark, I think, a turning point for this country.
And she is a phenomenally skilled politician. The way that she has been able to try and balance the more progressive wing of the party, the squad as they're known here, and the voices like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez with the kind of more moderate, centrist wing of the party, which represents the majority, let's face it. It's taken a great deal of shrewd skill.
And the entire squad all re-elected.
Yes, absolutely.
OK, well, I think we're going to be able to check in with Ed Conway at this point with some of the latest data, but he's still getting his ducks in a row, so to speak. So let's continue our discussion then. As it's saying, Cordelia, it all seems to be heading up to the Midwest, Pennsylvania, but some hopes there for the Republicans expressing hopes to flip some more states.
Yeah, the Republicans currently, according to the messages I'm getting from that camp, are hopeful about Michigan, Wisconsin. They're very, very bullish about Ohio as well. The Democrats, if they start caving in the Midwest, Arizona will be critical. But I cannot express enough, no one at this stage knows where this race is going. We've still got an awful lot of information still to come. We were told there would be mirages because of the discrepancy between in-person and mail voting. We've seen how it's oscillated throughout the night. It's kind of bouncing everywhere. At one point, Joe Biden looked like he had big leads in places like Texas. Then it narrowed. And, you know, you've got places like Philadelphia, for instance, crucial in Pennsylvania, only counted 75,000 of more than 300,000 votes. They're going to come back tomorrow.
In Wisconsin, the mayor there, Tom Barrett, just announced that they're not going to get the counting for the early voting until after 5 a.m. That is going to take us into another day, as we expect it, for Wisconsin particularly. Yeah,
and could be the situation in some other states as well. We've been mentioning Arizona. How much focus is now on that? It's very rarely been a Democratic state, but it's still in play as the parlance goes. Helen Ann Smith is there in Phoenix, Arizona. So what's going on? What are you learning, Helen Ann?
Well, it's really hotting up here, Dermot, and Democrat voters in the bar I'm at downtown Phoenix are really, really excited. And there's no two ways about it. This is going to be close. It's impossible to call it one way or the other at the moment. But the fact that it's as competitive as it is really will make history here in Arizona if it goes blue, because this is a traditionally ruby-red Republican state, and there's a real sense in the room that people are getting a sense of how important their state is going to be to this race. Overall, as actually the energy's really started to lift in the last half an hour or so. People have been whooping and cheering every time something gets called for Biden or projected for Biden here, but they've actually started to sort of whoop and cheer even as the networks run through scenarios, if you like. You know, the energy's up. Now, I just want to bring you over to chat to some voters I was talking to earlier. Sorry to interrupt you guys. Hi. I wanted to come over and talk to you. You said to me earlier, just when we were chatting, just before we came over, that actually, no matter what happens nationally, you'd feel really, really happy if Arizona went for Biden. Tell me why that is.
I've lived here over 25 years, and it's been red the entire time I've been here. And for somebody who's liberal, it's been a lonely place to be. So I'm so thrilled that we're going blue, that this wave of blue has hit the state. It's going to mean so much to so many people. I think of women, the right to legal abortion is a threat, right? But if we're blue, maybe it won't be in this state. So it's a win for women for sure.
You sound really optimistic, as if this is definitely going to happen. I mean, it's still going to be very close, isn't it?
Well, I'm hopeful because Maricopa County has been known to be the hot spot of our state, and we've won Maricopa County. We're waiting on an eastern county now, and I don't think that population is very large there, so I'm very hopeful.
Yeah. I mean, at Sky News, our channel, we're not yet calling it for Biden yet. We don't have that data yet, but as you say, Maricopa County, the most populous county here. Obviously, this is your home, this is where you live, Maricopa County. Is your feeling that it's been changing? Because it has traditionally always voted Republican, this county, and whoever carries this county probably carries the whole state, don't they?
Absolutely, yes. It's been changing over the years. A lot of people have moved here from other states around the world. It's changed a lot in the last 5-10 years. So,
how will you feel if America votes for Donald Trump again, but Arizona votes for Biden. Will that be enough for you, or actually 4 more years of Donald Trump, you know?
Of course, I'll be extremely disappointed because, I mean, for many people who don't agree with Trump's policy and his behavior, it's going to be very difficult. But I have to be honest, the shock came in 2016 when I was at a National Organization of Women meeting, watch party, and we thought we were winning. And when we lost, it was devastating. So I think we've already been through that once. So I think we're ready for whatever happens, but I'm feeling very optimistic. Yeah.
Do you think, I mean, lots has been said about suburban women this election, not just in Arizona, but across the United States, that if suburban women who may feel that they've had enough of Donald Trump come to the polls and that could swing it. Does that ring true to you?
It absolutely does. It was baffling to me that over 50% of Caucasian women voted for Trump last election, and I'm hoping after what's happened with the COVID pandemic and his total failure in our country, I think a lot of women who lead families and care for their loved ones are going to change their minds at this election because of that.
Thank you so much for joining us. Really, really appreciate that. As we say, definitely still too close to call at the moment. Some of the exit poll data we have for Arizona does show Biden ahead in that key Maricopa County. You can hear some of the whoops and cheers people here getting very excited as the results still coming in. Lots to play for here in Arizona, absolutely.
Certainly is maybe getting a bit ahead of themselves there, but let's take you through the state of play in some of these key states, and seeing as Helen Ann Smith was reporting for us from Arizona, let's have a detailed look at that. So 75% of the results in, so a lot of counting still to do. 45% for Donald Trump, 53.6 for Joe Biden. So a solid lead for Joe Biden, but a quarter of the vote still to count. Now, we've seen that happen before in other states with an early blue lead, a Democrat lead, and then as the counting goes on, the Republicans coming back. Florida, well, 94%, 6% still to count, but therefore, given the narrow amount of votes still to count, a healthy lead for Donald Trump in that state, which is always tight. 51.2% Donald Trump, 47.7% for Joe Biden. 29 electoral college votes there would go to the Republicans if they take it. Pennsylvania, well, we've been emphasizing how important this state could be, will be. 45% of the results in, and a lead for Donald Trump, 55.8%, 42.8% for Joe Biden. Lost so narrowly by the Democrats last time round. They need to take it back. But on that reading, with a lot more counting still to do, and it won't all happen in the next few hours, Pennsylvania, a lead for Donald Trump, 55% of the votes still to count. Next up for you, we have North Carolina, where we were describing earlier in the evening a lead for Joe Biden and the Democrats. But as they close in on a full count there, Donald Trump getting his nose in front, 50.1% for Donald Trump, 2.7 million votes against 2.6 million for Joe Biden, 48.7%. Just to the south there of North Carolina, also competitive early in the evening, perhaps making their Democrats think just maybe, traditionally red state of Georgia. Well, Donald Trump now pushing into a bigger lead with two-thirds of the live results in, 54.2% for Donald Trump, 44.6% Joe Biden. Let's have a look at Wisconsin. This is another of the ones, the states that was flipped by Donald Trump against Hillary Clinton in 2016. Now the Republicans saying, well, we're going to hold on to it. The Democrats saying throughout this campaign, no, you're not. That was an oversight. Hillary Clinton never campaigned in Wisconsin during the entire 2016 campaign. But Donald Trump with a lead there. Only half the vote counted. Donald Trump on 51%, Joe Biden just over 47%. And next for you, Texas. Well, we were discussing Texas earlier in the evening. The Democrats have been discussing Texas for quite a few weeks, saying, well, we might take the mighty state of Texas, the Lone Star State, last voted for a Democrat in 1976, a Democratic president. Well, Donald Trump there, 51.8% 48% of the vote, with 85% of the vote in, 46.8% for Joe Biden. Omarosa, yes, Texas. Were they flattering to deceive? They were daring to dream. Shouldn't they perhaps have been concentrating on the more winnable states? Not gone yet. Still a count.
I think when I hear people project Texas, it was very hopeful. And it also showed, however, that Donald Trump's support did kind of shrink because Texas traditionally will go Republican. But I have to tell you, these numbers are pretty incredible. Even with the suppression we talked about, only one drop box per county, people driving 2-3 hours to drop off their ballots. Is it really a surprise that Donald Trump is taking Texas?
I mean, do you think it's on its journey? I described there earlier the journey that Colorado has taken from a solidly Republican state to a blue one now. Texas, there are similar things going on, much bigger, of course.
I think we're definitely seeing shifts. We've seen them across the country in some, previously reliably Republican areas through the midterms. I followed Beto O'Rourke's campaign. He was trying to pitch to a younger demographic, to a more diverse demographic. And that is the story of some of the key Texan cities. And I'm thinking about Houston and Austin as well. There are changes there. There is a desire for a different position, a different kind of shape to their state. But that doesn't mean a big reversal. I think what Democrats, some hopefully thought coming into tonight, is these, big, colossal turnarounds. And actually, what might transpire is you've seen incremental changes in key places, but not a big shift, fundamental shift of the story. It will take time for Democrats to make that.
OK, well, listen, I'm joined now by former Ohio Senator and campaign manager for Bernie Sanders' presidential campaign, Nina Turner. Omarosa is very pleased to see you, Nina Turner. I'll let you have a chat with her in a moment. But tell me how you think it's going in Ohio.
Well, Ohio, at first, early on, it was trending strong for Vice President Biden, but President Trump has certainly closed the lead. But we may recall that in 2016, he won 88, and I know Omarosa remembers this. He won 80 of the 88 counties in the great state of Ohio. So Ohio is the quintessential swing state. No Republican has won the White House, I believe, without winning the great state of Ohio, and it's still in play.
Yeah, well, no one wins the White House without the great state of Ohio, it seems, bar, I think it was John F. Kennedy.
Since the 1960s.
They went for Richard Nixon then. But apart from that, since 1944, Ohio goes the way of the presidency, it seems. So you still think Donald Trump is in the lead there? Of course, held it, as you mentioned there, from 2016. You still think the Democrats have a chance?
It can close. I mean, it's looking brighter, certainly, than it was in 2016, and we shall see. I mean, ultimately, the polling can't predict, as we know, what happened in 2016. We're in the same predicament now, and anybody that's predicting or guaranteeing that they know who's going to win is just absolutely wrong. The voters are going to have the final say on this, and we still might be counting many days beyond tonight.
Yeah, and that's for sure. You mentioned the voters, and there were more of them. Just tell me, in terms of your efforts and what you saw, just how many more?
I mean, sir, I think we're surpassing the vote. I think they're saying that since 1909, which is really a beautiful thing to see so many people come out to vote. The key is I hope that this continues. For me, this is not just about this election cycle, but it's about every other one after that. But I know we're here tonight to talk about this one. But it is the democracy is more robust the more people that participate. So I'm hoping that people will continue to be motivated to come out to vote. But the highest voter turnout, I believe, since 1909.
Yeah, but that then also concerned that all those votes are counted. Now, I'm not sure about the situation in Ohio, but certainly in nearby Pennsylvania, with this mail-in ballot, there's some discussion about legal action to try and bring in a cut-off point for the counting of those.
And they shouldn't do that. I mean, anybody that seeks to suppress the vote is a coward, period. Let the people have their say. Most folks will not run for office, and the only opportunity that they get a chance to weigh in is when they vote. And so if you're going to run for office, don't be a coward. Let's count all of the votes and let the chips fall where they may. So I'm really disappointed in that. And then we also know that in Fulton County in Georgia, you know, we have some problems. There was a water main break earlier tonight. And so those votes will be delayed in that count. Now, that county typically goes Democrat. So on that one, it's not about voter suppression or anything, but it is going to be a delay in getting those results in that part of Georgia.
Nina, you've run a historical statewide race in Ohio. You've seen every part of the state. You know it like the back of your hand. Can you tell me what changes has happened in Ohio to get us to where we are today?
Well, you were with me, Sister O, as I finally called you. We are the Buckeye Brown girls. I was so excited that we were going to be together. Be together tonight. I mean, you know, the suffering, President Trump promised that he was going to bring back jobs. He ran a populist campaign in 2016, and nothing can be further from the truth when it comes to looking at what is happening to the poor, the working poor, and the barely middle class. So what has changed is that the suffering among that group of people that I just named has increased. And the less than 1% is doing just fine during this pandemic. But the people who have to work for a living, punch a clock for a living, count on hours for a living, are not doing so good.
Well, just one more question, please. The Bernie Sanders coalition, what happened to them in this period with the battle between the White House?
I mean, we're still out there. As you know, Senator Bernie Sanders, a man of his word, he got out there, he's traveled the country on behalf of Vice President Biden. The progressive movement itself, though, understands very clearly that there are two dragons that we have to slay. We have to slay the dragon of neo-fascism first, and then the dragon of neoliberalism second. Short-term danger is neo-fascism, long-term danger is neoliberalism, which I and many progressives believe gave us President Donald J. Trump. That movement, Sister O, is still in full effect. And should the vice president be, well, whoever wins, but hopefully if the vice president is successful, we're going to have an Operation No Honeymoon going on the progressive side of the ledger. We are not going anywhere. We will continue to fight.
Well, Sister T, Sister O, thank you both very much indeed. Very, very good to talk to you, Nina Turner. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. OK, we're going to go to the neighbouring state we've been mentioning there of Pennsylvania. Sally Lockwood is there for us in Pittsburgh. I've lost count of the counts. Not many votes completed yet in terms of the count. We know it's going to go on for a couple of days, it looks like.
Yeah, that's right, Dermot. Many people who we've been speaking to tonight have all gone home. It's completely deserted now in downtown Pittsburgh because they know they're in for the long haul when it comes to this election. Of the data that we have so far, we can paint a minimal picture, really. We've had some of the counts in from rural areas, which, of course, favour Donald Trump, and they show a repeat of his performance in 2016, very much still Trump heartland. Around 95% of the counting is now in places like Forest County, but that only has a voting population of around 3,000 people. In the more highly populated areas like Philadelphia and Pittsburgh, where we are, we won't get those results until probably tomorrow at the very earliest. It's sounding like we won't hear how Philadelphia is doing until around 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Now, of course, this is the first election that Pennsylvanians have all been entitled to vote by mail, of course, because of the pandemic. And we understand that around 2.2 million of those ballots still haven't been counted. That's more than 80% of the postal votes. So there's still a lot of work to do. They are working through the night here to try and get those counted as quickly as possible. They've taken on extra staff. They brought in new machinery to help with that
counting process. Now, of course, it has been hugely contentious, this postal voting that's taken place in this election. Donald Trump has sought to discredit it. It is more likely to favor Democrats. Democrats are more likely to vote by post, Republicans more likely to vote in person. So while it may seem that Donald Trump may be making some great strides in Pennsylvania in the early stages, it could also turn blue once those mail-in ballots are counted. But one thing that we do know for certain now, looking at this picture tonight, is that it does seem that we are in for the long haul, and it could very much come down to these Rust Belt states that pushed Donald Trump over the line in 2016. And from what we're hearing, it doesn't sound like we're going to get any of those results tonight.
OK, Sally, thank you very much indeed. Well, let's take a look at the key developments then so far this evening. And as Sally was saying, it's looking very tight there and long in Pennsylvania. Well, it's still too early and too close to call the overall election. But Republicans in Florida are already celebrating victory with more than 94% of the vote now counted there. Donald Trump has a lead of more than 3%. Florida, well, it's a crucial battleground. It has backed the winner in every presidential election now for 24 years. And the Republicans also have a narrow lead in some other key battlegrounds. In Texas, the early indications were that a record turnout there had helped to increase the Democratic vote. Well, it had, but on the day, voters have hauled back Joe Biden's lead, and now with 81% or so of the vote counted, Donald Trump has a lead of almost 5%. Now, that state is traditionally Republican, last elected a Democratic president in 1976. So Joe Biden is also now behind in the states of North Carolina, where he seemed to be ahead earlier in the night. But three-quarters of the vote now counted. The Democrats do have high hopes in Arizona, where they have a lead now of more than 8%. Now, the state was last in Democratic hands for the presidency in 1996 with Bill Clinton. We're still waiting for the first state, though, to formally change hands. Key northern battlegrounds like Pennsylvania could be decisive, could take days to declare. Right, I'm joined now by Lanhee Chen, a fellow at the Hoover Institute and chief policy advisor to Mitt Romney's campaign in 2008. Very good to talk to you, Lanhee Chen. Well, that ended up not going too well for Mitt Romney. What do you see? I mean, with campaign experience, what do you see of significance so far this evening in 2020?
Well, there's a few things. I think it's noteworthy how the president's been able to perform or overperform with Hispanic voters down in Florida. That, I think, will be one of the stories we will be analyzing for many weeks and months to come, which is how Trump was able to perform in the way he did with that demographic. And really, that demographic, I think, was key to him winning Florida. On the other side of the ledger, you have a number of states where I think Democrats felt they had an opportunity. Georgia is the perfect example. Georgia was a state where Democrats thought they could be competitive. It does not appear as though they're going to be anywhere in the ballpark, so to speak, to win Georgia this evening. And I think we'll go back and ask why they thought they had a chance there and what might alter the dynamic. But this whole race, I think, is a lot closer than people anticipated it was going to be coming into election night with all the polling we saw.
Absolutely. Well, shades of 2016 again, because, I mean, and, you know, Joe Biden's got an even bigger lead in the national poll, certainly, than Hillary Clinton had. But you think then, with that in mind, that it all now focuses on the upper Midwest and the Rust Belt or the Frost Belt, those states?
Absolutely. Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, where we thought the focus of this race was going to be all along, that is where this race will be decided. And clearly early on, at least, there are shades of 2016 in terms of how Donald Trump is performing in all three of those states. You may recall 4 years ago, he started off with a lead in those states and never really relinquished it as the evening went on. We're seeing a similar dynamic. Of course, a lot of ballots left to be counted in Pennsylvania in particular. We expect another couple million probably to be counted there. But so far, at least, this is going to be the decisive battleground for this election again and represents really the political realignment we're seeing in the U.S. with Donald Trump bringing previously solidly Democratic states into the fold as potential Republican victories yet again.
But Donald Trump's still walking a tightrope in terms of that strategy. It was so narrow to be successful in 2016. He's got to hold them all, especially if he should lose a state like Arizona.
That's right. And Arizona does look to be falling into the Biden camp. And you know, we should know here as we get on with the vote counting a bit, but Biden has a strong lead in Arizona. And I think that reflects to a certain degree the changing nature of the Republican coalition. As you noted, Arizona has only voted for a Democrat one other time in the last 70 years. That was Bill Clinton in 1996. So if they go for Biden, it does represent a little bit of a realignment, both in terms of people living in Arizona, but that entire region, Arizona, New Mexico, Nevada, states that had previously been much more competitive, now appear to be tipping over the Democrats. And it shows you kind of the strategy that Trump has pursued, which is really to drive up his share of support with that non-college educated white vote. That may be the path to success again in those three Midwestern states.
And what's your view then? We're discussing shy Trumpers. We mentioned the polls. I mentioned the overall poll, but it's all down to the state polls. But even there, Joe Biden in these toss-up states, Joe Biden has been further ahead in the polling than Hillary Clinton in the main.
No question. Biden was winning these polls by a much larger margin. I mean, you look at a state like Michigan, it didn't even look competitive at the end with Biden in the polling. Polls are a reflection of assumptions about who will turn out to vote. And pollsters have to do their best job at guessing who's going to be there on Election Day. And clearly what Trump has been able to do in these states is to create electorates that are more favorable to him. He's turning out voters that are going to support him, generally speaking, and frankly, making sure, or not even making sure, but demotivating those who would oppose him potentially. So I think what you're seeing is the makeup of the electorate. In Michigan, it will also be interesting to see there the coronavirus lockdowns. Those are a very divisive issue. And for Trump, he clearly rode this issue in Michigan. He used it to his advantage. And if he does end up winning Michigan, it may be because of the aggressive lockdowns pursued by the Democratic governor of Michigan, Gretchen Whitmer.
That really is one to watch out for. Lan Hee-chen, thank you very much indeed. Well, I want to talk more to my panelists now, and I just want to broaden it out with you, Kim Darroch, first of all, because I haven't put this question to you, and given it is so finely poised and on a knife edge, what's the international view on who people want to win? Let's start with the United Kingdom. We've been told that it would be problematic for the United Kingdom government if Joe Biden should win.
I think it depends whether you think short-term or long-term. If you think short-term and your priority is a quick free trade deal between the UK and the US, I think you would want or hope for a Donald Trump victory, because if it's a Biden victory, two things are going to happen. One, Biden might prioritize trade with the Asia-Pacific region or a trade deal with the EU, both much, much bigger markets than the UK. Or two, if the Democrats don't like whatever sort of deal or no deal we strike with the EU, and if they think it puts the Good Friday Agreement at risk, they will simply not go down a trade deal route with us at all, I think. So if that's your priority, then you want Trump. If your priority is America rejoining the Paris climate change deal, rejoining the Iran nuclear deal, and reaffirming its commitment to NATO and to the Article 5 part of NATO, mutual defence, then you would probably think that Biden is better in the longer term because he believes in all of those things, and a Trump 2.0 wouldn't, I think. So I think there'll be mixed views inside the British government.
What about the European Union then? I suppose the Macrons and the Merkels. Joe Biden.
I think I think you're dead right, Dermot. The Macrons and the Merkels will want Biden to win for a whole range of reasons, starting with Biden is not going to say, as Donald Trump does, that the EU is worse than China. I think he'll return to a more traditional American position, which has been bipartisan hitherto, which is to support European integration and to support the European Union. There will be some European countries, like Hungary, like Poland, that are close to the Trump administration and will hope that Trump gets a second term. But the major countries in the European Union, I think, will be keeping their fingers crossed, actually probably now biting their fingernails for a Biden victory.
But as we get further afield, we look at Israel, Saudi Arabia, and of course Russia. Donald Trump for them?
Yeah, I mean, Russia, probably, yes. I think so. Israel, Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, those Gulf countries, yes, absolutely. They didn't like the Obama administration. They will think that Biden would be like Obama, and they will strongly hope for a Trump victory.
Ashley Koenig, to change tack a little bit here, I want to pick up on that point that Lanny Chen was making there. I was fascinated by it about coronavirus, and particularly in reference to Michigan, where, well, you know, on all the polling, Joe Biden's been way ahead on dealing with coronavirus. It's seen as one of the major issues in this campaign. But Lanny Chen, I don't know if it was backed up by the polling, saying in Michigan, where there's been a pretty strict lockdown or lockdowns, could have been fairly unpopular with a section of the community, of the electorate there, and he feels that it may lead to the Republicans holding on there.
Well, what we do know is that COVID has become very much polarized. It was a bipartisan or a nonpartisan issue when it first swept through the United States, and now it's become a highly polarized issue, much like any other issue that America faces. And so now there becomes this pitting against of the economy versus health. And we've already seen some of these numbers in the exit polls. We see that COVID has been continually one of the top issues for voters in pre-election polling, and we see the numbers, how they're bearing out in the exit polls as well. But there could be this contentious debate, this contention between those who feel like the economy needs to move on because they're losing their livelihoods, they're losing paychecks and savings and finances, versus those who want to uphold the health of society and of the public above, you know, the economy and potentially going on more lockdowns. So that kind of state like Michigan, Wisconsin, number one, we're seeing higher cases, we're seeing second waves. Number two, we could see a lot who have been affected economically by COVID, not appreciating the lockdowns and obviously wanting to go a different way from the public health route.
Yeah, I mean, on the overall polling, I've got here that 55% of the American people feel that it's been handled badly, and 56% feel that dealing with coronavirus should take precedence over the economy. And Omaroso, I just want to reflect on this. You know, I've been here a few weeks now, but it is strange. Of course, there's been lockdowns and all these measures taken in the United Kingdom, but I've never seen a health issue just been so personally politicised through the medium of mask wearing. I mean, we've been looking at some of the scenes this evening, particularly in Florida at a Republican party there. It was like coronavirus doesn't exist, no mask wearing, no social distancing, and that seems to be a dividing line, a broad dividing line between Democrats and Republicans.
Well, the battle is over the science, whether or not you trust the scientists, the doctors, and the health professionals, or if you believe what Donald Trump is telling you. And I have to tell you, I live in Florida, so I see this every day, where people have made decisions not only to spread their germs to you, but they want to harm others, and they want to exercise their right not to wear a mask, not understanding that the science behind the mask is it protects me, it also protects you. And it has been divisive because we just saw today, First Lady Melania Trump goes to vote and she does not wear a mask less than 2 weeks after her coronavirus diagnosis. It's just shocking.
But is there something, Cordelia, is there something about the American psyche as well? I think, you know, from UK eyes, it's about guns as well. And it's things about your personal rights. There are an element who just say, OK, I pretty much understand the science, but don't tell me what to do.
Yeah, definitely. It speaks to the kind of libertarian political ethos that you have here as well, is that I'm going to do things my own way. And this is a federal system, you know, that states have a right to make their own decisions. And during this pandemic, they have. Donald Trump at times being at loggerheads with some Democratic governors, or very much on side, for instance, the Floridian governor, Ron DeSantis. But time and time again, and I've encountered it on flights when people are refusing to wear masks and having arguments with the air stewards. You know, there is this tension here, and Donald Trump has been, in part, a mouthpiece to it. He's been airing people's grievances, something he did so successfully in 2016. He gave frustrated people a voice. We can see from some of the results tonight is that he's still successfully doing that. He also added this year, I think, very distinctly, his own complaints. He spent a lot of time talking about his own grievances too. But yeah, the mask has become really, really political, very divisive, and it depends where you go in the country as to what reception you get. Walking around here in DC, you're treated like a social pariah if you're not wearing them. I spent time in Louisiana and Georgia, and you know, it's more unusual to see people wearing.
Well, come on down to Jacksonville. You'll see no mask anywhere. No, we're trying. But can we also point out that if we had a national mandate on masks, like many countries around the world do, maybe, just possibly maybe, 230,000 Americans, that wouldn't be the number. Maybe.
And that's something Joe Biden says he will do if elected.
I think it's important to know that.
OK, listen, we've been talking about the preparations for this result, or lack of result, on the streets of many American cities. Here in Washington, D.C., we've seen fences go up around the White House, non-scalable fences, as they're called, and shops and offices being boarded up, and that's happening in quite a few cities around the United States. Demonstrations as well taking place in the Capitol. You may know that my colleague Alex Crawford is amongst some of those demonstrators, and we're hearing some bangs and thumps and drums and whatever, and Alex Crawford is down there and can tell us more about what's going on. Alex, please do enlighten us.
Dermot, there's quite a few hundred people. They're setting off fireworks. The atmosphere has entirely changed from a couple of hours ago, where we reported there were lots of singing, dancing. There was a lot of actual people singing hymns as well, different activists, a large Black Lives Matter group. But this has got a very different atmosphere now. It's turned quite ugly. They don't seem to have much direction, but there's a huge number of them. I'd say several hundred. Difficult to work out exactly how many. A lot of them are wearing similar black clothes, wearing goggles. I apologise for the bad language that you might be hearing. It's a bit difficult to regulate in a huge crowds like this. A lot of angry people. You can see this lot walking in some sort of formation. They seem to have adopted some of the tactics from the Hong Kong protesters, using black umbrellas to try and shield their identity, very anti-media, shouting at passers-by as well as the media, to using lots of expletives to get us out of the way, stop us from entering their cordon, stop us from filming them. There was an altercation earlier on a very short altercation between the police. There are no police around now, not seen any of them. And these people are several hundred. I mean, you can see, probably if Kevin, my cameraman, just lifts it up a bit, you can see several hundred of them just marauding through the streets, trying to find whatever to go to. Still not clear what their intentions are. But as I say, the atmosphere, quite an ugly one right now, much uglier, very in sharp contrast to what we saw earlier, which was singing, dancing, even praying, very much anti-Trump. But as the results have come in, as it's got later, the atmosphere seems to have changed quite dramatically. And as I say, no clear idea about what they're doing or what their intentions are, but they seem to be intent on doing something. And that may explain why all these businesses and shops have boarded up. They didn't want any violence. They didn't want to take the chance. And these people appear to have pretty much hijacked what was a very happy atmosphere earlier on. I mean, there were families with babies. I saw prams with babies, mothers holding babies in their arms, toddlers. We spoke to a mother with her young son earlier. Now they've all disappeared, and this is all very much black-clad, more or less many young people. They appear to be young, hooded, goggles, a lot of them carrying backpacks with umbrellas, firing, letting off fireworks, and not at all worried about the impression they're having on the other citizens in Washington. As I said, using expletives to clear the streets and get them out the way, threatening media if they get in the way, and no sign of any of the authorities. At the moment, they're just being allowed to basically march wherever they want. There was a march route, an area that they were given earlier on for this demonstration, which started at around about dusk, and there were police cordoned off, or police cars positioned at all the four corners. We haven't seen any of them recently, and certainly there was a very small gaggle of police who were very relaxed much earlier on, and again they seem to have disappeared. There was a police helicopter that was occasionally circling much earlier on before this march started. They seemed to be looking around and trying to pinpoint if there were any hot spots around this area. Haven't heard the helicopter recently, so very difficult to know how long this can be allowed to continue with them just marching through the streets. So far, though, no violence, no destruction, nothing of that sort, but a lot of chanting, Black Lives Matter, setting off fireworks, and, as I say, not tolerating anyone who they don't believe is part of their band or sympathetic to their group intent, which is also very unclear. We'll keep monitoring it and let you know if it develops into anything more sinister. Difficult to know at this stage. It could just peter out. We'll keep across it for you.
OK. Alex, thank you very much indeed for that report. Kim Darroch, just come in on that and tell me what you make of those scenes in downtown Washington. As Alex is describing, peaceful at the moment. A lot of people there, not in any way, shape or form fans of Donald Trump, as we can see from the signs. But there's uncertainty at the moment. So what are your thoughts?
First of all, I think that Alex is a very brave correspondent to be marching with those people with the hostility they are showing to journalists. Second, you're right, Dermot, that it looks peaceful at the moment, but even over a TV screen, there is a sort of ominous tone to the whole thing, and it certainly looks very different from the shots that Alex was showing us a couple of hours ago of a much more party atmosphere. Third point, a lot of Washington landmarks that I know well that you saw in the background just boarded up in preparation for just this eventuality, and that also looks bad and ominous and not the kind of thing you want to see on what should be a celebration of democracy. And the last thing I'd say is you just wonder if the Democrats end up losing this election, whether this just tips over. It just looks like it could, doesn't it? It just looks very, very much on the edge, so it's worrying.
OK, well, we've also got some images coming in from much further away from the western seaboard there. Seattle, similar type of demonstrations taking place there, became pretty regular in and around that area over the last few months. Again, lots of people not much going on. The chants, the movements, these are situations that we're monitoring very closely for you. But as we say, at the moment, it is an uncertain situation. This election, this presidential election, is finely balanced. Just want to get Ashley Koenig in on some of the polling on this issue, because, of course, the president made it one of the key planks of his campaign. He was quite straightforward about it. These demonstrators, such as the ones we're looking at, are organised, particularly the Antifa ones, and they are guilty when they do break into violence. It's just a law and order issue. How did that play with the voting public?
So this does bear out in the polling numbers. We see a bipartisan concern for violence, particularly widespread violent protests in cities across the country following the election. About 83% of Republicans feel this way, 88% of Democrats, independents right in the middle at 86%. So polling leading up to Election Day has shown that this is a definite concern. And while there are other aspects in terms of a peaceful transition that do not have as much bipartisan similarities, this does. So whether they're Democrats or Republicans, partisans of all stripes are concerned about what may ensue depending on who wins.
And Cordelia, I mean, on that, we've been reporting, haven't we, on the sales of guns and ammunition to families. Do excuse me, Cordelia, maybe get onto that in a moment, but we are in position to project a very important state, one we've been discussing an awful lot, and it is up there on the Great Lakes, one of those Rust Belt states, as they described it, is the state of Ohio. We are projecting that Donald Trump will take Ohio, will retain Ohio, 53.2% for Donald Trump, 45.3% for Joe Biden. Ominously, perhaps, for Joe Biden, it is a state that has supported the successful candidate for many, many presidential elections. That may well change there, but we're projecting that Donald Trump will hold on to Ohio and those 18 electoral college votes. It is getting tighter and tighter, Cordelia.
It is, but, you know, Ohio, what we are seeing is an interesting trend. Donald Trump appears to have improved on 2016. Now, this was something that the pollsters haven't really given a great deal of credit or credence to, but it suggests there's an expansion of his appeal. He's been able to broaden, to perhaps get more voters registered as well. So for them, this will be a kind of important symbolic victory to say that that Trump train is still going and we're still getting passengers on board. I think it's important, though, to see Ohio as separate to Michigan, Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. It is trending demographically whiter, righter and older. But nevertheless, Republicans delighted with that tonight.
OK, Cordelia, thank you very much indeed. So Ohio, the projection is that that will be secured once again by Donald Trump. Now then, it's 5 o'clock and another state, one of the last two, has closed its polls. It is Hawaii, and only one more to go in terms of Alaska. Now I want to take you through the key developments so far at the top of the hour. And they are that it's still too early and too close to call, but Republicans in the state of Florida are celebrating victory. More than 94% of the vote has now been counted. Donald Trump has a lead of more than 3%. Florida is a crucial battleground. It's backed the winner in every presidential election since 1996. And the Republicans are also projected to retain Ohio. That was our projection you've just heard us say, and it's 18 electoral college votes. In Texas, the early indications were that a record turnout had helped to increase the Democratic vote initially, but on the day, voters have pulled back Joe Biden's lead. And now, with 87% of the vote counted in Texas, Donald Trump has a lead of around about 5%. And the state last supported Democrats, for the historians amongst you, in 1976. Now, Joe Biden is also trailing in the state of North Carolina on the Atlantic coast, where he seemed to be ahead earlier in the night. But now, with 76% of the vote counted, the Democrats still have high hopes of winning Arizona, where they have a lead of more than 8%. Now, this could be significant. Arizona last turned blue, Democratic blue, in 1996. But we are still waiting for the first states to change hands. Well, crowds have gathered at Black Lives Matter Plaza in Washington and in other cities, including Portland and Seattle. The marches are peaceful, but there have been one or two scuffles between police and protesters amid uncertainty about the outcome of the election. OK, let's take you through the situation as it stands. There at the top of that graphic, 270 electoral college votes to win the presidency. Joe Biden standing on 192, 78 short. Donald Trump on 132, but a lot still to be decided. Well, our US correspondent Cordelia Lynch is here with me, and we were reflecting just before the top of the hour on Ohio and what that might herald. It was held by Donald Trump from last time round, but you're saying he seems to increase his votes in some sectors of the voting public in Ohio, and what it might herald for those other key states for both candidates around Ohio.
Yeah, and I'm getting some messages from the Trump camp. They're feeling very positive, not just about that symbolic victory in Ohio and the expansion of his vote there, but also places like Kenosha, of course, the site of unrest in the wake of the death of Jacob Blake. They believe that they're doing well there too. So they see a reflection of what's happening in Ohio might be mirrored in those key Rust Belt states as well. But Ohio is quite distinct, so I think we can't draw too much from that yet. But
just let me interject. What is distinct about it then? You mentioned that. And I also want to tell you one of my facts here, that the last time a Democrat won the presidency without the states of Ohio and Florida was John F. Kennedy, 1960.
Exactly, long time ago, and why Republicans know that it's absolutely fundamental in their path to victory. Now, potentially another fundamental state is Arizona. They can get a path to victory without it, the Republicans, but at the moment, Arizona is looking shaky for Donald Trump. Now, that's always been reliably Republican. There are key demographic changes, particularly in Maricopa County, a place where I've spent a lot of time. It's the center of Phoenix as well. You're seeing younger voters, Hispanic voters, and a reminder tonight of why we shouldn't be talking in any broad brushstrokes in any way, because there's a whole tapestry of votes going on here. You know, we saw in Florida Cuban Americans getting behind Donald Trump, it would seem in larger numbers than they did 4 years ago, because some of their concerns are around socialism, that they think that Joe Biden represents that for the future for America. Then you've got Democrats that we know have been focusing on Puerto Ricans and getting the vote out there in Florida. It doesn't seem to have quite happened. But if we go to Arizona, a whole nother thing. You're talking about a border state where concerns about children being locked up in cages, the kind of division around the rhetoric on that has been really deeply felt, particularly young voters I spoke to there. And Arizona is complicated. It's got its own kind of unique political character. I've been speaking to a lot of pollsters there recently who say, just watch it, because you've got a former astronaut, the husband of Gabby Giffords, who was the congresswoman who was shot during the Aurora shooting, you'll recall, doing very well there, very popular.
Mark Kelly.
That's right, Mark Kelly. Things changed from the midterms onwards. So back in 2018, we started to see a shift in what people wanted. It wasn't the kind of traditional Republican platforms, and that's because of new people coming to the state.
OK, well, I want to look in more detail at Arizona and others with Ed Conway in a moment or two, but I want to colour in more of the map for you bit by bit. We are able to do that, and let's show you Virginia. No surprises here, not too very far away from Washington, D.C., chock full of Democrats now, and confirming that we are projecting that Joe Biden will take the state of Virginia, hold on to the state of Virginia, an awfully long time since Republicans were elected there. I don't think that the president even campaigned there at all. Cordelia, of course, can correct me if he did, but we are projecting that Virginia is going as expected to Joe Biden. Now, I mentioned Ed Conway. Well, Ed, got a lot to talk us through then. What are you seeing?
Yeah, well, I mean, just most of all, the fact that no one thought this could happen twice, and yet the polls said what they said, and now the numbers seem to be saying what they're saying. When you look at that map and when you look at some of these results, it does look rather different, doesn't it, to what a lot of people were expecting. Come and have a look at Arizona. Still too early to call as far as we're concerned. When you look at the disparity between Joe Biden and Donald Trump, definitely Joe Biden in the lead, but still there is still quite a few, 24% of those votes yet to be counted. Actually, could be more. I mean, there's been incredibly high turnout in this election, so it could take some time before we know for sure. But it's worth just digging down into county-level data and getting a sense of what's going on there, because at least we can judge where Joe Biden is picking up some of those votes. So this is Pima County. There it is, Tucson, Arizona, in Pima County. And what happened last time around, I mean, this typically has gone Democrat in the past, even though the state hasn't. So Hillary Clinton got it last time around. But look at the number, 54.3% for Hillary Clinton, 40% for Donald Trump. Let me take you and show you this time around, 63%. So Joe Biden is picking up a lot of extra votes there. But this is the crucial thing. So 82% of those votes counted. That's still quite a lot yet to come in. And remember, this is a typically, historically Republican state. So, you know, it may well be a bit too early to call that. And you'll remember this pattern. We've seen it time and time again through the night into the morning, where there has been a shift from one party to the other as the early votes have been counted and then those later votes have been totted up. So, for instance, take Iowa. For a while, Joe Biden was comfortably ahead in Iowa. Part of that was because the early votes were counted relatively quickly, and then the on-the-day votes from the Republicans came in, and now Donald Trump in front. Still a fair few votes to be counted, but looking good for Donald Trump in Iowa. Michigan, different story in Michigan, and actually a lot of these Rust Belt states. Trump in the lead at the moment, but less of the vote counted. But it's worth saying, still in the lead. And, you know, these are the states where, which he picked up last time around, which Joe Biden wanted to win back off him. But the suspicion here is that a lot of those early votes are going to be counted later, and they could swing towards the Democrats. So, again, can't be too complacent that that's going to end up being the result. But this is the crucial part of the map. We knew it was always going to come down to Pennsylvania in the end, wasn't it? Well, here it is, Pennsylvania. Too early to call still, 56%, 57% for Donald Trump. About half of those votes, the expected votes, counted. And Joe Biden behind, but again, still a long way to go in terms of counting, but looking good for Trump. And here's the thing, actually, Dermot, you know, if you take the big map and colour it in with all of the states that Donald Trump is leading at the moment, he is winning. He gets over the line. If you presume that the Democrats win in Arizona, they get Nevada, the Republicans take Alaska, Democrats always get Hawaii, and Texas goes ruby red, as it usually does, red, although there. And then the Democrats do get Minnesota, and they do win Wisconsin, and they do get Michigan. If those are both red, then you know where we are. We're at 269 electoral college votes apiece. It's a tie. And that's mathematically possible right now if Arizona does indeed go the way of the Democrats. We'll bring you all of those numbers. I mean, over here on our virtual White House, we will have that race as it unfolds. But who would have thought the possibility of a tie could still be there? See those bars? That is the race that these two men are on at the moment. They need to get 270 to get into the White House. If it's not 270, if it's a tie, that is an extraordinary moment. It hasn't happened, I think, since 1800, Jefferson. And that could be an extraordinary few weeks. But either way, it promises to be drama upon drama as we learn the results of this election.
Oh, my. Possibility of a tie. Why don't you have, well, Marissa, why don't you have 539 electoral college votes? Then you can't have a tie.
That would be too much like right. And it would take all of the fun of us speculating and trying to hash out the numbers. And so here we are. You still have to get to 270. You've got to claw your way through each one of these battleground states. And we still won't know day after day after day until all of the votes are counted.
Cordelia, what happens if it is a tie? How do they sort it out?
Well, then we're looking at Maine and Nebraska and these congressional districts where they could potentially, the parties, shift this in their favour. So if we're looking, for instance, at Joe Biden, if he were to get Arizona, and he'd also pick up Michigan and Wisconsin, no certainty of that yet, but just talking about possible paths, then he'd also need to get one single electoral vote from Nebraska. And that is why you have seen, Nebraska and Maine we wouldn't normally talk about, but there's been two different strategies by the Biden camp this time. You've seen the kind of moonshots of Texas and Arizona going to these reliably Republican areas to campaign either Joe Biden or his surrogates because they thought they could really kind of change the shape of the race. But also in their back pocket, they knew that this could be really, really tight. And so actually Joe Biden and surrogates have been going to Nebraska.
You mentioned Nebraska. I mean, some of those demographic changes taking place in microcosm around Omaha in Nebraska, aren't they? So that a possibility then for Joe Biden there.
Yeah, exactly. That's where they're kind of banking their bets and hoping. But
in some scenarios, the state legislature makes the decision how to allocate that electoral vote. And so the memos that were sent out by the GOP to the states was focused on the state legislature. And there was a huge push for that effort because they anticipated that it might come down to this.
Well, Ashley Koenig, you can come in on this as well. If it is 269, a tie, how does it formally get sorted out if it stays that way and there's no, faithless electors that then cross sides and it stays that way? Comes down to the House of Representatives, doesn't it?
It does. So eventually we would go to the House, but it's not so simple in terms of we know the House has a Democratic majority and is most likely going to have one in January. It's not that simple. It comes down to the delegations within each state. So it becomes a little bit tricky if we do face a tie and not necessarily a surefire Democratic win.
And uncertainty, Kim Darroch, we've been mentioning that, but of course the American system has anticipated it in the sense that it's not like in the United Kingdom. Once you lose the election, you're turfed out of number 10 by the back door that very evening or the next morning, certainly. The president stays on for 2 and a bit months, nearly 3 months. So if there is uncertainty, there's still a president, there's still someone in charge.
What's that saying, Dermot? Possession is 9/10 of the law? Well, I hope it doesn't mean that in the case of the White House and the president staying on. But yes, you have those that transition period between the election and Inauguration Day, 22nd of January, when stuff can happen. So I guess this is unknown territory. I don't think it's happened before, but it's pretty extraordinary. And I'm grateful for those on the panel who know what the rules are in this. I must say I had no idea what happened if there was a tie.
But on the overall uncertainty, I mean, certainly we know that financial markets, actually we could bring Ed Conway back on that, that's his other area of expertise, but financial markets, Kim Darroch, they don't enjoy a period of uncertainty, certainly not in the most powerful economy in the world.
Absolutely not, and it's not great for the international community. It's not great for preparations, for example, for the big climate change conference that we're hosting in the UK early next year. It's an opportunity for countries that want to make mischief. One wonders what Putin would make of that kind of vacuum over any sort of extended period. So it's bad news for the international community.
But Ashley Koenig, I mean, as you were saying, we're a very long way away from that potentially happening, the tie 269. I mean, all the focus, it seems now, is moving up into the upper Midwest, the Great Lakes, the Rust Belt, and it's not just Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan. There's Iowa and Minnesota as well that could be crucial in all this.
Very much so. And also, let's not forget about Arizona. We also talked a little bit about Nebraska's 2nd district. We still have to keep an eye on all of those, but that does not mean we're going to know anything anytime soon, most likely, for the majority of these states. We have a long night, and not even a long night. We have a long, probably few days to a week ahead. Officials have already been reporting in states like Pennsylvania that we may not see official counts until Friday, if not longer.
And Omarosa, just while we're on this subject of up there in the north. I didn't mention Ohio. It's it's been called for the Republicans.
Yeah, you know, when Nina was on, we talked about that because I understand how much resources, the advertisement, the staff, the messaging that Donald Trump poured into the great Buckeye State, and it certainly paid off. While Biden's team decided not to have people on the ground, to play it very safely and do a virtual campaign strategy. And now we're seeing what the payoff between the two.
Well, things are so finely balanced at the moment. It is just so exciting. I've got to take you through now these finely balanced, these battleground states where the result of this election, well, they all rest on these states. Arizona, first of all, we've been mentioning that. And Joe Biden with a 53.6 to 45.0 lead there over Donald Trump in Arizona, a traditionally Republican state. 76% of that vote in, 24% still to count. Florida, always a close race in Florida, but this is the situation as it stands with only 4% of the vote left to count. And it looks unlikely, certainly the Republicans think so, that Joe Biden will be able to make up that deficit, 47.8 to 51.2 in favor of Donald Trump in Florida, and its mighty 29 Electoral College votes going along with it. Let's look at the other ones where it is still very much in the balance, and perhaps nowhere more so than in Pennsylvania, creeping up there in terms of the number of votes they've managed to count, 57%, but making it very clear that the counting is going to go on certainly tomorrow and maybe for a couple more days. But a pretty healthy lead on that count so far for Donald Trump, 56.5 against 42.2. Could be absolutely critical, the state of Pennsylvania, in the ultimate outcome. Looking at North Carolina, as you may have seen as we described early on, polls closed pretty early on there this evening. What a long evening it's been, what a dramatic evening. And an early lead there for the Democrats has now been overhauled with nearly all the votes counted, 95%, 48.7 now for Joe Biden and Donald Trump there. The Republicans on 50%, looking possible that they'll hold on then to North Carolina. Just south of North Carolina, not South Carolina, that one, Georgia. Well, again, similar profile there. Polls closed, was amongst the first where the polls closed, and early hopes there, early indications for the Democrats. But what's happened here, all this early voting that's been going on, what seems to have happened is a majority of them were Democrats. They got counted early. The Democrats got their noses in front. Then the on-the-day voting, people who turned up in person on November the 3rd, they tended more towards the Republicans. Perhaps that is the situation in Georgia and indeed in some other states. And there we are. It's traditionally a Republican state and may stay that way, but still 20% of the vote to count. 53% to Donald Trump, 45.8 to Joe Biden. Another one to show you. And there it is. It's Wisconsin. Wisconsin won by a whisker by Donald Trump against Hillary Clinton in 2016. 67% in, 51.6% for Donald Trump, 46.7% for Joe Biden. Wisconsin's absolutely critical as well to the hopes of both men. And on those hopes of both men, Joe Biden, as you can see at the bottom of your screen, let's make it explicit, is expected to make a statement in about, 10 minutes time at 5:30. Let's see if we can get more on that, because Greg Milam is very much nearby in Wilmington, Delaware, where Joe Biden lives, where he's headquartered for this most dramatic of evenings. And tell us more then about this expected statement, Greg.
Yeah, we were told he'd speak at about past. That it may not be quite as soon as that, but you can see behind me that the cars have been allowed in. The drive-in crowd is ready to hear him speak on that stage. Of course, they were hoping that what they'd hear would be a victory speech tonight. They may well be disappointed in that respect, because of course some of the places they hoped they would see victory that would make a decisive mark in this race haven't gone the way they hoped. But we're told that Joe Biden will talk about patience with the vote count. He will also talk about his confidence in the vote, and very much their focus is still on those Midwestern states that we've been talking about tonight, and it seems for weeks, Pennsylvania, Michigan and Wisconsin. They are very confident in those three states, and in particular, even though he trails at the moment in the count, in particular those early votes which have not been counted yet, they believe they will fall his way, and that blue wall that turned red in 2016 will fall his way. Now, you could say they would say that. They have to express that confidence. They're also looking at Arizona, which he holds a healthy lead at the moment. They believe that will be enough to push him towards the presidency, although, of course, the key thing is it will take some time to count, particularly those votes in the Midwest. We know that could well be into tomorrow and beyond before those votes are all counted and the results are declared. They're also still looking at Georgia, because they believe there are lots of votes around Atlanta, big areas where they believe they'll do well that haven't been counted. They haven't written that off yet, but certainly their hope that Florida would deliver a big win, or North Carolina, or success in Ohio would give them a landslide in effect tonight. They haven't materialized, but it feels a little bit flat here, not surprisingly, because of the way these Biden events have been held in COVID times. But he will urge those followers here and around the country to keep the faith with what might happen in this election, and certainly not to accept defeat here. They believe they have a very good chance in those key states that will be enough to take him past 270.
OK, stay with us, Greg, because we're going to keep an eagle eye on that expected statement from Joe Biden. Cordelia, I put you on the spot here. I'm so glad I'm surrounded by such a brains trust. What would you say at this point if you're Joe Biden?
Well, look, I think you want to get ahead of the narrative. You want to try and spin something positive. You want to reassure people watching that they just need to wait and sit this out. Their time will come, because they've got days of waiting in critical states. You want also probably to hint at a state where you see some good news evolving. I think I can expect probably a bit of messaging around Arizona. I think the team will be bolstered by that, and they know symbolically taking that away from the Republicans is an important thing. But, and it's a bit but, you know, that kind of Rust Belt, that is not ironclad for Joe Biden, and it is not
See what you did there.
guaranteed, not deliberately, I promise. And so without that, he's looking very shaky. I mean, we can see Donald Trump replicating a lot of his 2016 victories. What has Joe Biden done, we will have to see, to expand his result, because we've heard a lot about suburban women.
Well, speaking of 2016, I mean, to contrast this between Hillary Clinton, who refused to come out, who didn't make a statement until the next day, Joe Biden is getting out, he's communicating, he's also anticipating that Donald Trump talked about declaring victory early on. He's not going to cede the stage to Donald Trump to do what he wants with his message. He's going to get out ahead, set the tone with positive messages, send some reassurance to people who are a bit shaky, very nervous, and have high levels of anxiety, and see what happens.
Yeah, Kim Darroch, do you go along with that? I mean, is that really what you think the strategy is? It's to head Donald Trump off at the pass, get the first word in there, because we kind of were thinking the one scenario was that Donald Trump would be first out of the traps making a statement.
Yeah, it is unexpected that Biden's going to hit the microphones first. I think he has to strike a balance between sounding calm and sounding confident without sounding overconfident or sounding like he's sure it's in the bag or something. I think he can do it, but just needs to be careful to not sound like he's sort of overstating how strong his position is, because there's a huge amount that can still go wrong for him.
But Ashley, I mean, it's really got to be a holding statement, hasn't it? Because fundamentally, you cannot contradict what the results are or what the results will be. It doesn't matter how confident you sound. If you don't win a state, you don't win a state.
No. Yes.
Right, exactly. And I would say also, you know, if we remember in 2016, the writing was kind of on the wall somewhat earlier in the night for Clinton, and we have very little writing on the wall right now. So this is a placeholder. This is, as we've been saying, to get out in front of President Trump, to make sure that illusion of a Trump victory narrative is not put forth, especially since there are so many votes yet to be counted, and we know it's going to take a long time.
Yeah. Cordelia, looking at that shot there in Wilmington, Delaware, it's extraordinary, isn't it? It's coronavirus. It's a drive-in rally. You kind of expect to see, it's kind of 1950s scene, isn't it? You expect to see some Lindy Hoppers and a big screen
and
and
a similar
like that.
scene as we saw at the end of his DNC week as well, when the Democrats had their week of campaigning. You saw him and his wife, Jill Biden, take to the stage with Kamala Harris and her partner as well. But these are the kind of remarkable optics that we're now in, that we've become so used to, a kind of split screen year of campaigning where Joe Biden's had lots of these kind of cautiously spaced out affairs, you know, often a little bit lackluster. I think we'll probably hear quite a lot of horn beeping this time round and some enthusiasm. You would expect that on a night as pivotal as tonight. But there's been a lot of questioning around Joe Biden's strategy, whether it was too much of a risk, him being so prudent, spending so much time in the basement. I mean, I've been hitting the road in the past a couple of months in places like Pennsylvania, even in Delaware, actually. I met quite a few young people that said, kind of worry, he needs to get out on the road, he needs to not literally press the flesh, because you can't do that right now, but how we will view his approach to things will be fascinating to see, because Donald Trump just didn't really change his approach
I mean,
at all.
the thought occurs on that, though, Omarosa. Boy, didn't Donald Trump make an issue of that. I mean, he's only 4 years younger than Joe Biden, but it was Doddery Joe, Bunker Joe, he needs a sleep. I mean, might some of that actually have hit home?
Well, certainly he's trying to kind of play off of this hyper male energy that I'm tougher than even the virus. And here's little Biden folding to the experts, folding to the science, and adhering to the guidelines of his own CDC. It's kind of crazy.
Just want to alert people, perhaps just joining us, who knows, some people may just be getting up to see if there's a result in this most dramatic of elections. How dare you not have stayed with us throughout the night? It's all right, it's forgiven. You actually haven't missed very much. Well, you have. You've missed an awful lot of interesting analysis, but no result, and no result expected. But there at the bottom of your screen, Joe Biden expected to make a statement shortly. Our understanding is it slipped a bit. It was going to be around about past. It might be in the next 10 or 15 minutes. Ashley Cunning, I just want to continue with you, and we'll look at these scores, as we're calling them so far, this race to 270, the Electoral College vote that's required to get your hands on the keys to the White House or retain them in Donald Trump's case. 136 for Donald Trump at the moment, 205 for Joe Biden. He's only 65 short, but everything seems a little bit stuck at the moment. And Ashley Cunning, what I wanted to ask you about was the mathematics, the arithmetic of all this. And we're talking, and the Democrats are certainly talking about something of an upset, a turnover for them in a state like Arizona. Now it's 11 Electoral College votes. It doesn't really change much then in the upper Midwest. They still got to get at least 2 of those 3 states that they lost to Donald Trump in 2016. They've got to get them back.
Yeah, most certainly. But again, Trump's chances for the Electoral College significantly decrease if Biden can clinch Arizona. So Arizona is looking more and more key here, even as we move into the upper Midwest, to make sure Biden gets those as well. Arizona could be a nice, good early indication. And of course, a state that flips, our first state that would be flipping for the night, for Biden, it would be a good feather in his cap to at least go through the next few days with, as we are counting even more consequential states like Pennsylvania.
But, I mean, just in terms of its geographical and demographic makeup down there in Arizona, would anything that's going on there translate into the situation in those Rust Belt states? Isn't Arizona, just because it's closer, more aligned with states like Nevada and Colorado that have turned blue over the years?
Yeah, so that's the thing, right? They're in completely different geographic regions. And in Arizona, we see a higher percentage of Latino voters. We see an influx of different demographics, younger professionals. And we know that if we're talking about the Rust Belt, if we're talking about those three key states of Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, we're probably talking about a lot more white voters. We're talking about urban areas that Biden could turn out potentially Black voters. And we're talking about suburban and non-college educated. We're talking about lots of different pockets in that Rust Belt that may not exactly be mirrored in Arizona.
OK, well, let's update everyone. Joe Biden's expected to make a statement shortly. That's all I can tell you. Perhaps in the next 10 or 15 minutes or so. It's going to be well worth listening to. It'll give us a real sense of how the Democratic camp, the core of the Democratic camp, see these results so far. But let's take you through the key developments so far in this evening. All states now, all the polls have closed. The counting well underway, and there it's still too early and still too close to call in Florida, but Republicans are already celebrating victory there. More than 94% of the vote has been counted. Donald Trump has a lead of more than 3%. Florida, of course, always a crucial battleground. It's backed every winner in every single presidential election since Bill Clinton in 1996. The Republicans are also projected to retain the state of Ohio, and with it 18 electoral college votes. That will give Donald Trump some cause for optimism. Do you know what? John F. Kennedy was the last president to win the White House without Ohio and Florida back in 1960. But with 76% of the vote counted, the Democrats still have some hopes, high hopes indeed, of winning Arizona, as we were just discussing there. They have a lead now of more than 8%. Now, the history on this one is that it was last Democrat in 1996. If it does go to Joe Biden, it would be the first state of this evening and of the morning to change hands. So far, they've all stayed the same. There are also indications that another traditionally Republican state, Georgia, could be competitive, but key northern battlegrounds like Pennsylvania, the count goes on. OK, well, there we see the scenes on the streets here in Washington, D.C. Crowds gathering at what's been called Black Lives Matter Plaza in downtown Washington and in some other cities dotted around the United States, including Portland and Seattle. The marches are peaceful, but there have been one or two small scuffles between police and protesters because perhaps this uncertainty about the outcome of this election. Let me show you what the situation is as it stands. It takes 270 electoral college votes to win out of 538. That's half plus one. That's the minimum required to take the White House. Joe Biden is in the 200s. He's 65 short, though. Donald Trump on 136. Well, as we await Joe Biden's statement, let's check in with Sally Lockwood in Pittsburgh in Pennsylvania. And we're all looking at it. So we started out the evening, we were right about one thing, weren't we? Just how crucial Pennsylvania is going to be, Sally.
That's right, Dermot. It's going to be a nail-biting few days here. People certainly pacing themselves here in Pittsburgh tonight. Most have gone home knowing that they won't necessarily hear this result until as late as Friday. But of course, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, those three very key battleground states, we don't have results for them yet, but we are keeping a very close eye on them. And they're showing a very similar picture at the moment, favouring Donald Trump. More than half of the votes counted in each of those three states so far. But make no mistake, it is far too early to call it. In those three key battleground states, it's predominantly rural areas that have been counted first. Those areas where Donald Trump, the billionaire, came along in 2016 and connected with blue-collar voters, blue-collar workers who felt disenfranchised by the political establishment. He won them over with the promise of jobs. and prosperity, well, it does seem that he is holding that very powerful connection he has with those voters. But the very populated centres like Pittsburgh, like Philadelphia, they haven't been counted yet. And it's really important to remember that the margins that Donald Trump has in these three key battleground states are tiny. They're down to the tens of thousands of votes. So once those populated areas are counted, and we're not expecting that to happen until tomorrow, and once the postal votes are counted, that really could blow these states blue. Now, to give you an idea, 8 of the counties in Pennsylvania won't even begin to start counting those mail-in ballots until tomorrow. In-person voting is generally counted first, followed by the postal votes, which do favour Democrats. Democrats are much more likely to vote by mail than Republicans, and Donald Trump is all too aware of that, and he has sought to undermine the integrity of postal voting throughout this campaign, also now potentially going to challenge the mail-in ballots and when they are counted in the courts, because the Supreme Court did rule that here in Pennsylvania, any mail-in ballots that arrive up to 3 days after the election can still be counted, provided they have the postmark of the 3rd of November or before. We are expecting Donald Trump to challenge that because, of course, he knows that those postal votes could make all the difference. And, of course, we're waiting to hear from Joe Biden. No doubt he will be keeping a very close eye on these 3 states, and he may want to reset the messaging for tonight. Donald Trump is looking like he's doing very well, but he will want to remind people that these 3 key states could really change things. We won't necessarily know the results tomorrow, but we will know them in the coming days. It's going to be potentially painful, certainly prolonged, and we're going to need patience.
OK, Sally, thank you very much indeed. As you say there, Joe Biden expected to make some kind of statement there in Delaware, coming up to 20-1 in the morning here. And Greg Milam is on the scene for us. Greg, any more on what Joe Biden might be saying?
Well, as you can see, the Biden motorcade has just arrived here at this convention centre where the stage is set for him to make those remarks. It won't be the victory speech that those who are here honking their horns in appreciation wanted to hear, but we know it is going to be a speech in which he projects confidence in this result. He's, according to his campaign, going to urge patience with the vote counting that is still going on. And in particular, he's going to express confidence with what's happening in those 3 states. You were just talking about one of them, Pennsylvania, Michigan and Wisconsin. Confidence that they will have the votes in those 3 states. But of course, it will take some time before the counting is done in those 3 states, and it will be tomorrow and beyond before we get the results. But they are still confident, even though there hasn't been that knockout victory that so many people expected, that landslide victory in somewhere like Georgia. They believe with those 3 states and what's happening in Arizona as well, which would be a state that they flip, they believe that this is still within reach for Joe Biden, even though there has been something of a flat mood, certainly here tonight. I mean, it's hard to judge when it's a drive-in rally.
Greg, I'm just going to cut you off for a moment or two. We'll be back with you in a moment. Sorry, Greg, because Florida, the crucial state of Florida, I think people had worked it out already, given the scenes of celebration we'd seen amongst the Republicans there. But we can now project that Donald Trump will win Florida, and quite comfortably, given how narrow Florida normally is. That's a bigger margin if it stays that way. Still 4% of the vote to count. If it stays that way, that's a bigger margin than he won by in 2016 against Hillary Clinton. 51.2% for Donald Trump, 47.8% for Joe Biden there. 5.2 million or so for Joe Biden, 5.6 for Donald Trump. And just Cordelia Lynch is with me here, and of course reported extensively and travelled extensively in Florida over the years and during the course of this campaign. It seems a long time ago now that the Democrats had some pretty solid hopes there, didn't they?
They did have some solid hopes. You know, they thought that a changed electorate was going to potentially deliver big leads. I mean, they were very, very reticent to use the landslide word, but they would have hoped, I think, at this stage to have some kind of major reversal of fortunes. They haven't yet got that, but let's see where Arizona takes us. You know, I've been to Florida a lot. I think what is interesting is quite mixed, really. We looked at the elderly vote. Places like Sumter County, home to the Villages, the largest retirement community in the United States, where a lot of people ride golf carts, and there were signs for the first time ever of, you know, lots of Democrat golf carts, not your typical Trumpian Republican ones. But that's small numbers. You know, we're not talking about massive changes here, which is kind of what Joe Biden needed to push him over the edge in Florida.
An increased turnout there as well. And I mean, I'm just doing maths in my head. So I said there, I think by recall, Hillary Clinton lost by just over 1% or something. It was 112,000 votes. And look at those vote totals there. Well, Donald Trump's increased that.
And you know why? He got an absolute shellacking in places like Miami-Dade, Joe Biden. He hasn't been able to expand in the way that Hillary Clinton was successful with Latino voters there. That hasn't transpired with him. And actually, thinking back to my travels just sort of 3 weeks ago, we went to Kissimmee in Florida, and we were speaking to Puerto Rican voters because we were told by the Biden campaign that that's where they were hoping to achieve success. And of about 20 people I spoke to there, a lot of them seemed a little lukewarm about Joe Biden.
I'm hearing that Joe Biden is appearing. Let's listen in to former Vice President Joe Biden.
Hello. Good evening. Your patience is commendable. We knew this was going to go long, but who knew we're going to go into maybe tomorrow morning, maybe even longer. But look, we feel good about where we are. We really do. I'm here to tell you tonight, we believe we're on track to win this election. We knew because of the unprecedented early vote and the mail-in vote that it's going to take a while. We're going to have to be patient until the hard work of tallying the votes is finished. And it ain't over till every vote is counted, every ballot is counted. But we're feeling good. We're feeling good about where we are. We believe one of the nets has suggested we've already won Arizona, but we're confident about Arizona. That's a turnaround. We also just called it for Minnesota, and we're still in the game in Georgia, although that's not one we expected. And we're feeling real good about Wisconsin and Michigan. And by the way, it's going to take time to count the votes. We're going to win Pennsylvania. I've been talking to folks in Philly, Allegheny County, Scranton, and they're really encouraged by the turnout and what they see. Look, you know, we can know the results as early as tomorrow morning, but it may take a little longer. As I've said all along, it's not my place or Donald Trump's place to declare who's won this election. That's the decision of the American people. But I'm optimistic about this outcome. And I want to thank every one of you who came out and voted in this election. And by the way, Chris Coons and the Democrats, congratulations here in Delaware. Pardon? Hey, John, the Gov, yeah, the whole team, man. You've done a great job. I'm grateful to the poll workers, to our volunteers, our canvassers, everyone who participated in this democratic process. And I'm grateful to all of my supporters here in Delaware and all across the nation. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And folks, you heard me say it before. Every time I walk out of my grandpa's house up in Scranton, he'd yell, "Joey, keep the faith." And my grandma, when she was alive, yelled, "No, Joey, spread it. Keep the faith, guys. We're going to win this." Thank you, thank you, thank you. Your patience is great. Let's walk over here.
Well, there we are. Joe Biden, candidate Biden, still saying he's very confident, very much in the race in terms of the states he identified there. Arizona, very confident about that. He said still competitive in Georgia. Florida's gone, though. That has just been projected for Donald Trump. Minnesota, predicted to hold on there. Joe Biden says he'll take back Wisconsin and Michigan and take Pennsylvania. Now, if all that happened, well, he would say that, wouldn't he? If all that happened, then he would win the presidency. But there's a long, long way to go. So Greg Milam is on the scene there. Fairly short statement from Joe Biden, just really rallying. Oh, a bit more from Joe Biden. I think it's another thank you. Greg, come in there. I mean, a short statement and simply a holding statement, rallying the troops, nil desperandum.
Yeah, he actually came back just to say he'll be speaking more tomorrow, which I guess is not surprising. Yeah, I think a 3-minute speech, which was an attempt to, if you like, encourage the faithful who are here and around the country who've seen tonight not the landslide that they were hoping for. They've seen states they hoped they would win go to Donald Trump, but encouraging those supporters that they still believe there's a path to win. And he says we're on track to win this election, because they do believe, as he talked about there, that in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, those 3 key states, that when all of those early votes are counted, they will fall his way. That is why they're confident. They're also confident about Arizona. So although there wasn't that knockout blow, that real surprise state that would have carried them over the line tonight and would have turned this into the victory rally that they wanted to see here, they believe there is still a reason for confidence. And I think he's roused a crowd that, when it did turn up here, was pretty flat. Had seen what had happened tonight, feared a repeat of 2016. I think he wanted to rouse them, keep them enthused into tomorrow, however long it takes to count those votes. He says, he believes, and I think they believe here, that this still will be a victorious election for Joe Biden. But I don't think anyone is completely confident that can be the case with Donald Trump's performance in many states tonight and the lead he has in some of those Rust Belt states at the moment.
OK, well, Joe Biden making the statement there. The riposte coming almost at the same time from the president. Guess how he did it? Yes, through Twitter. Donald Trump has just tweeted, "We are up big," but they, the Democrats, are trying to steal the election, in capital letters on steal. "We will never let them do it. Votes cannot be cast after the polls are closed." Now, that is presumably a reference to this situation in the state of Pennsylvania. We've been said that's going to be crucial all evening. 20 electoral college votes there. And the situation as it stands in Pennsylvania is that as long as these postal ballots, these mail-in ballots, are received with a postmark by polling day, by the 3rd of November, they can still be counted. They can still arrive. They can still arrive to be counted and counted well into next week. Well, the president trying to stop all that, he's now saying, as you heard there, let me repeat it, that the Democrats are trying to steal the election, that votes cast after the ballots close should not be counted. Cordelia Lynch. So it comes to pass. I mean, this is one of the scenarios that I think everyone hoped wouldn't happen, but not necessarily going to happen. But that is the situation. Donald Trump setting himself up there to say, right, we're ahead in Pennsylvania, and they are in the moment. I think there's only something like 50% of the votes counted there. We're ahead there, and we're not going to allow those postal votes that arrive too late to be counted.
Yeah, he's instantly, I mean, right on cue, after having obviously watched Joe Biden just seconds before questioning the credibility of the whole voting process in Pennsylvania. We knew going into this that if those ballots were postmarked the right date, then they could be counted up to 3 days afterwards. Nothing has changed with that. We also know that it's going to take time, that a large number, particularly of Democratic voters, have been voting by mail, and so there is a patience required. Donald Trump doesn't have a great deal of that, it seems, at the moment. Donald Trump just announcing, in fact, that he'll be giving a statement tonight as well.
The Twitter dam has opened. He was very, very quiet earlier on in the evening, but now it's started.
Yeah, well, now he's got something to bounce off. I think he's seeing Joe Biden's messaging of optimism. Interesting what Joe Biden was positive about. Now, yes, yeah. Michigan and Wisconsin has always been considered critical. The Biden camp tell me that they think that is their most obvious path to victory. We also talked about Georgia. Now, the odds of Georgia are looking at this stage quite slim. Who knows? Maybe there can be some change. Arizona, yes, a bit more positive. That would be a big reversal to pull that away from Republicans. Donald Trump said to be apoplectic. That one network is already calling that for Joe Biden. But I think now what we're going to see is this constant back and forth, a game of tennis between the two men as they both try to steer the narrative. Reminds me very much of 2000 in Florida, when it was all about, you know, the Bush team getting ahead of Al Gore and trying to tell the nation that this is a victory being stolen from them. And that did have an impact in the way voters saw it. And actually, public faith in this whole system is going to be vital. Some of the early exit polls that we saw, Dermot, suggested actually that faith in the system is high, but will that be dented over the hours and days to come? We don't know yet.
Yeah, I've just got another state to project, and again, it's the same result as in 2016. Up there in the Midwest, upper Midwest, and it's Iowa. We are projecting for Donald Trump, and 6 electoral college votes. If it's tight, it is tight. These could turn out to be crucial. 52.4% for Donald Trump, 45.7% for Joe Biden. Let's get the thoughts of Kim Darroch and Ashley Koenig. Ashley Koenig first. It just keeps going on, doesn't it? State after state taking on the same colouring as it did in 2016.
Exactly. This is the scenario that the Biden camp did not want. Despite the rallying speech that he just made to stay patient, this is exactly what they didn't want to happen because of how the president could respond and the stickiness of the situation that's going to ensue with counting ballots in several of the states that remain and the states that we really have very little information on to go. Pre-election polling showed that voters did have some degree of confidence in the votes being counted appropriately. But as Cordelia mentioned, that could wane as the energy of election day wears off and it turns into anxiety and anxiousness in terms of what do these battleground states hold among those that are left and those where votes need to be counted.
Yeah, and attrition in the courts. Kim Darroch, what do you make of those two statements we've had from the candidates in person, from Joe Biden, and now 2 tweets from the president, and in particular, the president saying that they're trying to steal the election. The Democrats are trying to steal it.
First of all, Dermot, there's a sort of ghastly inevitability, isn't there, to where we're going to end up, which is the worst case scenario of the counting dragging on for another 24, 48, even 72 hours, and then the high likelihood now that we're going to end up in court. There is a twist, though, which is who would have guessed that Joe Biden would be first out of the stocks, not to claim victory, but at least to predict that he is going to win, him rather than Donald Trump. And Donald Trump ends up responding to that. You wouldn't have guessed that that would happen. So we are where we are. I think that Trump's second tweet, by the way, was sent in some haste, judging by the way that he has spelt polls. If I read it correctly,
as in the nation, yes.
As in the nation, rather than the voting kind of polls. But anyway, I think Biden will win Arizona. I mean, he looks far enough ahead there, with enough votes being counted. I mean, we'll wait for the official projection, but that looks to me likely. And if that comes in the next hour or two, that will be a positive note on which everyone will go to bed for a few hours and wait for the count to continue tomorrow morning. But whether he is right to sound as confident as he does about Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, I have no idea. I presume we'll have some private polling, but who knows?
Yeah, well, and just on that issue of the president's tweets, of course, it's his favoured mode of communication, and he has been angered during the course of this campaign by the actions of Twitter, putting health warnings, so to speak, on some of his tweets. Well, we're told now that Twitter have taken down this one. We are up big, but they are trying to steal the election. We will never let them do it. Votes cannot be cast after the polls are closed. Being told that Twitter has taken that down. No doubt the president, well, he says he's going to make a statement. No doubt he'll let us know his views on that. Ashley Koenig, just on these paths to power, of course, well, one of them has to win, whether it takes the courts or whatever to decide, but it still can be decided in the next few hours, next couple of days or whatever. And you were saying earlier that you think Arizona might be the key, but the scenario in terms of the arithmetic is that even if Arizona did go Democrat, there's still a lot of work to do with states like Michigan and Wisconsin for Joe Biden.
Very much so. We can't discount the Midwest and Pennsylvania as well. Even if he gets Arizona, again, it lowers President Trump's chances of cinching the Electoral College, but it doesn't completely count the president out. So Arizona is still key. We know that Georgia is still a toss-up and different things going on there with ballot counts. So these are still crucial states, especially with Florida knocked out, Ohio knocked out, and us not knowing about Pennsylvania for what will be probably days.
Cordelia, on the president's tweets, I mentioned there that during the campaign, Twitter have been so careful. I mean, all the social media companies have been much more careful during this campaign, haven't they? But Twitter especially, those allegations about Hunter Biden, Joe Biden's son, they treated those with kid gloves. They really annoyed the president.
Yeah, there was a certain degree of them then rowing back on that initial move to remove the posts about the New York Post article regarding Hunter Biden, where he was accused of nefarious foreign dealings. But yes, overall, a real clampdown, because I think they saw in themselves in 2016 a failure, really, to acknowledge the misinformation that was being bandied around and now from the president's own office. Because let's be really clear about this. There is no widespread evidence of fraud when it comes to the electoral process. And yet that is something that he has been touting, telling his supporters, and now it's occurring at a critical time, active in the whole processing of these votes. And public sentiment, faith in the system matters. These kind of narratives can build, they can shape the course of the election going forward. It's sort of the disaster scenario for everyone, really, to see this race descend into a back and forth between the candidates. Donald Trump suggesting, because he's not firmly in the lead, that we can't trust whatever happens from here on in.
Yeah, and the battle taking place on social media. We are told, I'm hearing that Joe Biden has tweeted. I wonder if we can have a look at that. Well, let's say not as explosive as the president's. It's simply that. Keep the faith, guys. We're gonna win this, more or less, a shortened version of what Joe Biden said on that platform in Wilmington, Delaware, just a few minutes ago. He's trying to keep the spirits up. Wait and see.
He's trying to, but, he's going to have to be a little less generic over the next 48 hours going forward. I mean, the legal teams will be readying themselves now. And I saw an interview with the head of Joe Biden's legal defense, if you like, saying that they were primed, they were kind of ready on the tarmac if they needed to go to the places.
A SWAT team.
You can be sure as hell that they are going to be flooding Pennsylvania tomorrow. They'll be looking at Michigan and Wisconsin as well. They can't afford to lose those races essential to both men. And so we're seeing legal teams of a size we have never seen before. It's going to make 2000 in Florida look paltry. And really, it's interesting, I was listening to an analysis this morning from someone that said, look, probably the worst case scenario, but the least likely, is that you have mini Floridas across the country. It's not inconceivable now, looking at the night like it is tonight.
Indeed. Well,